Gas masks and hand grenades.
Well, hello there, everybody out there in YouTube land. Howdy, howdy, howdy. It is Gas Mask and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff, and we are live for an MDF for the Baltimore Carnage. Does anybody have any idea where I pulled that from? Is it really obvious? Was it really obvious?
Kind of.
You're muted there, fan. Oh, there you are. No idea whatsoever, right?
Baltimore Carnage.
The Vakken Carnage, man. Bloodbath. Ah, you guys. Good Lord.
Someday.
What true metalheads are you not? Just kidding. Yeah, I figured I'd be a little cheeky there. And it kind of fits, right? It was Carnage of a sort, I guess, kind of, sort of. And what are we talking about, Dan? What are we going to talk about tonight? Tell me, sir.
We're going to talk about our experiences at Maryland Deathfest 2025. The
Yes,
greatest,
sir, man. Yes,
biggest, most grandiose metal party in this great nation of ours.
Yes. In the North American continent. I mean, I guess there's some Mexican, South American fests that are pretty wild, like Rio, Rock in Rio. So maybe we should just say America. But I do think, personally,
I think for extreme metal, yeah.
100%. Yep. There's just, there's other ones out there, but none of them really, to me, match up to what MDF does. And I have to say right off the bat, I want to save my little joke until the rest of the guys get here, but I have to say right off the bat to and I don't know their names. Maybe is Evan one of them, or I can't remember, Dustin or James. I can't remember the guys' names. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't look it up. The guys that started this 20 years ago, they do a fucking amazing job. To keep this thing on task, to have the amazing talent that they bring in, to keep, with the exception of the Nevermore power outage, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
And they did as good of a job handling that as I can possibly
imagine. They did the best they could, really. I mean, realistically. I mean, that place has been shuttered since September, but while they were doing the sale and everything like that. And as far as I understand, the Soundstage group that owns Soundstage bought Nevermore. So, and I love Soundstage and think they do a fucking bang-up job there. Except one person, which we're going to talk about later at the very end during the Wormrot set. I got one bone to pick with someone. But other than that, man, just amazing. That, I guess my only real criticism, though, is when you buy a beer on the one side of the road and they don't let you cross over the street to the other and carry it in, that kind of bugs me a little bit. It just means I got to chug or not drink, which wasn't an option. Even on Sunday when I said I wasn't going to drink, Dan, thanks a lot. Remember that?
Yeah, it's my clutch behavior. It never fails. Show up look at it here at just the wrong moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, so I'll introduce the two guys that are here. We got other guys showing up. They're going to be a little casually late here. We've got Wyatt X him, or it's just Wyatt, but X him. I got to ask you, if anyone's ever asked you, and I'm sure you've been asking your comments and shit, what does the X him thing stand?
Oh my God. I get this. It's funny. I get this every once so often. Like this.
Just remember, Wyatt. This is a boomer asking this question. Although I'm not a boomer, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm right on the line. Go ahead.
No, it's just funny. The whole thing, this, like you see on the corner, that all started from a gamer tag of back in Xbox 360. And I guess maybe to me, I own it because it's like, you say like you're a boomer. I guess this is me showcasing me being like this Gen Z, late millennial fucking gamer, because it was like Xbox 360 days. To be cool, with a gamer tag, you would have like some random letter in the beginning, in the middle, the end, for whatever fucking reason that was the thing. I was like, all right, I'll just do my name X and what band I was obsessing over with at the time, which was His Infernal Majesty. And just I never
changed it.
Never changed it.
Well, how long have you been doing YouTube, man? Like, when did you start the channel?
So I've
like to do the metal stuff, the video.
All right, the metal stuff, because before then I had interest with YouTube, but that was like 2011, which is that's all taken down.
Right.
But no, the first time was like 2014.
Wow.
And yeah, and that was just all like garbage. Like, you have no idea what you're doing. You're just like shooting in the dark, thinking like, oh, I'll just say anything that's on my mind.
Sure.
And it was just utter trash. Like, there's no other way of putting it. But
well, I mean, you were a kid. You were a kid at
yeah,
that point in time. Yeah.
It's just I did that because at that point I had a second shift job. I would work like I wouldn't get home until midnight, so I had nothing to do, no one to talk to, and I was like, I need some kind of like interaction, even if it's like synthetic with the camera. So that's how it started.
Okay. Now, Fan does not do YouTube. He's got a life. He actually goes out there.
That's debatable.
But you know what, though, dude? You could do a cool YouTube channel because of the way you travel for your job, which would be badass because you're kind of a rock star in a kind of weird little ethereal corner of the music galaxy, right?
For sure.
And I don't mean to denigrate. I'm not denigrating by saying you're kind of. I mean, you are in your niche, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm a professional classical musician.
Right.
But I'm a lifelong metalhead and also a massive outdoor enthusiast. I'm a pretty frequent collaborator on Future Ruins, hiking metal, roundtable sort of things, and that's how I got kind of hooked in with this scene. And yeah, still going to as many shows as I can, and when I'm traveling a lot for work, I'm trying to get shows when I'm out on the road. So, you know.
Which, right, by the way, are you coming to Philly?
I'm in Philly right now.
You're in Philly, bro. All right. Are we going to
New Mexico?
Are we going to Drag the Sunlight on Friday night? Are we going to Drag the Sunlight?
Is that Friday night?
Friday night.
Let me look at my schedule. Send me the thing.
Right.
Yeah, I'm in a beautiful row home in Mount Airy, Philly, doing a gig with a professional chamber choir called The Crossing, which has won 4 out of the 6 last Grammys for best choral performance. So I think
the good news is I don't think I'm contagious anymore. I've gotten through the worst of the plague. I think I'm finally getting over it, which we're gonna discuss that. Dude, I was sick as fuck. On Monday when we went to lunch, I was kind of hiding how shitty I felt. Like,
you did a good job of hiding it.
I was hurting, man. By the time I got home Monday night, I collapsed, and middle of the night, I'm like, oh fuck. And I was sure it was COVID, but it wasn't. Or at least 4 tests said it wasn't. So, but yeah, dragged into Sunlight on Friday night, and Sunday, Monday, Savage Master and Night, and I'm going to both. Oh, cool. So, yeah.
Send me those things, and I'll compare with my schedule.
I hit you up. So, all right. So Wyatt did not come for the Prefest. Both Than and I were there at the Prefest, and I don't know where these people were at, but did you talk to James? Oh wait, hold on.
Somebody's saying
I haven't talked to him today, but he has a day job, so I would imagine he doesn't want to be up super late. So I would imagine, and he's East Coast too, so I would imagine he'll be jumping on soon. He definitely has the link.
Jimmy's trying to get in, but he's asking for the link, and it's in the fucking message of the body of the message. Can you send that to him, Than, please?
I'll see what I can do. Yeah.
All right. Please call Rick. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. There's Jimmy. Okay. Hey, what's up, Tyler? We're trying to get there. We're trying to get there. Everybody suddenly dropped it on me that they were going to be late, like 15 minutes before we got started. Evan, good to see you, bro. We met Evan at the fest. Really cool fucking homie, dude. Really cool guy. Had a lot of fun hanging out with him. He was in the same hotel as us. Than, do you remember the hotel we were in?
We were in the Hyatt. The Hyatt. Yeah.
Not bad. The stains on the couch I was sleeping on had me a little bit worried. That was a little bit of a. Maybe that's where I got ill from. I'm not sure.
Oh, and you didn't make those stains. Okay, thanks for clearing that up. That's good.
Oh, he doesn't have the message anymore. Did you resend it?
I just sent it.
Okay, cool. Anybody drinking tonight, or is it only me? I'm finally feeling well enough to have a beer.
Yep.
And I'm drinking one of the beers we had in our cooler in the room, dude.
Oh, nice. I got a beer from Tired Hands in Philly.
I crushed all my beers throughout the week.
So did you? Oh, man. Yeah. Wyatt, I'm sending you a proverbial telepathic beer right now. I got some Trogs. Trogs is it. So, first beer I've had since, I had one beer last Saturday, and that was probably a mistake because I did not feel very good after that. But, so I'm going to get Jimmy in here. And hopefully, James, can you check in with James, Stan? Because I don't have a way of contacting him other than Instagram.
I'll send him a quick message.
Yeah, send him the link in case. And then we'll get started. I know Nick and John are going to be a little late. I'm not entirely sure about Nick Franco. He may or may not be coming. So, but I did provide you guys sort of with a list of. Oh wait. Oh shit, he doesn't have the link. Send it to James. I'm sorry.
I just sent it.
You know what? I didn't send it to him like an idiot.
No, I think it went through at some point, but
Well, no, but I don't have James' phone number, so he wasn't on the group text. So when I sent it to all you guys, I forgot to include him in the group text. So
they definitely all have it now.
Yeah, cool.
Right at the bottom.
And why I want to make one slight correction. Mm-hmm. I am not a boomer. I am the first year of Gen X, 1966. So, being that as it may, I'm probably about as old as your dad, or maybe older.
No, you are. My dad, I think, is like a year older than you.
There you go. So there it is. So
what's
I told
year of Gen X.
See, that's 65. Where I get confused.
65.
65.
Yeah.
All right.
Which I was 3 months away from being. So I mean, I'm a March baby. So it could have been. It was cutting it. It was cutting it close. The fact that I would be lumped in with my parents really is kind of a brain fuck there. So, hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, how's it going?
Sorry about that, man. I fucked up. I thought I said it to you.
Oh, it's no problem, man.
James, Wyatt above you there. Wyatt, James down below you.
Hello.
Hey.
And I think you know this guy, right?
Yeah.
For a couple of years, yeah.
Yeah.
Known
this guy for a while.
James, you were also at the Prefest because we hung out for Cruciamentum and a couple other things. Wyatt was not. Jimmy's going to be joining us here in a sec. He was also not at the Prefest. The Thralls guys were. So I'm just waiting for Jimmy to get in here because apparently he lost the chat. And as soon as he gets in, we'll get moving here on some of the daily topic stuff. And then when John and John's working till 11, so he won't be until 11:30. And I want to try to keep this within I said 2 hours. That's probably going to be somewhat impossible at this point, but we'll try to do what I can. If somebody's got a bail, you just let me know. So, all right. I provided a couple of questions, and again, I thought I had said your most fun or the coolest thing that you did. There he is.
Another one.
John.
Hey,
what's up?
Hear me okay?
Yeah. How you doing, dude?
All right, good. Hey, guys.
Cool.
Jimmy,
dude? You know Wyatt. Wyatt, you know Jimmy.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Wyatt? How you doing, bud?
Hello.
We've
Hey, I missed you at the fest, man. I think the one time out of two I saw you, you were like quite a ways away, so I would have been like really hard to like make my way over. And then there was another time I think I passed not too far from you, but you were talking to some folks, so I was like, I'll probably catch them a little later at Ram's Head. And then before I knew it, the fest was over. I was like, fuck, I didn't get a chance to say hi to Wyatt.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I saw you once because I was on the upper level, and I was like, oh, well, he's probably going somewhere. It's just one of those things where it's like I feel like I'm going to bump into eventually because it's just consistent movement.
exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Wyatt, I only saw you twice, and the one time, unfortunately for you, I cornered you, and we were talking for half an hour.
The other time was at Asphyx.
That's right. I did see it at Asphyx, but I actually saw you when Carl Sanders and Jared were standing. They were headed towards Nevermore, and we were headed the other way.
Yeah,
and it was me, John, and all these guys were getting pictures with Carl. Yeah. And we were like the last guy to be that guy. And I'm like, hey, dude, could you just do one picture? and you and your wife walked past. So your wife is very lovely. She's by far the best part of you. So just saying. But
Thank you.
They always are.
she's very, very, very cool. So yeah, it's true in your case, definitely. So well, let's get started, dudes. Let's kind of get into it because Nick's going to be a little late. John's going to be a little late. I don't know if Nick Franco's showing or not. He kind of was a little I couldn't really pin him down. So, but he has the info if he wants to come in. As I said, we and I'll try to keep up with the chat, guys. It gets a little overwhelming at times, but we'll see how that goes. So, yeah. So I wanted to start things with this because I thought this was kind of important to take a look at here, and I have to. So this is kind of what I think. Maybe Wyatt might be the exception to the rule here because Wyatt is considerably younger. And Wyatt, I don't mean that in a denigrating way. You're just younger than all of us. That's the reality.
Mhm.
But as dudes that are in their mid to late 40s and as a dude that's a really fucking old boomer almost, this is kind of what MDF was like. I don't know if it was like that for you, but it was for me. It says being an MDF, and you see, what's his name?
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe as a young man and as a very old man. And that's kind of how I felt by the end of shit. Did anyone else feel the same way? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that that tends to come in waves, but it is definitely a real thing. And I know from the time I started going to MDF in 2016, I think was the first one.
Right.
Maybe
15 or 16.
13.
No, I mean the first one I went to.
Oh, you went to. I'm sorry.
Up until now, 10 years later, it's definitely those two pictures. Because now when I go, I have to actually schedule in time to rest in between bands and just be like, I can't see every single band I want to see. I know that going in because I have to rest at certain times.
And James, can I ask you how old you are? I figure you're in the same
52.
Age. You're 52. So of all of us, you're going to be the second oldest dude. Yeah. So, add 7 more on there.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine the fucking trauma. It's really it's intense, man. And I think this year, even way more than last year, because my condition is accelerated, I was much more conscious of that. And it made me miss some of the early stuff on Saturday and Sunday. I was like, I just can't do it. I cannot go for 10 to 12 hours on my legs in the shape that I'm in, the way that I'm in. And granted, I'm way overweight the last 2 years for what I normally am. But even if I wasn't, it's an endurance test. Now, we're going to ask the young man's opinion here. Sir, how was it for you? Did you feel tired at the end of every day, or
no? Because lately I've just been trying to do more cardio, and I mean I'm on my feet all the time at work, so it's nothing different.
And you're 29 years younger than me, so that kind of helps. That kind of helps a little bit. But yeah, it was. But you know what? It was fucking amazing. Yeah. The check's in the mail, Jimmy. Don't worry. I'll get that over to you real shortly.
Oh, I just
Venmo, right? All right, a couple more quickies here, and then we're gonna get rolling. I wanted to share this, and I think you guys can all appreciate this, especially me and Wyatt. This is kind of our deal here. Metalhead, well, maybe not the no hygiene part, because am very aware of the hygiene part, which we can talk about. But the most beautiful head of hair you've ever seen. I don't know. Do you get that a lot there, Wyatt? I hate to.
I always put my hair up.
That's true. You had it in a ponytail, didn't you?
Yeah, I always keep it up.
Well, I had mine flowing and wafting in the breeze, so it was truly disgusting, wasn't it, Than?
No way, man! Everybody was mistaking you for John from Incantation.
It was, and John and I got a picture of John and I together. It was fucking awesome. I'm like, bro, we look like fucking we look like offspring of Gandalf here, man. This is awesome, right? All right, last one, I promise. You know, I know, Jimmy, you're married. James, you're married. Fan, we won't get into. And Wyatt, you're married. I'm not married. Haven't been in a relationship for a long time by choice. But I must admit, I finally think I found someone at MDF that I can totally vibe with. And there she is. Just saying.
Yeah. I don't know
Love
if
of
that's
my
so.
life I found at the fest.
Well, you have the same color hair. It's like
we do, and people confuse us sometimes, especially when I'm wearing fishnets. So, anyway, all right. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to pull up the lineup because us old fuckers may not remember exactly what's going on. I need to get rid of this. So there we go. All right. And again, this applies to those of us that were there. So it's really just James, myself, and Fan. That hey, Marty, what's up, man? By the way, everybody, if you don't know Marty, I think you all know Marty. Heavy Metallurgy, one of the best YouTube channels out there. you know what it's all about. And again, everybody that has a YouTube channel, Jimmy, myself, Wyatt, the links are in the description. So go sub up to these guys if you aren't, but most of you probably are. So, this Prefest was pretty fucking good. Last year was very good too. I would say too, and I was there for that. But this one, there were a couple bands I was really kind of stoked to see. In particular, my boys in Tribulation. I love his band. You guys all know that, or most of you guys know that. I was really stoked to see Unto Others, and I'd never seen Pentagram, so I was kind of stoked to see them as well. Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean was kind of cool. Corpus Awful. Any thoughts by those of us that were there? James, how about you? Any standout performances? Anything you were really looking forward to? If I could guess, I'm betting it's the German band you were into.
It's Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean is the one that actually I was there to see.
Okay.
I had been very into their albums and was looking forward to seeing them. And also I had never seen Pentagram before, so of course that was something that was interesting for me. Because I like that sort of, doom stuff. So yeah, it turned out that Chained to the Bottom of the Ocean, I felt like was just super heavy and visceral and really just grabbed you, the performance. I thought that was really a standout.
Hell yeah.
And the other thing for me was actually Molested Divinity from Turkey.
That's the band I was talking. Oh, they're Turkish. I thought they were German.
Yeah, Turkish.
Yeah.
I thought they were fantastic. And honestly, I had never heard a note of their music before that evening. They were one of the few bands that I didn't check out beforehand, just for whatever reason, and got there and was just blown away by their set. I thought they really, really were awesome. So
they were tight. My only complaint about them was I kind of felt like every song sounded exactly the same, but that's kind of a grind thing, sort of to some extent. Yeah.
Kind of inherent in their style, I think.
Dan, how about you?
I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't say, if I wasn't honest, 100% there to see Pentagram, because I've been obsessed with that whole thing, that following the hijinks of Bobby Liebling, ever since Relapse started reissuing stuff 15 plus years ago. And I'd never gotten to see him live, despite living in Philly for several years and going to see a lot of shows in the DC Baltimore area. The DC Baltimore area. Never managed to get to see Pentagram. The reason I was there, and I was not disappointed.
Any other bands jump out at you that you enjoyed from that night?
I mean, I hadn't really listened to Until before I saw that they were in the lineup and started listening to stuff. And pretty quickly after I started listening to them, I became very, very intrigued by what I thought their music might live setting. And once again, I was not disappointed there at all. I thought they were incredibly captivating. I loved the Ramones cover that they did. I thought that was like the perfect
Pet
choice for that.
Cemetery. Yeah, Pet
Man, so
Cemetery. Yeah.
killer. And I love their frontman's vibe. Like he's very memorable, and yeah, just the whole, like, their lead player was like super 80s in the way that he carried himself. And,
Oh, that hair, dude, that hair. Hands down,
dude,
the best
like,
hair of the fest.
incredible. And he was like wielding his hair. It was incredible.
Oh yeah, it was like a weapon of mass destruction, man. That shit was badass.
Absolutely.
I had hair envy. I had hair envy, and I rarely have hair envy, man. That was no doubt about it.
Or should you? I should have hair envy, and also, I mean, should have hair envy. I don't know.
But you've grown up, unlike me. So there you go. I mean,
that's one way to put it. Very generous of you.
All right. Well, okay. We'll get Nick and John's take when they get in here. Because Nick Franco was definitely not there. He didn't get in until Friday, actually. For me, if you know me and you watch my channel, you know my favorite album of last year was Sub Rosa in Aeternum by Tribulation. I don't want to hear all the fucking whining. They're not death metal anymore, man. Who cares, dude?
They're better off without it.
Dude, they write fucking killer songs, man. They have great tandem guitar work. I had seen them open for Opeth twice back in October, but that was the draw. But also Pentagram was definitely a draw because, like you, Than, the whole Bobby Liebling mythology, the fucking that thing, I had to see it live, right? And they didn't disappoint. They were great. Bobby was, I got to say, Bobby looked way healthier than I do. And he's got 15 years on me or something like that. He looks thin, and he doesn't look fucking like cocaine thin. He just looks healthy thin. He had the hip shake going on, man. He had the grind going big time. The girls were definitely
great.
What's that?
He sounded great.
Yeah, he did. He did. I have to agree with you. Unto Others was probably the surprise of that night by far. I can't say I love the lead, Gabe, I think is his name. I don't love his voice, but there's something about them live, man. They were unmatched on the stage as far as energy. They were a ball of energy. The long-haired guy, which I'll show a picture of him here in a minute. I got a great picture of him. He was fucking awesome. The bass player had the raspy, more like black metal type voice, and they ripped. Every song was a banger. And during that set, we weren't down for Cruciamentum. The three of us were up top. We were resting our old man legs. Well, at least James and I were, anyways. Maybe not Than. He's in.
I was
shape.
up there too.
You were hanging with us. I don't know what was going on during them, and I guess maybe the Molested Divinity probably had some. So I was down by the soundboard. I don't recall a lot of pit action going on at that point. But during Unto Others, man, the pit just erupted, and I was right up front, like right on the fucking barrier, right off in front of the bass player, so a little off of center. And when people started coming over me, I'm like, oh no, man, like really? Because as we all know, Jeff had a little wardrobe malfunction last year. These got destroyed in the Sodom pit. We won't go into that story. You can go watch that in last year's summation. But I was not going to go through that again. I actually had a backup pair, and I was not going into the pit. No fucking way this year. So, yeah, Unto Others, man, just fucking killer live band. Absolutely killer live band. Tribulation was awesome, man. I fucking love that band intensely. And I know the guys, and I'll hit a quick story at the end here. Cruciamentum, without question, for me, the heaviest band of the night. Just bludgeoningly heavy. And the vocalist and bassist is a buddy of mine, Derek Moniz from Ancient Death, which, do you know them, Wyatt? Do you know Ancient Death?
Yeah, they're from my state.
Yeah. Jerry and Derek are in that band, so that's killer. I think Corpus Awful was pretty solid. although we got in there late and only caught like the very end of the set. Molested isn't my thing, but I totally get. That's why I said, James, that's the one I know you're gonna dig I thought you would dig the most.
Yeah.
And then who? Oh, Chain. Yeah, Chain blew me away. They were fucking so heavy, man.
Yeah, they were so good.
And they did Wolverine Blues as a cover.
That Wolverine Blues cover.
Yeah, it was a killer set. After the show, I went back to get a Tribulation shirt. I'll blow myself up one more time here quick. And there was this guy. And it's gonna take a minute, a sec. I'll talk while I'm hunting here. There was a guy behind the freaking table, the merch table, and I know the Tribulation road manager, tour manager. His name's Henry, cool guy, and I saw him earlier, obviously in the set, and I was like, hey, I want to get a T-shirt. Well, I went back and this guy was sitting there. And this guy was so fucking hammered, he couldn't sit up or stand up. He was leaning in the corner. And Henry, the tour manager, was nowhere to be seen. I don't want to get him in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything further. But let's just say, if this guy wouldn't have been hammered, like maybe he would have walked off with everything, including their iPad. So not a good move there. But I did end up getting this shirt, and you'll see that in a minute here. But, yeah, pretty fucking insane there. But, yeah, so after that, Nick and John took off for their hotel. I waited around till Henry got back, got a shirt, and then I'm like, hey, are the guys coming out? And he's like, I don't know. They're taking showers right now, but our bus is out back. And I'd never been behind the Ram's Head ever in my life. I never even thought about where it was, to be honest with you. And I've gone to Ram's Head 60, 70 times in my life. Remember, I'm old. And so I got to the car. I had about an 8-block walk to my car, and I'm like, maybe I'll just head home. Because I wasn't staying there until Jimmy and Than got the room. And as it turns out, I decided to run by the venue real quick. And I found the street that was on. And all the Tribulation guys were loading with their road crew. They were loading the truck and the two other guys. And, well, let's just say somehow, hang on, I don't have these in a presentation. My apologies for that. Somehow, your boy here ended up on the Tribulation bus. And I have to say, those boys know how to party. There's Adam. There's Oscar, the drummer. This is the drummer of Unto Others. And that's all I can show. That's all I can show. It was fucking killer. Those guys are awesome. They knew me from meeting them in DC and were super cool, and it was a hell of a good time. So I was going to show more photos, but if we do that, we'll be here for hours and hours. So I think I'll just point people to go to my Instagram, which is in the body of the description. Please go to my Instagram and bump my numbers up a little bit there. I'm not really caught up in that shit, but it'd be nice to have a little wider, array of people seeing the stuff that I post. But I posted all the pictures of the various sets and pictures of Than and Jimmy and I. And James, you didn't make it in any of my pictures, dude. Like, what's up with that, bro?
I don't know. I didn't see you that often.
I know we didn't hang much unless it was a grind band. Then I would. There's James.
Yeah,
there he is. So, all right. So yeah, that was the Prefest. We'll get John and Nick's thoughts when they pop in here. Although I better check and see that they're not here. No, they're not. Okay. So let's move on to real quick though. On Thursday night, did any of you guys catch Witchcraft or Satan's satires?
I saw a few Witchcraft songs.
Yeah, I watched Witchcraft for a while.
Pretty cool, man. They were kind of 70s, kind of infused, psychedelic, sort of garage rock, sort of in a way. I think. No,
dude playing a hollow body, man.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, like an ES
I love that.
330, like an ES 175 or something like that. It was killer,
I like
man. Yeah, they were great. I have to say though, man, another surprise, Satan Satires, man. They were fucking killer. They were like a mix of Black Flag, the Ramones, and maybe a little bit of like, you know, I don't know, a doom band kind of. They just had this punk energy. The lead singer was fucking ripping up there, very punk like in a lot of ways, but just ripping, man. They were badass. I really enjoyed it, so much so that I ended up missing a little bit of Mournful, but because I was kind of watching them in between when I went out to get a little bit of air outside of Nevermore, or I'm always going to call Nevermore Ram's Head, so no apologies there. But okay, so that was Thursday. So sorry, I jumped the gun there. That was Thursday night. So Thursday night was pretty much the epic Funeral Doom night, right? And I think we were all there for that. Jimmy got in. Jimmy, you want to tell your little tale about coming in and you did the red eye and
Yeah, I kind of did it just like I did last year. Just
keep it
because it was
going for a minute. I'm
easier
gonna grab a beer.
To get a red eye flight from Denver, Wednesday night at midnight, and because it's just like one of the only direct flights to Baltimore, so it just kind of made it easy. And yeah, I mean, this time we caught a tailwind, so I was in Baltimore at like 6 a.m. and didn't sleep at all, and got just jumped on the light rail actually, and to get to West Baltimore. Which is always a little. Last year was a whole another story with the public transit, but this year was a lot easier with the just jumped on the light rail, went straight there. Always a little weird for a Westerner like me, like being on the East Coast and not being used to that sort of public transit. Even though it's pretty easy, never really sure what you're going to run into. And I'm clearly a tourist, obviously, with my luggage and whatnot. But yeah, so I made it to the light rail took me to the convention center, and then I had to walk. I think it was like a mile and a half to get to the Hyatt, which was in the rain, but it was really like lightly raining. It really wasn't a big deal, and I kind of needed to stretch my legs anyway. So I was in my hotel at like 7:30 in the morning, and check-in wasn't until 4. So I ended up last year it was a different hotel, and I ended up getting into my hotel like about 11. This time I had to wait till 1. But it was fine. I mean, the people there were really, really nice and accommodating. I mean, I just chilled out at the lounge in the front. I couldn't sleep or anything, but it was just kind of on my laptop. I ended up running into Evan, who's in the chat here. It was really good to finally connect with him. And, we've got some old, definitely have some old haunts that we both, him being from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where I went to school for 2 years, and that's where I met my wife. Yeah, it was kind of cool just kicking with him, and finally got in my room, slept for a couple hours, and then went to, this night for me was all about the Nevermore Hall bands, and I missed Bloodsport, but I just have to say, I mean, like right off the bat, I mean, just the 4-pack of Dusk, Mournful Congregation, Evoken, and Shape of Despair was probably one of the most exotic, and like just like that night alone made the whole trip for me, because I'm a huge fan of all 4 of those bands, and like if I was to have to pick who was the best, it would be impossible for me to say, because all 4 of them were absolutely just magical and just transcendent, and just like what I love in extreme music. The different vibes with each of those bands, even though they kind of share a similar, sort of vibe, between like Funeral Doom and Death Doom. And, but I mean, Dusk was absolutely amazing. Probably the best sounding band of the night. And that was the first band I saw, and I was just instantly just blown away by them. Loved their Majestic Vow and Ruin for a long time now. So to get to see them do that was really special. And then Evoken was a big draw for me. My only complaint about Evoken is I wish they would have had a little bit more time, because they're kind of there was an interesting set for them because they did a new song and did one from the last record, and then they kind of went a little bit further back into their first two records, I think, for the other two songs. But they were great. Just when I was just getting adjusted to Evoke, and they were over, which is kind of like par for the course with a lot of bands you see at MDF, because it's usually kind of quick 45-minute set. But I gotta say, Mournful Congregation just blew my mind. Absolutely mind blowing. And that's a band that like I really appreciate. I can't say that like I listen to them a whole lot because I find them to be like, not only do you have to be like in the mood for them, but like it's so emotionally draining, and like their songs are like 20 minutes long, and it's not the easiest band to really, for me, to get really deep into as far as like listening. But like seeing them do it live, they did like a good bit of, I think they only did like 3 songs because their songs are so long. But seeing them the one song they did from the Monad of Creation was probably my favorite moment. And they did like one of the newer songs. I think they did one from the June Frost, or I don't think they did anything. Oh, they did one from the Incubus of Karma, and that one was really cool. Just to see like
Jimmy, here's what they did: Angels of Distress, Cursed Life,
right,
Sleeping Murder, Descending Inner Night, The Distant Dream of Life, Forfeit, and The Inner Desolation. Yeah, they actually played more than you think.
No, that's Shape of Despair. I'm talking about Mournful Congregation.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten to Shape yet. But okay. Yeah, just to go real quick, Mournful Congregation, dude, like the 3 guitar attack was like, wow. I mean, just seeing how they just play at the speed that they do, and just how do they remember all this stuff? It was really inspiring in a lot of ways. And then Shape of Despair for me was probably my favorite set of the whole fest. I mean, it's hard to say, but I mean, I was really, really looking forward to seeing them. Huge fan of that band, and they did not disappoint whatsoever. I mean, I'm glad that they got a little bit longer set, as you just said, the set list. Yeah, they did a good, well-rounded set of old and new. And they were just, I mean, I even at one point really kind of just teared up because it was so emotional.
Dude, you were crying.
It was absolutely amazing. And I really that was really the band that like made the whole thing. It's just, so for the first night, guys, it was just like, God damn, the first night just blew me away so much that anything else after that was just a bonus,
Yeah, we, real quick, so I went home on Wednesday night after the yes, back hair, Marty, back hair. No, I don't have any back hair. But anyway, at least I don't think I have any back hair. But Wyatt, you're up next, so get your thoughts together. But I came home. I think I got home at 5 a.m. after the Tribulation hang. I was pretty sober. I didn't partake of much that was going on, let's say, other than one Coors Light. Might have had a hit off a joint. I don't remember exactly. But so I had to head back down, and it was raining pretty intensely around here that day, especially down like on the way to Baltimore around the Maryland PA border. I was kind of worried, man. I couldn't even see driving in front of me. We were reduced from like a normal 65, 70 to about 30. And by the time I got to Fells Point, met up with Nick and John, it was clear. It was actually clearing up. We had one little quick rain, and then I don't know what was going on while we were in the fest, but I didn't see any rain the rest of the night. But I met up with John and Nick at Abbey Burger. So first big plug, Abbey Burger in Fells Point. Fucking rules, man. So good. And the waiter says to me, I'm ordering, and he says, "Would you like a staff with that, sir?" And I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? And he goes, a staff, like a wizard staff. And I'm like, oh, I see. Nick and John had gotten there early, so they were priming the guy to call me a wizard. But the other place to also mention, Soundgarden. Did anybody go to Soundgarden other than me? Well, Jimmy and Than, we went the last day. That's right. Like the day after the fest ended. But I was there 2 other times, and I was pretty restrained, but not completely restrained. And on the last day, I definitely wasn't restrained. So also Duda's Tavern. Anybody go to Duda's? James, you ever there?
No, never been there.
Oh fuck, dude, that place was great. Cooper's too, which is where we ate. I think the last day we were there. So absolutely amazing. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I'll go last. So why I'm going to bring you up because it's your turn now to talk about your Thursday experience. You guys drove down. Did you come down Wednesday night?
Yeah, we came Wednesday because now that I'm married, it's become a traditional thing to meet up with my wife's aunt, which is just so fun to hear her talk for like 2 hours during lunch, which is like now, like every Wednesday we do that of the week. But no, Thursday, I always look at Thursday as it's the pre-fest day too. I don't really consider it the Maryland Death Fest yet because, you don't have all the vendors. The big
True.
stages aren't up yet. So to me, it's just pre-fest day 2. But I feel like I was the only one here, at least, hyped up for the brutal death metal bands. To be honest with you, now, I mean, don't get me wrong. I still saw like all the Funeral Doom. I saw Dusk and Full. That was good. I saw Evoken, which I mean, not only was it cool to hear them, but visually see Begotten behind them made it all the better to me. And I think
Mhm.
a lot of people don't really treasure like the visual aspects of concerts. It's always the sound. Did they sound tight? Well, I mean, the visuals are important too, and Evoken definitely took advantage of it. So I thought visually Evoken was the best. And then I had to cut out Mournful Congregation because I really, 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 really wanted to see Dripping. And if you don't know, Dripping is, it's slam brutal death metal, but it's the one of the very few you'll come across that has the experimental tag on that, which is something you do not come across in that genre because it's like so, you know, tried and true has to be like how it was when it started. And what they classify themselves under is drug metal, or in other words, it's like psychedelic brutal death,
Huh.
which I mean, like, when do you come across shit like that? And what it is, their album and everything they've done, there's like this weird, trippy, atmospheric sense with how they play brutal death, and it's something really different. And I had to see it firsthand. And what's crazy too is they've been around since 2000. Only the guitarist is original. Everyone else is new. Hell, the drummer, the bassist, and the rhythm guitarist are younger than the band itself.
Wow.
Which is funny. But what surprised me the most, and I didn't expect this because this happened like I think the day of when they played, is the vocalist they had at the time was the dude from Waking the Cadaver, and he's not even the original member. It's someone different too. But what they had that day, and I think now he's an official member, is the dude from Sanguis Sugabog,
Oh yeah,
like
that's
on the
right.
spot. And I was like, when was this? But he just like said, yeah, this is my band now, I guess. And fuck it, they killed it. I mean, to me, that was like the band I was the most hyped for, and they were like one of like the 5 things I bought on the merch stand. So to me, with my own biases, Dripping definitely lived up to the hype for me. And Devourment, I've seen them before, but I wanted to see them again. It's just like brain dead, brutal death. Like you don't think much of it, but it's fun as fuck. So, not much to say with Devourment. And other than that, Shape Despair, I felt like I had to see because it's like one of those rare instances to see like a Finnish funeral doom band in the flesh, and they killed it, obviously. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much to say for me other than I just wanted to see like brain dead, brutal death, and some like emotive funeral doom was like that Thursday for me.
Cool. Cool. I would imagine, James. How about you? Were you in? Did you go over to see Dripping? I bet you did, didn't you?
Well, no, I didn't
Oh.
actually. They were one of the bands that night that I was really kind of I was having a lot of internal conflicts about where to be at any particular time
No.
because with the Funeral Doom bands, I was really interested in seeing as much of them as possible. So like
Yeah.
I didn't want to miss like the first 5 minutes of the set or the last 5 minutes of the set. I wanted to see the entire thing because with a band like that, I feel like go on you go on like an emotional journey during the set.
Sure.
You're going from one place to another, and I wanted to experience that in full. So I didn't want to do too much running back and forth. The only thing I did was see Flesh Hoarder at the beginning of the night before we went over to Nevermore Hall. And then when Encina Throck played in the soundstage, I ran over there because there was a little extra time in between sets. And I ran over there and saw that and then came back. So it's just the Flesh Hoarder and Zenith Rock were the only soundstage bands that I caught. Just because the other stuff was so interesting, I couldn't make the switch.
Did you catch all 4 of the Funeral Doom bands?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anything jump out at you for them?
For me, it was Mournful Congregation all the way. I mean, they, the way that, like Jimmy was saying, you know, the way the guitarists played together, the way that they sort of dealt with the composition of the songs and how the lines intertwined and all that stuff. I mean, it was just masterful. And Jimmy and Than and I were standing in front of the stage, and one of the guitarists came by, and we spoke a little bit to him about that, and he was sort of saying, yeah, that was, you know, that's kind of our thing, you know, that's kind of the point of what we're trying to do, is having this counterpoint between the guitars and stuff, you know. And he was like, yeah, thanks for noticing, or whatever, to, you know, Than and whoever was there. So it was like, it was a cool little moment after the set was over, just because it had been such a sort of emotionally draining time for us, even as audience members. I can't imagine what it's like to play that music. It must be, you know, just gut wrenching.
Right.
There, you know, so it's so emotional. So anyway, that was the band that really stood out for me.
All right. I have to give props to my man, Ultimate Cheese Squid. I love that screen name. That is fucking killer there. Dan, how about you, sir? What was your take on Thursday night?
Well, I gotta say, like, I'm right there with James on that, man. Mournful Congregation was really the one for me, and it was, I can't help but be influenced and I am at my core a chamber musician in the classical world, and when a band comes and shows off the sorts of skills musically that I'm really well acquainted with, and I know James is really well acquainted with because he is also a classical musician, and that's how we met like 20 years ago almost. When you see metal musicians on stage having to use those same sorts of skills to play music that is so different in so many ways from the music that I make in my career as a classical musician, when I hear that being done in such a compelling way, like, I have no choice but to take notice and clear my head and just devote my full attention to what's going on, because the sound was incredible with them. And with just 4-stringed instruments and drums, that's really hard to do well. Like they were all playing very different guitars, and it's no accident that amongst 4 instruments. And I was completely blown away. And, you know, I first became acquainted with them like way back when Book of Kings was released back in 2011, because I was definitely following stuff. They released that album, or at least distributed, allowed me to know about it, and I've kind of casually kept up with them since then. But to see them live was a completely eye-opening experience, and that was absolutely one of my top 5 of the entire festival. I'd seen Evoken before, and I think when I saw them before, I was more blown away then. But, you know, you can't. Your first time is your first time seeing a band, and it is what it is. Right. And Shape of Despair I absolutely loved as well, but just because of the way that Mournful was making their music, and to be able to see that firsthand, it was mind-blowing for me. What
about, did you catch when did you get there? Did you get in there when we went in, or did you go earlier? Did you catch Bloodsport?
I was there from the beginning of the night at Nevermore, so I saw every band there. Yeah. And Dusk was great. I love Dusk. I'm not as they didn't catch me in the same way that Mournful did, but that's just because
Different
there was
strokes,
no
yeah.
way that wasn't going to strike me.
Right. Because you didn't. I'm trying to remember. When did you come over to the hotel? Was it that night, or had you come over earlier? I can't remember.
I came over earlier in the afternoon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I had stayed with James down in the DC area, and he dropped me off at the hotel.
Right.
And then, yeah, I'm not sure when I went to the hotel. Only Jimmy was there, and Jimmy was barely there, I think, at that point because he was catching up on rest.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I think I then just went over to the. I think I met James over at the Nevermore or whatever.
Yeah, because I don't think you and I, the four of us connected until a little bit later there.
Yeah.
Because I came down and met up with Nick and John, went to like a late afternoon lunch. Then came over and connected with Jimmy and unloaded my car and threw my shit in the hotel. Then we headed over. We parked the car and walked over. So yeah, for me, I'm gonna be totally honest here. Dusk is a band I was aware of. I've listened to Majestic Thou, but it's got to be 10 years ago, or maybe 7 or 8 years ago since I listened to it. And I at the time I liked it, but I didn't grab it. So did I really like it? I don't know. We didn't get over there. We missed that was the first band we saw. And I gotta say, I'm just gonna blow the whole top 5 thing out of the water here. That was my favorite performance of the entire fest. It blew my goddamn mind. I thought the light man and sound man were so on point for their set. The lighting was incredible. They had a live female singer that came out, and I knew her name, but now I can't remember it off the top of my head. Carla, I think it is. It's not the original one that was on the album. I can look that up. But amazing fucking voice. I thought that Steve, the bass player, was his voice, his tonalities on the harsh and then the doomier stuff and the black versus the death were fucking amazing. I just thought he was just the most dynamic vocalist that maybe I saw the whole fest, crazily. The guitar tone, Than, you're a fellow guitar player. I don't know what, James, do you play guitar?
A little bit.
Wyatt, are you a guitarist? Uh-oh, Wyatt alive?
What?
Are you a guitar player?
No.
Okay.
More interested with drums.
Well, for me, the guitar tone for Dusk was absolutely fucking mind-blowingly crushing, I thought. And here's a little hint. The guys from Dusk are going to be coming on the show pretty soon.
Sweet.
I've been in contact with them. So, and I did not pick this up at the gig because I did not, like Wyatt and I talked about earlier, I did not want to carry a bunch of shit around. So I did find this thanks to, I think, Jimmy, I think you told me, or maybe Brian Arkham. I found this at Shadow Kingdom, which I don't typically shop there, but I didn't have, beggars can't be choosers. So I grabbed that finally. I was mind blown by their performance. They were my number one favorite performance of the entire fucking fest. That was a shock because I would never have said, oh, that's the band that's going to blow my mind. And before we go real quick, I want to throw up a picture of that. But also, the Evoken set. I really dug Evoken. It's weird, Wyatt, how we see things differently. I kind of felt like they were shrouded in darkness a lot of the time, most of the time. And I kind of felt that maybe didn't work to their advantage as much as I had hoped. I like that band a lot, but I'm only really, really familiar with the last 2 albums. And they did play a new piece, I think, Jimmy, right? Was that the last one? I think it was the last song they played.
Yeah, it was the second to last or the last
second
one.
to last.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a new song.
And it was killer. So I need to full disclosure, I do not own any Evokens, so I need to fix that.
Yeah.
Like I did with Dusk here. Mournful was a pretty kind of a new one to me. Actually, all these bands were, other than Evoken, were trying to, and Dusk a little bit, were kind of new for me. But I'm a big esoteric guy. You know, I love Funeral Doom and you know, Ahab and all that kind of stuff like that. So you know, this is right in my fucking sweet spot. But I did kind of uh, go down there somewhat blind in a way, I guess you could say. And so, and here's a picture of Doom here. I just thought their fucking light show, the light show for them was out of control, amazing. Like melding with the music, I guess is what I'm saying. So, I don't want to throw a lot up again. Go to my Instagram if you want to see a bunch of pictures of these guys. But so yeah, Evoken, I really enjoyed them, and I have to go out and buy a lot of their stuff. I was most familiar with Hypnagogia, is it? Or what's the last album?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, really cool album. I really enjoyed that a lot. So I'm gonna have to pull a bunch of their stuff in. Mournful was difficult for me for a lot of reasons. My neuropathy, my leg cramps, started to creep in my calves and my lower legs below my knees, and I was in unfucking godly pain. And I do take a medication for that. It's not an opiate. It's a anticonvulsant. I tried dumping 2 of those in. You know, I had a couple beers. It was not helping. I had to get off my feet. They were literally, my legs were swollen from edema from my condition, and I had to go sit, which kind of bummed me out because I couldn't really watch them and see the dynamics of the on. I was there for the first song and a half, maybe 2 songs, and their songs are, so that's like 20 minutes right there, probably. And they were killer. They were killer, but I couldn't quite get into them the way that I got into the other bands because I was removed from it a little bit because I went upstairs and found a corner to kind of hide out in. There's, if you go in the upstairs of the Nevermore, there's an area where you can go sort of behind the one bar and you can sit. And I did that for probably 30 minutes of that set. It bummed me out a lot. Because Jimmy, I think we started out hanging out together for that, right? If I'm remembering properly. And I kind of came to you and said, dude, I got to go upstairs, man. I gotta get off my feet. But I managed to kind of pull it together and come down for Shape. Oh my God. Just man. That band. I've since bought every one of their albums that I could find. And Jimmy, I looked over at you at the end, and the last 2 songs, dude, I was that close to just fucking bawling my eyes out. And it was really, who's crunching papers, guys? It's really loud. If you're gonna do that, please mute your mic. It was fucking amazing. Shape of Despair, probably my number 2 on the list. They were fucking mind blowing, man. I mean, just the lights, the visuals, their sound was just gargantuan. They came out. I think the singer and the bass player were signing stuff off the stage there, and I walked over. I think, Dan, did you go over to that when they were like there at the edge of the stage? I seem to remember Jimmy walking over.
I remember that they were out there, and we were kind of you especially were kind of yelling over at the guitarist and having a little bit of a conversation. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Jarno. Yeah, I ended up running into him the next day walking around. We had dude, what effects unit are you using, bro? That shit was incredible. Already he was like, oh, this drunk fucking American asshole. Okay. But nah, actually they're going to be coming on. I've got that working out that I'm going to be getting a couple of the Shape of Despair guys and girls, maybe possibly. So absolutely fucking amazing set. And then if I remember correctly, we all ran over to Devourment, right? After that.
Yep.
Yeah, we caught the last like 3 or 4 songs. I forgot to mention that during my piece, and that was like the perfect like way to go out after Shape because it was just like the last band at Soundstage is always the party, and Devourment was just throwing down. It was just, they sounded great. It was, I don't really know their music very well, but it was just a lot of fun.
It's
Well,
lughead, you know, early proto slam kind of stuff. Yeah, Texas boys.
and the funniest part of that was, I would have swear in my semi-inebriated state that was fucking Nick from Thralls of Metal on there singing. I was sure it was Nick from Thralls of Metal. So good fun with Devourment. As you guys know, I'm not a grind guy. I typically never listen to grind, but I gotta admit, you fuckers kind of forced me into going to a couple. Not forced me. You dragged me into the gore grind, gore, whatever, man. General surgery, gore grind. That's the way to cap off every fest. There is no doubt about it. It doesn't matter how heavy. Yeah, it doesn't matter how heavy Triptychon is or Skepticism or whatever. You gotta go out with a bang on a fucking grindcore band at the end of the night. You know, it's insane. I don't get into that shit. You couldn't pay me the money necessary to get me into that pit at this stage of my life, but I probably couldn't get drunk enough to get in there, but it was fucking amazing. So killer stuff. So yeah, so that's Thursday night. It was, I mean, again, and we talked about Witchcraft and the Satan Sadars. Did anybody see them? I think you said you saw them a little bit, Than. And
Yeah,
Jamie,
Witchcraft. Not Satan.
Yeah, Witchcraft. I did.
Did you catch any of that, Jimmy, or did you not go out for that?
I think I walked. No, I don't think I did. I think I was just kind of just taking breaks between the Funeral Doom bands. You know, knowing that we had so much coming up, I think you know, I wasn't really crazy about seeing everything that I possibly could just that night. You know.
How about you, Wyatt? Did you catch either of those two? Not your thing?
No, I didn't even know Power Plant was like going that day, so I didn't even. I was unaware of like any of that. I just thought Nevermore Hall and Soundstage were the only things active.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they were fun. Both those sets were fun. I wish I'd have been able to catch a little more than of Witchcraft, and that kind of brings up the one gripe I have about MDF is that you gotta choices have to be made, and sometimes you gotta sacrifice. James, you were talking about catching the beginning and the end of a set and how important that is with certain bands, and there were a couple times I felt like, fuck, man, like, oh, are you serious? I gotta book it over there and at the last song of Cynic or Paradise Lost or whatever, you know. I mean, that's the one little.
I think I would say no. I know what you're saying. That's absolutely true because I had to miss out on like Martyrdom, which I was really bummed about. But it's better than it used to be because obviously you've been around. All of you guys have been going as much as me with the Edison lot. Like now I look back on it, I'm like, I'm kind of glad the Edison lot isn't a thing anymore.
I agree.
Because to walk back and forth, like that was like at least a half a mile.
Exactly.
Just to go from back. It's like you are going to miss like an hour. So you're going to miss like one band and half of another band. If you're lucky.
You're totally on it with that. The Edison lot, fuck that place. That was terrible too. Because generally in the end of May, it's pretty warm out in Baltimore, and it would get, if you got like 22, I think it was, Jimmy, where it was fucking brutally hot out on that asphalt. That's just awful. So I agree with you completely there. Somebody says Dusk were a billion times heavier than I was ready for. Absolutely. That's exactly how I felt. Just fucking crushing. So all right. Anybody got any last thoughts on Thursday night? Any stories to tell there?
Nope.
I don't think so. I mean, you know, it was mostly just, I was just a really, you know, the last couple of times, like Wyatt was talking about, like with the power plant, I mean, the Edison lot, that was my first MDF. So I didn't even have a 4-day pass for that year. I just had, you know, the Edison lot pass because I decided to go late and I wasn't hip to like how things worked. So, but I totally agree at the same time that, because I remember we did walk over there because we wanted to see the ruins of Beverast, and you know, remember that first night the storms caused all the bands to moved to the power plant. So I think the configuration now is really, really just so perfect.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it is hard, you know, if you want to see bands at Marketplace and power plant, you know, you do have to end up sacrificing maybe a song or two, but it still works out pretty
Far
good.
better.
And I think like the Thursday night is like, it's such a fun feeling because even as such a rock solid Thursday night as this was, it was like, man, we got 3 more days of this. And it's just like, I don't know, it's just that feeling of just excitement and just having a good time, you know, like that, like, it's almost like hard to remember, like I have like this sort of like short-term memory loss in a way that like what happened between sets and things is like a little bit harder to, you know, and it was definitely like I was worried, like, is the weather going to get bad, you know? And this was like the best weather year so far we had. I mean, it was raining, you know, on that Thursday, but then the next 3 days were just absolutely beautiful weather, you know.
Out of the 6 times I've went, this is the only time where it felt, you know, comfortable, quote unquote, to be outside. It wasn't like, oh my God, I'm like, I can feel my clothes stick to my skin type of weather, which was a surprise.
Yeah, it was actually
that was the biggest surprise for me, honestly. Not just the bands, it was the fucking weather.
Yeah, it was like we were talking about, Wyatt. It was actually kind of cold Thursday and Friday. It was like literally kind of like you had to almost sweatshirt up in a weird way. So, did anybody catch Malignancy or any of the other? Human Artifacts. Fuck, I can't read this band at all.
Flesh Hoarder.
Flesh Hoarder. Yes, okay. I did watch Flesh Hoarder.
That's right. You said that.
Yeah, they were really great. And in Zenith Rock, the other one, like improvised a lot of brutal death metal, and Colin Marston plays guitar.
That's right.
And it was really interesting to watch because he was sitting down on a stool on stage, not facing the audience, but facing the drummer. So they were just locked in the entire time, and he was doing all this crazy stuff, and the drummer was like all over the place. And then they'd like stop, and then the drummer would get up and like flip off the audience and go like boo.
It was just a 2-piece?
No, it was actually 4 guys.
Oh, okay.
4 guys, I think. And they were like, you know, fucking with the audience and having fun, and then just playing this totally crazy music that was apparently either mostly or all improvised.
Wow.
In the brutal death metal style. So it was badass. It was a thing that was like, I'm seeing a moment, you know, like a musical moment in time that will never happen again. That's just really fucking cool. So yeah.
Colin's a fucking mad genius, man. The dude's like so out there. I mean, was it kind of Imperial Triumphant like or not quite?
No, the style wasn't like Imperial Triumphant. It was much more it was much more in the extreme metal space than Imperial Triumphant. Really.
Less structured than even Imperial. Yeah.
It seems like kind of the project that Colin has to fill the void for Behold the Arctopus now that's hasn't been a thing for a while.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Although probably fairly different from that, considering, you know, the number of musicians that he has and, you know, all that.
Right. I just want to say sorry to everybody right now because I have to add this fucking guy to the crew here.
Dude,
really
hard to make it on time.
Really,
dude, my niece did not go on until 8:30. We had to be there at 5:30. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Dude, put them on first. Fuck all these other kids. I don't care about them dancing.
Hey, listen, man. Like, you know, it's either your bros or your family. That's the next time this happens. That's how this goes.
I mean, if you were actual family, I'd treat you a lot worse.
Oh, fuck off. Nick, we're already on day 1 and 2. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to keep going with the days, and then I'll catch you up at the end. Is that cool?
Okay.
All right. And sadly, I regret to inform everybody that Nick and I and John had to meet up on Wednesday, and then we had to meet up on Thursday. And to be very honest with you, I'm still a bit traumatized from all of that.
Well, I mean, you know, all the drinks that you totally didn't consume
I didn't drink at all, bro. Get out of here, man.
No social lubricant went on whatsoever.
You guys are acting like I was fucking hammered. I barely was. I did. Get out.
I mean,
no.
I kept running into you with like a drink in your hand. It was the weirdest thing.
Yeah, but I was not fucking hammered. So
you weren't hammered, but you were You were drinking.
I was drinking.
You were
All right.
drinking.
So, all right. So we're getting to Friday, which is, I guess, the proper fest begins. As Wyatt said, the fucking death metal bands start and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, and look, like last year, and Wyatt, you were there last year because we ran into each other a couple times. And Jimmy, you were there in 22, and I imagine you were there too, Wyatt, I guess, right?
For what?
You were there 22. You were there for 22.
Yeah.
Fan, were you there 22 or 24?
22.
22
was the last time I was there, but I went. I think this was maybe my 6th MDF this year.
And James, you've been going for a long time. So
Yeah, I go every year.
So I think one of the things that I thought after 22, which, with my health challenges, I was a little bit reticent to get out after the pandemic kind of started to ease up. And I'll just say I was a bit of a pussy. I was a little scared to go out and be around a lot of people at that time with some of the issues I was dealing with. So I did not go, which is bumming me out for 22, which I really thought 22 was like kind of the apex predator of MDF. But last year was I think last year was as good, if not a little better. And it turns out this year, I thought it wasn't going to be as good. I don't know, man. It was pretty fucking good. Pretty goddamn good, right?
Oh, fuck yeah.
It was maybe my favorite ever. I don't know. It's hard to say.
There you go. So there were those fears, but excuse me. But as it turns out, they were stupid fears because we get things started out on Friday, and I'm going to rely on you guys a little bit more to where and when did things start on Friday? Because I didn't pull up the dailies here. Do you remember?
I saw every band on the Marketplace stage, all the big headliners.
Right, which was Obituary, Asphyx, Benediction. Okay, I missed Obscene and Lick because I'm a pussy and I stayed back at the hotel.
Oh, dude, Lick was so good.
Right. Well, we'll let you go get started first then there, sir. You can kind of give us your rundown of the day for yourself.
We got there just in time to see Obscene, their Indiana-based death metal act. Killer set. I still think their front man has like some of the most like hideous, ghoulish fucking vocals, but yeah, fiercely old school. They had a great, energetic set. Cracked some jokes to the crowd. But yeah, they kicked off the day pretty well. I think we might have gone inside after that to go check out whoever's at the sound stage. I'm gonna bring up that.
Gorgasm?
No, I think Gorgasm was later in the day. Hold on here.
Haggis?
It might have been Triage. I don't know. Hold on.
Abraded was the first band.
Abraded, yeah.
The early one, yeah.
We did see Abraded.
Yeah.
Maybe I should pull up the dailies.
Yeah, that does kind of help. We wanted to stay because like all the bands that were playing on the Marketplace stage, we were like, yeah, we definitely want to see them.
There we go. All right. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, we went in, checked out Abraded. They were heavy, dumb caveman death metal. They're also from Ohio. Then went back out, caught Lick. Wasn't not going to miss Lick. If it does an HM two-tone, then I'm all for it. And they crushed. I was up there with one of my favorite sets. Just high octane, fast, thrashy, but they do kind of like more like the Dismember thing where you get a lot of those like Iron Maiden style harmonies in there. And come to find out, their bassist actually, I believe he plays in Catatonia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the frontman plays in Bloodbath. He's their new lead guy. But they had an absolutely crushing set. And then I think we just kind of we went shopping.
Oh, you went shopping at the?
We went shopping during. We've seen Pyrexia before. Solid band. I heard they had a really solid set. Ruin Lust, didn't they have the electrical issues over at Nevermore?
I think that was the first time. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I think by the time Benediction was on, we ran into you again. So yeah.
Terrible.
But yeah, it kicked off well in the marketplace stage that day. Like those, Obscene and Lick back to back were killer bands.
Any real highlights of that day for you overall?
I mean, Benediction was a lot of fucking fun.
Oh,
I love
man.
Dave Ingram's vocals. Like the fact that you can hear the Brummy accent in his vocals, and his roar is so well fucking pronounced.
And he had the best joke of the day. My nipples are as hard as boat rivets. I mean, like, does it ever get better than that? There's no fucking
That's about
way.
the hardest nipples I've ever heard, dude.
Man, he was fucking awesome, and his voice was goddamn amazing.
Like,
yeah,
He's one of the best. He's absolutely one of the best in the
No
business.
doubt.
God, man. I mean, throughout the day, I mean, we saw a lot of good man. I mean, dude, like Obituary set, I thought was, I mean, it was special. Cause of Death, one of my favorite death metal albums. Asphyx's set was fucking killer too. Once again, another vocalist that I have no idea how he does those vocals without hurting himself. Like it seems like he should be spraying blood from his larynx on the crowd as he screams.
Anything else?
I'm trying to see if there's now. I think we kind of just stuck with that because that was the day I burned my foot. So after Obituary,
was that the day you became a big pussy? That's right. I remember.
Oh, dude, you saw the blister on there, dude. I have a full-on second-degree burn on my foot.
Oh my god,
it's healing up now.
It was like the Bataan Death March at Maryland Deathfest. Oh my god, good lord, come on now. All right.
Well, as my feet kept swelling, it kept expanding and ripping open the blister. Blister juice everywhere.
Yeah,
like do shots with me later.
Did you say how you got that?
It was walking over a manhole cover. The steam was coming out, and it was 60 degrees out. So I just figured, all right, it's just warmer than the ambient air. No, it was hot enough that it was an instant burn within a second, like someone put a hot knife to my flesh.
Damn, man.
Yeah. So for anyone going to Baltimore, they boil their fucking sewage in that goddamn city. So stay away from it.
Probably spoiled bodies. Probably.
I mean, it's Baltimore.
Homeless and drug addicts.
It's got to be just mulched bodies down there.
Yeah.
There's definitely a whole season of The Wire about that very thing.
Yeah. For sure. All right, Wyatt. How about you? Thursday. Oh, I'm sorry, Friday.
All right, so I'm looking at it now. I remember seeing Benediction because, for the most part, I was like hanging out with friends that I see like once a year.
Right.
So it was like more of like staying at the soundstage parking lot, just seeing it over, over everything. So Benediction was fun. Asphyx, I did go down because I did want to see, the legendary Martin Van Druin, right? Is his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to hear it like in the flesh, and that was pretty cool. I didn't see Obituary because, no offense, I mean, they tour like every year, so it's like I know it's like a Cause of Death set, but like I don't know, they tour every year. I've seen them a few times. It didn't really feel like it needed to be. So
it was about my 6th time seeing them, so yeah, it's fair.
I got you.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like, no offense if Cannibal Corpse played. It's like, when you go to a festival, you want to see something like different, not like the bands that tour every year.
Yeah.
So it's just like, didn't feel like it was a need. But the standout for me that I just remember laughing so much at them. They were the second dumbest show. I mean, the absolute dumbest. I don't even need to hype it up. We all know what the dumbest one was. But the second dumbest for me was Haggis. And that's like, unapologetic mincecore. He's out on the stage unironically saying, we're a mincecore band. And like taking a part of that joke. And it was just so incredibly foolish and so incredibly awesome. Plus he was just like throwing merch to everyone all the time.
Oh, nice.
And I was really heartbroken. I couldn't see Flesh Parade. If like you're even the smallest bit of a grindcore fan, you should know who Flesh Parade is. Their album, I think it's called Kill Whitey, is just incredibly vicious. And then I shouldn't say that. I was really heartbroken. Hava Karunu couldn't make it. Like that was like the one my wife was the most hyped up for, and they dropped off, and I was really bummed about that.
Same.
And what else? The only other band I was hyped to see, and it kind of ruined the night and the mood, was Negative Plane. I wanted to see them for the longest fucking time. They are easily the best black metal band from the States, and we only got half of their set. And I was like so bummed at that. I just kind of like wanted to go back to the hotel and fall asleep. I was just not in the mood for like anything.
Yeah, major.
We didn't even got. I don't even think we got a half set. Wasn't it like 2 songs?
No, they played a good like 3 or 4 songs. I remember they immediately played stuff off of the Pact, which that made me happy. They played one song from Stained Glass Revelations, which was awesome. And I was like, yes, they're just killing it. And then dark. And at that point, I was just like, if this happens again, especially tomorrow when Drag plays, I will literally cause a riot if that happens. So just after like what happened with Negative Plane, I was just like too bummed to like stick around for anything else, and I just went right back to the hotel.
Wyatt, you have a question from Ultimate Cheese Squid, who says, Wyatt, how bad did it smell during Haggis? I wasn't there, so I don't know.
I mean, all of Soundstage just fucking reeks. So I mean, it's everyone. It's not just Haggis. Soundstage, Soundstage. It's the grind. It's the grind. It's the grindcore, brutal death, fucking crust punk, all the crusties. It's like everyone smells. It's not just Haggis. It was everything reeks in there.
Are we talking? Not to get too gross here, but are we talking BO or are we talking ass?
Oh, probably balls too.
Both?
Balls for sure.
Definitely both.
No, it's definitely BO. It's definitely BO. I mean, that's where everyone's stage diving, moshing harder, and everyone just looks grody as fuck. So, I mean, it's just everyone. Like, drippings, it reeked. For Devourment, it reeked. Fucking just, I can guarantee you Flesh Parade, it probably reeked. Who else did I
So wait, Devourment was Wednesday night or Thursday night?
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. That's when I started getting sick. It was the Devourment crowd that got me sick. I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
If you were down in the pit, man, like I don't get down in the pit for the soundstage because, dude, like legit, everyone starts smelling like a bum's nutsack. But yeah, dude, it's just onions and vinegar. But yeah, like up with that next little level by the merch. Like, all right, I'm not kind of in the human soup so much.
Well, there you go. Havakunu may have been affected by.
Yeah, they're gonna be next year. And I mean,
my
wife. Surprisingly, my wife is more hyped up for Maryland Deathfest next year than me because it's got Havakarunu and Batushka, and since she's Polish, she's just like always obsessed with anything to do with like that culture. So that's gonna be like a big rush for her seeing Batushka.
I mean, there's a lot to come yet. So far,
I know.
So far, I'm kind of on it, but I mean,
I'm hyped for Torso Fuck. It's like, when the fuck does that come around?
Of course you are.
I cannot wait for them. They're going to play Raped by an Elephant, and that's going to bring back so many memories. Because that was like dumb, stupid MySpace, oh my God, listen to this type of shit. And I'm so ready for that because they're going to do that.
God damn, wait a minute. Hold on.
Thank you for clarifying that memory thing.
Yeah. See, we all know of it. We all know.
Well, hold on a sec.
I feel like there should have been like a claymation video for that.
Hang on one sec. I have one question for Wyatt. Wyatt, how old were you when you were on MySpace? That shit is like 25 fucking years ago, wasn't it?
I mean, like late 2000s, MySpace had its like last sliver of a run. And I just remember you come across like the dumbest shit on MySpace.
Oh yeah.
And it's just the name. I was like, oh my God, that's such a funny name. Then you see that song title, you're like, what is this? And you hear that stupid fucking audio track from that stupid fucking movie called like Jimmy Gets Fingered, or what was it? Johnny Gets Fingered or something?
Freddie
got fingered, yeah.
Okay, Freddie got fingered. And I was like, oh no.
The movie's terrible.
I cannot wait for that. Plus, their guitarist, that dude looks like a 400-pound bowling ball. Like, I just want to see all of that happen.
Hey, Jeremy, dude, bro, fucking Thursday night, man. Holy shit. Dusk. Oh my God. Shape of Despair. Fucking crushed it, man. Thank you so much. And please let the other guys know. And I don't remember their names. Do you remember, Nick, the guys that run the fest?
Evan and Ryan.
Evan and Ryan, that sounds about
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Noonan knows. He talks to those dudes.
We mentioned it earlier when we got started. Fucking choice. Those guys just are doing this so right. It's mind blowing what you guys accomplish and how well it's run and how professional. And I will say that we brought it up twice now, or if we didn't, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier on. There was some power issues with Nevermore. 2 outages that I'm aware of, maybe more, but I think there was 2. I think it was a generator that fried or something like that. And you guys, under a lot of adversity, you kind of pulled it together. I agree with Wyatt. The Negative Plane, I only got in there. I said 2 songs because I think that's all I caught, but they sounded fucking killer. I was kind of bummed they didn't pull them outside and let them start over again, but maybe they figured they'd gotten far enough along in their set to move on. But the Skepticism, which I'll get to in a minute, the Skepticism set was kind of rough because it just kept drifting further and further out later and later, but you guys still did a monster fucking job. So kudos to you, dude. Absolutely amazing. Okay, so Dan, how about you?
I mean, I saw 12 bands on Friday, most
Wow.
of their sets. The most memorable for Benediction, seeing them. I've seen Dave Ingram front Hail of Bullets. Yeah, this guy is freaking the real deal. And to see him with kind of his own band, even though Barney was in there before him, it's his band, and I've been into them for a long time. It was so cool. And honestly, I've never been a big Atrophy fan, but like I heard the guitar solos happening before I heard the rest of the band over at Power Plant, and I was drawn to go in and catch a few songs, and I was impressed. And them being a Mountain West band, and me being a Mountain West dude now, I'm gonna spend some more time with Atrophy after that. Chipong was freaking awesome. Their singer did the entire fucking set from the pit. The whole set.
Wow.
All of it.
Wow.
All of it. He was killer.
That's
and I was
ballsy.
hyped about
That's ballsy.
going into it, and I don't want to steal too much of James's thunder, so I'm not going to say any more about them. And then freaking Krallis, man. Absolutely. It's been, like, I've been into them since their very first album. I love Colin Marston. I love Mick Barr. I love other projects that they do, and I love Krallis the most of all of them. And to see like the shift that they have made in the time that they've been together, everybody's switched instruments but the drummer. Like, it's kind of crazy. And they pull their more ambient, sort of keyboard driven stuff off live so effectively. And I was mesmerized by that entire set. And then, enough has been said about Negative Plane already. I bought Stained Glass Reflections when it came out on vinyl. And I've wanted the opportunity to check them out. They delivered a set that only made me more intrigued because I only got to see part of it. So I hope I get to see more again, because the 3 or 4 songs that they did play sounded exactly like I wanted them to sound. Yeah. They were delightfully more punky than I anticipated. But I enjoyed checking them out, just recordings and stuff before the festival, and it was really cool to see a few songs live and realize, wow, if I go back and listen to those albums again with that in mind, with the kind of punkier stage presentation, it's going to completely change how I listen to those albums. So that was cool too.
Did you catch most of their set? Because I only caught like the last 2 songs. They got shifted to soundstage, as I recall, right?
Yeah, it all got weird. It did
get weird, yeah, a little weird
time frame.
Yeah,
super funky, and then the night went super late because Flesh Parade kind of got booted super at that point. In the same way, the Skepticism way late over a Power Plant.
way
it was
later.
It was funky,
yeah.
but still it was like strangely like a really effective way for like the first full day of the fest to go down, where it's like everything was kind of a mess. They were struggling to make it all work, and everybody was kind of hustling around, rolling with the punches, trying to figure out what to do to get in the bands that they wanted to see. And you know, things got shifted, and ultimately was pretty delightful.
Yeah, they worked it. They did it. Yeah.
Imagine what that all would have been like if Have a Crew New had been playing and they had gotten sort of pulled into that clusterfuck of what was going on. Like, it's kind of perfect the way it turned out.
Yeah, I agree. That would have, well, there'd been a lot of unhappy people if Have a Crew New would have only played like 2 songs or something like that. You know, it would have
been a total shit show.
Yeah. Okay, where are we at? We're at sorry. Keep forgetting to bring this. Jimmy, how about you?
Yeah, man. Great day. We got there pretty early, saw a little bit of Obscene. We were in the merch line for Lick, which I could hear them really good, and great band. Really enjoyed what I heard there. Benediction was awesome. I mean, I love those old Nuclear Blast bands. I've got a really special place in my heart, and Dave Ingram was just, really carried that band, in my opinion. Great band, but his vocals was like on another level. Great showman, and just a lot of fun. Caught a bit of Svartjern, which was really cool. I kind of popped in and out here. Like I went in for Svartjern, and then there was Asphyx and Chopin. I went and saw like a little bit of all 3 bands, and of course, everybody love the hell out of Asphyx. Great stuff. But like Fan said, for me, Krallis was kind of the big band for me that day, and that was really a fitting replacement for Have a Crew New, who was originally a huge draw for me to because I'm a huge fan of that band. Was bummed that they didn't make it, but being a Westerner, Krallis doesn't make it over here. I've been a huge fan of that band for a long time now, and I really, really love the last like 4 records they put out. And I was glad that they worked out the power issues for them, because they were excellent. And even it was a short set, but I just think that band is like kind of just on another level in terms of like what they can do musically and just what they're doing now, and bringing the synths in. And I love the whole sound of what they're doing at this point. And
sounds like you're gonna get to see them soon though, because I believe they're opening for BI, right? Coming out there?
No, yeah, but that's not coming here. They're not.
They're not?
Yeah. No, BI's not playing here until.
Because they're doing until they're doing Death
and they're doing Fire in the Mountains. So, but either way, it was a really special, for me to see Krallis was huge. I caught, just because there was really nothing else going on at the time, Obituary, and of course, they were doing Cause of Death, and like Wyatt said, I mean, they play all the time. I actually hadn't seen them in a long time, just because like every tour they come here like maybe twice a year, and I just never go. But and that's I'm not a huge Obituary fan, but Cause of Death for sure is my favorite, and it was cool to see them do that. But as you guys all said, Negative Plane, it was it was a bummer that I cut short, but just the 2 songs I got to see was really excellent. It was really weird because I really was kind of committed to seeing Flesh Parade, because the bass player is an old friend of mine.
Right. That's right. Yeah, George, right?
And yeah, George. Yeah, Jorge. And Flesh Parade is I grew up in the same town as those dudes, Metairie, Louisiana. They've been around since my high school years. They've always been on and off, and so it was definitely like a duty to like get there and see them. But like, unfortunately, they were kind of like during the same period that Skepticism was supposed to be playing, and I really wanted to see Skepticism, but Skepticism got moved to the power plant, and I ran over there, and basically stood there for like 45 minutes waiting for them.
Dragged.
And as soon as they went on, man, it was like I watched like one song, and I was like, okay, I got to go do my duty. So I went back and caught a good bit of Flesh Parade set, and it kind of prefaces like coming up the next 2 days, like just the grind bands really killed it. And you know, Flesh Parade, they're just one of those ones, man, that they've always been very underground, and they've always been you know, sort of semi-active. But Jorge, the bassist, I mean, I've known that dude since, you know, the 90s. And you know, I haven't lived in New Orleans, you know, it's been 21 years now. I hadn't seen him in 15 years. So it was like kind of really cool, like homecoming, getting to see him. So as soon as, you know, I got to catch most of their set and standing watching him play bass. And you know, they were a lot of fun. They were the closing band of the night at Soundstage, and that was really cool. Just kind of just like a circle was drawn in a way, you know, with somebody that you've like grown up with. And,
very cool.
you know, have a lot of history with. So, and he's only been playing with them for a couple of years now, but he's been in the scene for a long time. As I was telling, because Logan lives down there now, and he's been kind of meeting like some of the dudes that I used to roll with and shit, you know, so it's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, like overall, like not my favorite day, but there was a lot of really great moments. And you know, for me that day, Krauss took pretty much everything. I think Negative Plane probably was pretty close there too. It would have been really cool to see them flesh out their set, because to be honest, I wasn't really too familiar with their stuff, surprisingly, because you know, their stuff is totally up my alley. So I still need to like really go delve into their catalog. But I mean, you know, the couple songs that I saw, they were really won me over. And then the whole place just went to dark. You know, and it was like, God damn it, you know, because they had,
when that happened, I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have seen a little bit of Pyrexia. I don't know, I think we're still, you know, when Lick played, I was in the merch line, which was kind of long. I wanted to get a side shirt really bad, so, and I knew those were going to go quick. But yeah, overall, really good day. And yeah, besides Krauss, you know, it was a big moment to catch up with Jorge and Flesh Parade.
Yeah, which was interesting because I ran into him then for Cynic. We were standing by the bar. I'm like, just kind of connected with me. I'm like, wait, that dude looks like is your name George or Jorge? But I said, are you dumb American? Is your name George? Yeah, man. And I'm like, hey, Jimmy's around. We never did connect. That was kind of weird. Maybe that wasn't for Cynic. That might have been for Paradise Lost. I can't remember. Anyway, Jam and John has arrived. Fashionably late, of course. Dude, we're on Friday night. You want to run down some of your highlights? And Nick's already kind of given you guys, if I'm not incorrect, you two lovers always kind of go together to all your.
We hold hands and skip to each venue.
There was a lot of skipping. Well, until Nick got injured.
Yeah.
Well, I got injured, so there was less skipping that day.
Yeah,
but we
guys,
definitely
just
held
listen,
hands.
guys. Just wear condoms. That's all. It's all. Just my word of advice. That's all.
Yeah, there was less skipping.
Yeah, but give us a rundown on Friday for you then, and we'll catch up then at the very end with you guys. We'll do our stuff.
Let me look at Friday. Is there still like a thing to pull up? Like,
Well, it's up on the screen.
No, it's not.
Oh,
No, it's not. You just have it on.
Shit.
Sorry, here.
There it is.
Great. Yeah, let's see. Well, the first thing we caught was Obscene, and we know Kyle Shaw from Obscene, and it was a killer fucking set. And I think we watched the whole thing. Did we watch the whole thing? I think we
watched the whole thing, and then went in and caught a braided.
It went in and caught a braided. I don't know. I remember braided being different from what they were. Maybe it was just me, because we didn't. Haven't we seen a braided? Didn't we see a braided? No. Weren't they on Heavy Hell?
No,
or was that Aberration?
So. Yeah, no, you're thinking of Aberration. Aberrated's they're from Cleveland.
All right.
I believe.
Yeah, Abraded was all right. I remember we didn't stick around for a whole lot of it because we wanted to catch Lick.
Yeah.
Lick whooped ass. I think that Lick set, I think it was perfect. I don't think there was a single thing wrong with that. They were super, super tight.
Dude, the guitar tone was so on fucking point.
I need to check them out. Yeah.
You haven't checked out
if you like Dismembering and
Yeah, I didn't come over for them yet. I didn't get there until Benediction. I'm an old man, dude. Leave me alone. You know, it's ageism, abuse. Come on, bro.
Disappointing.
You were drinking enough. You could have come over.
No, Jesus
You felt
fucking Christ.
fine.
Oh, you motherfuckers talking about me like I'm some kind of fucking alcoholic, for Christ's sake. Come on.
No, man, you
Oh.
were in party mode, man. You were geared up. You were just.
Oh, yeah, I was liquored up.
Look, a gin and tonic magically appeared in my hands.
Gin and tonic.
You know what I learned from MDF this year?
What's
I
that?
learned that I need to exercise.
Oh,
more.
shit.
I need to get comfier shoes, something, because I tell you what, by the time we hit even Friday, both of us were like, all right, we need to pace ourselves. We need to go have a seat.
22 bands.
Because and it was only we were only 2 bands in. What do we see next? What, Benediction? I think we spent most of that day at Marketplace.
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah. Yeah, Benediction whooped ass, dude. I've got the greatest video. I know you didn't have such great luck with video, Jeff.
Oh God.
But
don't remind me. That's gonna be on my list of things I fucking hated about MDF 20.
I mean, did you get anything out of that?
No.
Anything out of that camera at all?
Nope, not a thing. Not even a picture. Nope. The pictures were all pixelated. The video was terrible. Just a word to the wise, anyone, that if you really think that you need a 4K camera, do not spend $89 on a fucking 4K camera. You are getting what you buy. It's a piece of fucking Chinese trash. No, you know, not being like fucking hyping that, but it just was garbage. And I literally, and then if you remember Saturday, I ran around the whole early afternoon trying to get storage stuff because, like an idiot, I didn't replace my iPhone until a week after, but that's a whole nother story. But I bought like $80 worth of shit I'll probably never use ever. So yeah, I got nothing out of that. Yeah, terrible. Go ahead, John.
What do I can't read what it says. It's okay.
Atrophy,
Ace-Fix, yeah, Ace-Fix they whooped ass, dude. Everybody we saw, every band I thought was on point that whole fest. I didn't have issue with anybody we saw.
All right.
Yeah, we capped it off with Obituary, and then we hobbled back to the hotel.
Actually,
no, we may have gone to Taco Town, then gone to the hotel.
By the way, did anybody see there was a notice that Taco Town got closed down?
They're closed down indefinitely for a bug infestation.
Bug infestation, and we were all.
I didn't find any bugs in my burrito bowl, but I probably
either,
ate
dude.
them.
We ate Taco Town probably like 5 times.
I ate it twice. Yeah.
So
I got a larvae infestation in my large intestine right now.
I had bad gas throughout the fest, but
everyone had bad gas.
I can attest to that. John did have bad gas. It was pretty awful, but
dude, I farted so many times. Oh my god.
John, real quick.
Yeah.
Any highlight from Friday for you?
I mean, Lick was definitely a highlight.
All right.
100%. Lick, the Obituary set was great. The Benediction was a huge highlight. I thought that was fucking awesome. I'm stoked I finally got to see Benediction.
Dude, again, Ingram,
yeah,
the man.
Yeah. So for me, real quick, I did not get over there until Benediction, which started at 6. So I don't remember exactly what time I got over there. It was probably about 5:30, quarter of, maybe Benediction was just starting. I can't remember, but Thursday night and it was not because I was fucking hungover or whatever. It was because my legs were just unfucking real. I have peripheral neuropathy from the neurological illness that I suffer from, and it was kicking my ass hard by Friday afternoon.
Was it?
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. I was drinking somewhat to help alleviate some of the leg pain that I was dealing with. Probably not a great plan because drinking is sugar, and sugar is converted into, alcohol is converted into sugar. Sugar is very bad for neuropathy. Terrible idea, but I had to do something to kind of get through. It wasn't like I was eating, OxyContins. I don't take those. So, it was rough. So I kind of rested as long as I could into Friday to kind of last into the night because I knew I wanted to be there for Skepticism. So I missed Lick, I missed Pyrexia, I missed all those bands. Benediction was awesome. You guys have already hit it. Like I said, Dave Ingram was like fucking funniest dude by far, the best front man as far as
boat rivets.
Boat rivets. Yep. Atrophy I missed, and I did run into Brian, and I've had him on the show, and I go, hey, Brian, how you doing? He looks at me like he had no fucking clue who I was. He's a big dude, man. He's like fucking tall, like 6. Everybody's big to me. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. Everybody's big to you.
Jeff, I wouldn't dream of making fun of your diminutive size.
No, of course you wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. All 5, 7 3/4 of me is thankful that you didn't make fun of me.
That 3/4 is important, isn't it?
It's goddamn important, man. Especially if you're on like Match.com, you got to be 5'8", man. Come on now. I'm not on Match.com. I was, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I missed Atrophy. We caught a little bit of Sparchin. A couple skate. I don't know. That's a grind band, I guess. That's probably a James thing. James, did I hit you on Friday yet?
No.
Shit. My bad, dude. I'm sorry. I'll come to you last. Asphyx was one of my highlights that I wanted. I just wanted to catch Van Drunen live. He's cool as fuck. That guy is cool as fuck, man.
He walked right past us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right
Super
past
cool
us.
guy. Great fucking front man. Very, very. He said something. I have a bit of a video of it where he's saying, you know, he was thanking the festival and saying, you know, they can't do it without us. Without you, we can't do it at all. So thank these people that, you know, let's have a big round of applause for all. I think he was having, you know, mining for applause for the MDF organizers and the sound people and all the people that make that thing run.
A rare wholesome moment at MDF.
Yeah, right.
You don't come across a wholesome moment there.
You know, that's an interesting point. I'm going to come right back to that. So remind me at the end here. Chapang I missed. I know you guys are into that stuff. It's just not my thing. But Tankard, I had no idea. I didn't even get near them. I didn't get to any of the power plant bands that day. And like I said, it's about choices. But then Jim, I've wanted to see Krallis forever. I know Colin fairly well. Great dude. Met him many times. He's said he'd come on the show, and I haven't gotten him yet. They were really fucking cool because I like how they mix the really weird avant-garde type metal with the more ambient sort of almost Tangerine Dream-esque sort of vibes at times. That more ambient, dark ambient thing. I love dark ambient. So that set was great. Didn't get very good pictures during it though. And Colin was sitting the whole time because I believe he was kind of playing drums and keyboards, right? Like both, right, Dan?
Yes, yeah, and was on maybe 1 or 2 songs, mainly keyboard.
Right. Yeah. Negative Plane I got over with Jimmy. I can't remember Jimmy. I think we went over to that. Oh, I'm sorry. Obituary. Look, man. Look, Obituary is like fucking like peanut butter and jelly, man. Like that's the shit. They are one of the, if not the original Florida death metal band. Maybe not the original, but certainly right there. And that sound, that fucking swampy goddamn guitar tone, I'll take it all day. Yeah, a lot of their albums sound pretty samey, but fucking A, dude, they were amazing. And what was cool during that set was it kind of really started to cool down at that point, and there was an air blowing, and John Tardy's hair. John Tardy's
The
hair.
whole band has great hair.
I mean, that man has he's almost as sexy as I am, but I digress. But anyway.
But he didn't get on all the rides in Cedar Point, so.
Gimli. Yeah, so killer set from Obituary. Negative Plane was cool. Flesh Parade, it probably isn't my thing, although I probably would have enjoyed them in the moment. I don't know this other band, No Go Thula. Did anybody go to any of the Angel Rock Bars band? Because I've never been there yet.
No, we had a buddy recommending Nagathula, but we never got there because, like I said, we tapped out pretty much after Obituary.
Right.
I did want to see Warp Chamber, though. Warp Chamber is pretty savage.
And I wanted to see Oxygen Destroyer and Nomos. Did you guys know Nomos played a second set at the soundstage?
Yeah.
No. Damn it.
I didn't know it either until I saw it on YouTube. Nomos played a second set at the soundstage. They were the to be announced band. They filled that empty spot.
When was Oxygen Destroyer? Was that the next night?
I think so.
You mean
I
Gorgasm. You mean
I think-
Gorgasm.
I think both Oxygen Destroyer and Nomos, at least at the Angels Bar. I think that was on the last day.
Oh, okay. Right.
But yeah,
Jesus Christ, John, you're 2 days ahead. Relax, bro. Chill. All right. And unfortunately, because of the negative plane outage and I think that was the end of for that day. That was the end of Nevermore. Skepticism just took an ungodly amount of time to get started. I think it was almost an hour before they finally went. I will say this, and I don't know the singer's name. I have the album, but I don't remember his name. Is it Morton or something like that? Maybe. That dude's death growl, grumble, whatever you want to call it, is like from the bowels of the deepest of part of Earth. From where midgets come from, Nick. Unfucking real that guy's voice. But by the time they got about halfway into their set, I was so fucking tired. All right, Nick. I was so tired, and I will say, much to my chagrin, I believe that's when I started getting sick. Because we all powwowed up and we caught the end of who did we catch that night, guys? Was that General Surgery? No, that was the next night, right?
Gorgasm.
Yeah, but I didn't catch Gorgasm. I think I caught up with you guys who had been at Gorgasm. I caught up. Yeah, that was what it was. Because Jimmy went over for Flesh Parade. Jimmy, did you see Gorgasm? Are people not hearing me or what? Jimmy, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, okay. Were you at Gorgasm or no?
No.
You said you were over at Skepticism, but you weren't with me because I went to the front. How I don't remember how you, me, and Than connected to walk back, or did we? Maybe I went by myself. I don't remember.
I think it was for Flesh Parade.
Back, it was after Flesh Parade.
Maybe I met you. I'd say after you guys watched them, I met you guys after Skeptic because I was not feeling very well and I was freezing fucking cold. We got back to the room and I told Wyatt this, but I'll tell everybody real quick. Got back to the room. We had, I don't know if we drank or we hung, but we didn't really when we got back to the room, we had beers and things there, but we didn't really like party it up. We were kind of old man in it. We were like ready for bed. But I don't know if I said to you guys, I'm fucking freezing. But I remember putting my sweatshirt on, getting in bed and trying to sleep. And like 45 minutes into it, I was just so cold that I was like really worried. Like I felt like I was like having hypothermia. And I ended up getting in the shower. I think you guys were both out. And I took like a 45-minute, like scalding fucking hot shower. And I finally, my core warmed up to get out. And I stepped out on the floor, and the fucking floor had like literally like an inch of fucking water the whole way across the floor. I'm like, grabbing every fucking towel, trying to mop this shit up because I'm worried that it's going to leak out into the carpet out in the hallway or go through the floor, and Jimmy's going to get nailed with like charges for the hotel room. I'm like, oh my God. So I got that sorted out, and then I was finally kind of able to go to sleep. But, the next day then was my issue with phone storage and shitty camera storage, shitty 4K camera storage, which was a saga unto itself, but which I won't get into, but I ended up having to go all the way out to Timonium, and James, you know how far that is. And I was out at Timonium, and the only great thing about it was I ran across the most insane, and I mean fucking insane with a capital I, taco truck on the planet. It was just fucking chicken and chorizo tacos out the yin yang. It was awesome. They were killers. So
I swear to God, every night we went to bed, it was like either 2:30 or 3 o'clock, and as soon as like the lights went out, I was dead to the world.
Yeah, you guys, boom. Yeah, me.
I'm really sorry I missed that whole shower saga, man. I'm disappointed.
Wow, yeah. I thought about waking you up and see if you wanted to join me, Tham, but I thought that'd be a little weird. I don't know. So.
I mean, the body temperature.
It's MDF, man. Anything's
But
possible.
dude, what happens in MDF stays in MDF. So it wasn't, it wasn't that big of an issue to me. But no, dude, I was freezing, and then I got in bed, and this is probably like 4:30 a.m. And I might have gotten 2.5 hours sleep, and then boom, we're all up again at 10 or whatever. for Saturday's activities, and that's when I'm like, I wanted to go back to bed, but I wanted to try and solve this storage issue so I could take videos and stuff. And I probably need to adopt my good friend Jimmy James, who's like, dude, can't you just watch the show without videotaping and taking pictures? And he's right. I mean, he is right, but no, I can't. So anyway, moving on to anybody got a story on Friday that they want to relay? Or are we all good? Other than Nick burning his, I gotta let him back in.
Other than Nick burning his foot. Yeah.
Okay.
Nick burned the fucking shit out of his foot, dude. Woo.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. He sent me a picture of it. It was pretty gnarly. All right, so Saturday, we're getting there. Hang in there. Yeah, I know Jimmy and Than, you guys booked out fairly early. You wanted to try to catch some of those early bands. Yeah. I guess. Oh, James, I didn't let you go. Fuck. Sorry, dude.
Oh, on Friday?
Yeah. My bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just make it quick. I got there relatively early on Friday. I did not. When I go to festivals like this, I don't count seeing a band if I'm not actually standing and paying attention to it.
Right.
I don't count that I saw them. So I didn't see Obscene because I came in and went straight into the merch line. And so I stood in the merch line. I heard some of it. I had seen them a few years ago on tour. They were playing on tour with Mulder. Mulder was actually opening for them. And they were fantastic. So I knew that it was something I would like to see, but had to make the choice to do the merch line. But anyway, the first band that I actually watched was Abraded in Soundstage. They were fantastic, just dumb kind of clubbing,
knuckle dragon shit.
Death metal.
Did you see their shirts?
Good. Say again?
Did you see their shirts? They said retarded music for retarded people.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I think was that also the guy that said, "Hey, are you guys ready for some pervert metal?"
I don't remember him saying that, but I was ready for it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Woo.
So Abraded first, and then I ran over across the street to catch Ruin Lust because I've really enjoyed their albums and everything. I want to see them, and that was the band that about halfway through, maybe 3/4 through, the lights went out and everything was dark. And so I was up in the balcony on the ledge, and nobody knew what the hell was going on, of course, and everybody had to sort of get ushered out. And so at that point, I figured I'm not going back to Nevermore Hall because I wasn't sure what they were going to be able to fix and when, and I saw it was an unstable situation, and there were so many bands playing on Friday, and it was so, like this with the schedule, that I didn't want to take any chances on sort of getting over there and being stuck in some kind of dumb situation. So I stayed across the street the rest of the time, caught Benediction, and then had a great kind of 3 grind band in a row kind of thing. Saw a couple skate from Ohio. They were fantastic. It took them a little while to get going, but once they really locked in, they sounded great. Chapang used to be from Nepal. Now they live in New York. Played their entire new album, which I had gotten on vinyl a few days previously. So I was able to listen to it a few times. I mean, it's only 20 minutes long, so I could have listened to it 100 times. But, it was nice to be able to hear that a little bit beforehand and then get there and hear the whole album in full. As Than said, the singer was in the pit the entire time, just like hanging out and screaming and having fun. And then that was awesome. And then after Chapang was Haggis, who I had been kind of on the fence about. I like their records. I like their music, but it's a little sort of gimmicky or something.
They're like one of the 3 bands that openly are like mincecore, so might as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, like, how seriously are they taking themselves, and how seriously am I supposed to take them, whatever. But all of that was clarified, and that's just my own sort of thing from looking at albums and stuff. But all of that was clarified by their performance, because the performance was fantastic. They were absolutely like, this is who we are. This is the kind of music we play. This is how we feel about our fans. And it all fit in the context of the set, you know, like how they approached the fan base, the relationship that they were expecting with people getting on stage and doing all kinds of stuff. So I thought it was really great. I did pick up this Haggis t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, nice. I'm not the only one who bought a Haggis shirt. Good.
Yeah, I bought this shirt, which I thought was one of the best designs at the fest, actually. I thought it was just fantastic. Yeah. And when I got the shirt, the singer who was at the merch table at the time, and he was like, hey, if you want a patch or something, you know, it's free.
From what I understand, that guy's like buddies with like the printing company or something. So it's like, that's why he's just like throwing shit at people.
Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, so that's like why.
That's cool.
Yeah, so he was real cool, and that whole set like really sort of brought together kind of the, you know, sort of the brotherhood aspect of going to metal shows and everything in a really nice way. And then went outside to see Obituary, who, as you were saying, Jeff, I would just see them any day of the week. It's one of those bands I've seen, you know, so many times, but any time is the right time. You know, it's like drinking a Coors Light. It doesn't make any real demands on you at all. You just, you know, you can just hit it back anytime and it's all good. I feel that way about Obituary. Yep. And then I went back into Soundstage thinking I was going to see Flesh Parade, but they were bumped to, as I think we've talked about already, bumped to later in the night, and Spartieren was playing in Soundstage. I was not expecting to watch them. They're not necessarily a band I listen to, but I was there and I was like, well, the fates have brought me to this concert, so this is what I'm going to watch. And I watched the whole thing, and they had a much different feel live, much more of a kind of punk sort of even speed metal-y kind of feel live. That was super cool. I was way into it. I listen to them very differently now after having seen them, and then after they were over, watched Gorgasm, and Gorgasm was fantastic.
Was Spartieren, are they Icelandic or are they?
They're from Norway.
Norway. Oh, they are in Norway. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a punk black metal aesthetic, kind of like almost like Motorhead with corpse paint, kind of in a weird way.
Yeah.
Sort of, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool.
It's like Dark Throne without the irony, like modern Dark Throne without the irony.
Yeah, Dark Throne.
Yeah. I was saying during the set that it felt very Dark Throne-ish, a lot of it.
Anybody want to take a guess who Mark Dorcell's talking about? The ego on this guy. Sheesh. Mark, you just don't come around here much, bro. You don't know. You just
definitely
don't.
John. That's my guess.
Definitely John. Yeah. John, could you check?
You fucking.
Sorry. I should have checked my attitude at the door.
God damn, bro.
I'm a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, you don't come around here enough. You got to understand. If you like J-Dog, I'm kind of like the egotistical J-Dog that takes the piss on everything there, bro. Chill the fuck out, bro.
He's Gandork.
Gandork. I am Gandork. That is true. I am
Gandork. This be your next t-shirt run.
Not a bad idea. We might just.
I want at least some partial credit for that then.
Fuck you. I'm not.
Fuck off.
I'm not giving you a dime of that. All right. So we're on to Saturday, and we started going there before I forgot about James. My apology, James. Let's start with. We'll go with Mr. Wyatt here on this one. Let's talk about Saturday and take a little bit of time because I got to go take a pee. I'll be right back.
All right. So I need to just look it up real quick.
Saturday here. I could put. You want me to put it on the screen or do you?
No. I got it on my phone.
All right. Cool.
So what? Saturday. Just going by like the stages, how they pop up. So I had to see Psy. That was a big fucking deal because you know any Japanese band here is like just a rarity. And what was interesting about it, not only was their music, but obviously their stage attire and everything they're wearing and how they present themselves. It was something a lot more vibrant compared to all the dark and brooding stuff of everything before and after it. So that made it all the more special. And I don't know, it's like it was kind of a little adorable just to see their kids like perform too.
Yeah,
just like that was really different, but that's what I expected from Psy. So that was really cool. Just, I mean, the crowd, funny enough, like I know this is going to seem like I'm going off the trail a little bit here, but the crowd was easily like the worst for Psy. And it's like, obviously I know how being around people, it's going to be hectic, but not like, moshing and everyone's like screaming. No, I mean like people were being really fucking petty, believe it or not. And there was this woman standing next to us. And mind you, this is the marketplace. So it's the big one. It's outside. It's like, come on. She's like standing here, like off to the side of me, like by a foot. There's a guy now standing in front of her, shorter than her, wearing a cowboy hat. And this was like the most Karen thing I've ever seen or heard anyone do. And she goes, "Take your hat off. I can't see." Like, you're outside. You're outside telling a guy to take his hat off.
You don't own his skull. That's his skull.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I felt like interrupting and telling that dude to put his hat back on. Be like, bitch, go fuck yourself. Move
over to the side.
Yeah, right? There was a guy standing in front of me, at least a foot taller than me. I moved over by an inch, saw the stage. Like, come on. It was like very like I've never seen such petty behavior at a show. Yeah. And my wife, like, because she's been to she used to be like to anime a lot, and she's been to anime cons, and she kept saying to me, it's like, Wyatt, the Japanese culture just brings out the worst in us. It brings out the dweebs, and like that kind of gave me a little bit of a peek at that kind of I guess mindset. 'Cause it's like I've just never seen such petty behavior. But Psy was really cool. Triptychon, I love that band. I own both records. I had to skip it for another band, which I'll be talking about in a second. But I've seen them live twice. Tom G. Warrior is a fucking goat. He's been around as long as like the originators of anything to do with extreme metal. Plus, I mean, I was going to see him basically tomorrow when he did the Celtic Frost stuff. Yeah, which I just had to like pass up on that, which was not easy. But
hey, Wyatt, just a little note here. Yeah, Tom G. Warrior, boomer. He's 2 years older than me.
He's still kicking them, which is like surprising. I figured by now he'd be like in a retirement home or like not to jinx myself. I thought he'd be like dead at this point, like with Corthon and everyone else. But no,
oh shit,
he's still around.
He is.
I was really heartbroken. I did not see Kronos because of like just getting.
We did.
No, Kronos is special to me because this was like one of the first death metal bands I discovered through YouTube because I didn't know what to look for, but like 12, 13 years ago. So I would look up compilations that people would make because that's when like YouTube allowed people to make like hour-long videos for the first time. And I came across Kronos. It was Colossal Titan Strife, and I was like,
dude, that's the album. That's the fucking album right there.
That I'm really bummed I had to miss out on them. But Cynic I had to see because they were another like band I discovered in high school. And it's kind of weird that Paul Masvidal seems to be so obsessed now at prog rock. He announced like this is their last death metal show, which is like weird because I mean the Florida death metal scene is why you're known, but different trajectory with what they wanted to do. So I saw nothing at Soundstage, which I'm really upset about because I missed out on seeing Warned. Missed out on seeing General Surgery kind of sucks to not see, but like they come every other year for some reason, so I'll catch them eventually. Missed out on Cripple Bastards, which that sucks. Missed out on seeing, oh my god, what's the name of this fucking band? The logo's so hard to read, but it's the one war metal band.
Primitive Warfare?
Yeah, Primitive Warfare. It's just the fucking logo is like, it feels like I'm shoving nails in my eyes. That sucked to miss out on them, but they were selling like dummy grenades or something on their merch stand, which was weird. But the Nevermore Hall, because that's where I caught Arizmenda, which was funny because for some reason that dude was absolutely drunk out of his mind, chugging tequila the whole time.
Oh boy!
And if you don't know, Arizmenda is like really cool, like psychedelic atmospheric black metal from the Black Twilight Circle or whatever. But the guy like got up on like the Raptors and like climbed up on them.
Oh,
and, like,
I heard about that.
Yeah, and I know for a damn fact they are never playing at the MDF again after that. I'm pretty sure they're banned. Then I saw Holder because I was camping. No, it was colder than but we saw Holder, which my wife loved. I mean, it reminded her of Dark and Nocturne Slaughter Cult show. That was cool. Gates of Istar, I had to sit through. Not like that was a bad thing because it's one of the few like early mellow death bands that like aged well. And then Dragged into Sunlight stole the show for me.
Dude,
which,
that set
like,
was so fucking killer.
Yep, no, it was perfection. Like,
wait, who? I'm sorry.
Dragged into Sunlight.
Oh yeah,
that was just the.
I have a story about that.
And I mean, everything about it was perfect. Again, I camped for my spot for 2 hours. I knew it was going to fill up, and it was even all the more special because before the Maryland Deathfest, Dragged sent me this test press of Hatred for Mankind, and there was. What's funny is I have like this internet friend from the UK who knows them personally, so it's like I always get, and I thought he was like bullshitting me at first, like he knew who the guys were behind Dragon, like whatever, but I knew it was legit when he told me, hey, and this was 6 months before it happened, he's like, hey, Dragon into Sunlight is going to sue Prosthetic Records. I was like, what are you talking about? Then it happened. I was like, oh, okay, you actually do know them because you told me it 6 months in advance. So it was like this middleman to how I would communicate with Dragged into Sunlight in some ways. And then he told me, oh, the guy from Dragged wants to meet up with you after the set, which I did. Met up with him, and it was like, it was so surreal for me being like a fanboy seeing him, but like hearing the voice of Hatred for Mankind just talking to me like very like rapidly about like, oh, I had to go through, and he's from fucking the UK, has like this strong British accent, and he's just like talking to me so professionally, and I'm just like, this is the guy who I've been hearing the voice of for like the past 10 years.
Just a quick question: does he actually have a face?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's one of the rare times he faces me.
Okay.
And it was just so crazy to like just to talk to him about normal things for a little bit. But he was telling me, it's like, oh yeah, watch your videos and like you know more about me than I do and all this crazy shit. And it was like
pretty weird.
And it was like this was like the first time in maybe years, like at least a good solid 8 years, I've asked someone to take a picture with. Like, I'm not someone to do that. I always feel a little awkward asking that, but this was like the one time in so long I did. And obviously I can't post it online. I can't show it here because it's like, he's a very private person, but like, I'm so much of a fucking fanboy. Like I got it framed like, and that's like a precious thing to me now. But
Wyatt, I'm just going to interject for a sec. I know exactly what you mean because I'm exactly like that. I don't like asking for photos, autographs, hanging out with rock stars. Not my drip. I get it.
No, of course.
Yeah, no, that's so not you. God.
Yeah.
Not once did I see Jeff do that at all.
Sarcasm alert.
Not 15, 20 times in a day.
Oh, shut the fuck up, John. Who invited you into this goddamn thing anyways? All right, go ahead, Wyatt. Go ahead, wrap up.
No, but that just sealed the deal. I was like, all right, this is perfection for me.
I think we know who your number one favorite set of the festival.
No, that was just beyond obvious for me. It's like all they had to do, because all they had to do was play half as good as the first time, and that still would have blown away everyone else. So,
gotcha.
I mean, I'm gonna see him again next week, and
so am I. Finally,
and even if like fate happens again, because the second time I saw them, this was my third time in Maryland Deathfest this year, but the second time their mic blew out and I couldn't hear the vocals at all. And even if that were to happen again, it would still be fucking worth it. Yeah. So for me, it was Drag stole everything, and everything else was just like extra.
Did you see General Surgery or no?
No, I had to miss out on them, but like again, they come every other year. Okay. They're like the Black Dahlia Murder of the Maryland Deathfest.
Okay. All right, James, I'm gonna let you go this time because that way you don't not wait until the end there. Saturday for you. Nope. You're muted.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. Saturday, got there pretty much when it opened for Father Befouled. I really like that band. I think
Justin Tubbs.
they they love incantation. They
Oh,
really do.
Oh, yeah.
just a little bit.
Just a
barely
little
noticeable.
bit. And I share that with them. I love incantation also. So that works out really well. So when there's an incantation clone or somebody who really, is influenced heavily, I'm there. So Father Befouled was fantastic in their way, doing their thing. I think it's hard to play death metal at 3:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
It's
really.
even worse for black metal bands.
Yeah.
When they did the Edison lot, seeing guys out there in corpse paint in the middle of the
Yeah.
afternoon trying
Kinda
to be
awful.
simple and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of awful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough. But anyway, Father Befouled was great. Head of the Baptist from Belgium were playing in Soundstage, and I went over and caught their set. Really, really good. A really tight band. That was excellent. And then the next thing I caught was Triage. That's kind of a grind outfit from Dallas. And they were very sort of on the political side. They had a great set, really, sort of like Haggis did, sort of embracing the brotherhood of, punk and grind and metal and all that stuff and making everybody feel good and sort of a cult of political arms and all that sort of thing. So Triage was great. Hyrax after that outside. Caden de Pena is one of the true legends of thrash metal. He's one of the most dynamic frontmen.
Yeah.
In the business and has been for years and years. The guy's unstoppable. And he's up there, kicking ass and crowd surfing through the whole set and doing his thing. And then for the rest of the fest, he was there just hanging out. Like late into that evening, I was sort of sitting outside of Soundstage while some other stuff was going on. And he was just sort of hanging out and walked by. And, like I threw up the horns and he was walking by with a bunch of people. I threw up the horns and he walked and he sort of did the same thing, but he didn't just walk by. He like stopped and came over and like fist bumped me and was like, I was like,
Right.
You're a legend, dude. He's like, thanks, man. And it was like so gracious. This guy who's been doing this for so long.
He's a cool motherfucker. Ain't no doubt about that.
Absolutely. Like super cool. So that was great. Hyrax, I've seen them before. Than and I saw them at an earlier Deathfest, and they just blow the fucking roof off the place anytime they play. So that was great. Razor was great. I went in to see Primitive Warfare. They had these banners up on stage, like war banners up on stage, and were doing their sort of war metal thing. And it was, it was really cool. I like that style of music. It's a little samey sometimes, I don't listen to that. Not everybody has to be Rush,
Right.
Sometimes you just want something that's going to bludgeon your head with music. And this was that. So that was great. Then a band I was super excited about is a grindcore band from Italy called Failure. I really like them a lot. I've been listening to them for a few years, and they were absolutely just charming and just super cool. To give you an idea, I bought one of their t-shirts, and I don't know if you have the Italian pizza chains Fazoli's where you live.
We used to.
Yeah. So they
Oh, it's backwards. Hang on, let me do the mirroring thing here.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
There we go. That was me.
That's amazing.
It's pretty killer.
Fuck.
So
They're gonna get sued somewhere along the line.
So yeah, so they had that, and also I got a tour tape.
Oh, look at
This
that.
is number 2 of 25.
Look at you, man. Holy
So there aren't very
shit.
many of these.
Whoa.
But
That's gonna be
Failure,
worth like $2 billion one of these days when Trump's not president. But go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, maybe if Nirvana was on it or something, but
Right,
this
right.
is failure.
They're not.
But they had my favorite piece of stage banter, maybe from the whole fest, when they were playing. At one point, the lead singer says, "Okay, this next song, we wrote it all by ourselves." And they started to play.
That's awesome.
I was like,
Yes.
good for you guys. And they were just super fun. And I talked to the guitar player at the merch table when I was getting the shirt, and I was kind of like, just wondering about the shirt sizes, because if shirts are made in Italy, the sizes are about a size smaller than what you would expect in American shirts.
Right.
So like if you buy an XL in Italy, it's essentially a large here. So I was like, just checking, because I'm a bigger guy. Like, are these Italian shirts or these American shirts? And the guy was like, oh, they're made in America, no problem. And so I was like, yeah, my parents went to Italy and bought me a AC Milan jersey, and I couldn't fit into it because it was the wrong size. So I just wanted to make sure. And he was like, oh, good choice. I love it. AC Milan, great choice. And, we had this conversation about soccer and stuff. So it was really cool.
Good choice.
Yeah, hey. Good
Mozzarella or Parmesan. Okay.
So failure was fantastic. Then went outside for Psy. That was the other band. So the two bands that I was most excited about for this fest, like from day one, as soon as they were announced, was Psy and Cripple Bastards. Those two bands were the ones that like got me off my ass into this festival, because they're two of my favorites. And so I went outside to see Psy. The stage show was unbelievable. It was like absurd and cool and like crazy all at the same time. It was like everything all at once. And like they had these elaborate costumes, and they're, up on stage doing their thing. And then there's like these little girls, like young girls.
I think it's his daughter.
Yeah.
We
We saw them walking around with their mom, like around the fest later.
Yeah.
And one of them has on, corpse paint and is playing this drum. And the other one's just sort of dressed normally over on the other side of the stage, but she's holding a trumpet and just holding this trumpet for most of the set. She's just like standing there. This little girl's just standing there while all this other crazy stuff is going on. It was unbelievable. It was just super fun. Psy was incredible. And then went back inside for Cripple Bastards. I've never seen intensity in a front man like the guy in Cripple Bastards. He just looked like he wanted to kill someone the entire time he was on stage. Like it was honestly scary to look at.
Damn.
Yeah, this guy was unbelievable.
Yeah, his eyes were wild.
Yeah, definitely.
Wide open. I was like, Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely looked like he was in a zone I did not want to visit. Like it was very weird.
So shit.
Yeah. So Cripple Bastards, then Triptychon. Then I went over, and I love anything that Tom G. Warrior touches. Like he's just one of the heroes.
He's the OG, man.
Yeah, like
he's the dude.
I'm certainly not alone in that by any stretch of the imagination, but that music, Hellhammer and Celtic Frost especially, is just so special to me. And then Triptychon I love as well. So I'm always happy to hear them. Seen them like 4 or 5 times. Doesn't matter. I'll watch them play anything. I'll watch Tom G. Warrior read the phone book, on stage. Whatever. I don't.
That might be entertaining.
If he squeezes in an
yeah. So then after Triptychon, went over for Gates of Ishtar, which I really enjoyed. That was a nice. It was just the right mood for that particular point in the evening. And that's the other thing about going to Maryland Deathfest is that you're not just seeing all or some of all, the bands you want to see. Like it's not just about you might have 4 bands at the same time that are all really interesting. And it's not just about deciding which one is the most worthy of your time necessarily. You're also making a playlist for yourself for the whole day.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And at a certain time of day, I might be in the mood for this, but at a different time of day, I might be in the mood for that, given the same choices, So at this point in the day, it was really a good time for me to sort of see something like Gates of Ishtar just laid right in the right place. So I really enjoyed them probably more than I would have any other time on any other day. And then went back over across the street to catch 324, which is a great grindcore band from Japan. They were just like sound checking forever.
Ugh.
It was standing there and like they would just keep sound checking and then they'd play a song, but they were only doing it for the sound check. And so,
Shit.
like start to get into it. And of course it's grindcore. So, you know, like you can't sound check like the first part of a song.
Right. Because it's already over by then.
Song's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, right.
You play the whole fucking song, right? So they're doing songs, but it's only for the sound check, so they don't keep the set going.
That's
so kind of
weird.
Like start and stop.
That's really weird. Yeah.
It was super weird. But after that was over, I was gone. I was spent. I think General Surgery played after that.
They did, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I had seen them before, and I was like, okay, I've seen General Surgery. I do like them a lot, but I at this point I need to conserve energy, so I went back to Rockville.
I just wanted to interject one thing that Wyatt had kind of alluded to. I caught the tail end of what you were talking about with the guy in the hat, but I will say this, like, other than some people coming over top of me during sets where I chose to be on the barrier, so I'm putting myself in harm's way. I mean, that was my choice, and I generally didn't last very long. Like Pentagram, it got stupid, so I got out after 3 or 4 songs. And I don't know what anyone else's experience was, but I literally did not have any moments. And people that know me well, Jimmy, Nick, know I can be a little bit of a hothead. A little bit, just a tiny little bit, just on a little bit.
So small.
And when people fuck with me, I can get pretty fucking scary, like murderous scary. And
parking garage. That's all I gotta say. Parking garage.
Well, yeah, I was pretty pissed off because I sat in somebody's goddamn piss.
Well, yeah, you were pissed on.
I was pissed on, yeah, but
Piss
that's
sucks.
all. Yeah, but
Good old piss sucks.
but the I did not run into any fucking fights, anything. I didn't. There was no uncoolness in this fest for me at all. Not one moment. And I'm kind of mind blown by that. Did anybody have a moment other than it seems Wyatt that where things were a little bit, went south at all?
No, honestly,
I heard about some fight at the soundstage.
Yeah,
I did too, but I wasn't there.
I wasn't either.
That was about it. Like, and I mean, I might as well just take this moment to say thank you to everyone that came up to us, shook our hands, and
yeah,
that was absolutely awesome. But yeah, everyone was super cool. Like, we were all there for the same reason. It was a fun party. It was nothing but smiles and beers and headbanging.
Yeah.
High fives and fist bumps and
dude, it was great.
Metal. All right,
I think I even high fived Jeff once, and it was like, ugh.
I got high five like one time. The whole festival was really kind of disgusting. Yeah,
it was terrible. It was like, oh my god,
who was that guy? Who was that guy? That guy probably committed suicide. Oh, I shouldn't have said that out loud. Oops.
Yikes.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and that is like real quick, and I think of all of us, Nick is probably the most high profile. Well, no, actually, no. Wyatt's probably the most high profile.
Yeah.
Wyatt's got the fucking mega almost 100,000 subs. He's like the
Holy
dude.
shit.
Oh, we're not worthy, but he is. But you do have the biggest channel. I mean, but I do think that Nick is a pretty high pro. Nick and John are pretty high profile because a lot of people do approach them. But Jimmy and I got approached several times. We got drinks bought for us. What was that guy's name?
Rich?
Oh,
the guy that like legit went off and found us Heineken's.
Yeah,
that guy.
The guy at Ramshead.
Super nice dude. I
Yeah,
ran into
that
him
guy
once.
fucking.
Yeah. He got me a beer while I was standing in line for fucking Chain to the Bottom of the Ocean merch.
Yeah, I got
too.
3 beers bought for me. So to all you guys, thank you so very much. And in the interim on Friday, forgot to mention this real quick. I got myself a new dermatologist who has cleared up my neuropathic rash on my leg, which is awesome. Yeah. He knew me and Jimmy from the thing that we did, the Prefest thing. We got talking. We ended up hanging out off and on. Dr. Paul out there. Thank you, sir. He hooked me up with some killer fucking topical steroid that is wiped that shit out in one week. Just so
Damn.
cool. So all right. So Nick, go ahead.
Well, I would say just leave it up with the other screen here because
Oh, you
John
want to
and
do
I
that?
have
Okay.
the same bands.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll cover them. We started Saturday at the start. We got there for Father Befouled. They had a crushing set. We even ran into Justin Subs later. He actually came up and thanked us for reviews.
He came and hunted us down.
Yeah, and I got to talk to him. I was like, hey, you still doing the YouTube thing?
He's a great dude.
Yeah, dude, super nice dude. We had some fucking laughs and joked around, but I asked him if he was still doing YouTube, and he's like, yeah, and all the editing and all that. It gets to be old. I was like, yeah, I totally get it. But yeah, kicked off the day with a great set. They 100% sound like Incantation, but that is never a bad thing in my book.
Right.
Yeah, killer set. Then we skipped both Witch Trap and Head of the Baptist because we went shopping again for more stuff in the mall. Oh, metal. And
which, by the way, I have to interject here. When I met Nick at the first day on Wednesday, we met at Soundgarden over in Fells Point. I fucking shit you not. He had about 12 or 13 CDs in his that he was carrying around like this, against his chest. He pretty much bought every fucking worthwhile metal CD.
He does that.
Soundgarden.
He does
So
that.
Nick,
if you go anywhere with,
I might have.
Nick,
if you go
dude.
in a record store with Nick ever, you have to literally push past him.
You have to.
Where you got to go first, because if you don't, he's gonna buy it.
Unless you're a vinyl guy, then you're safe.
Oh, if you're vinyl, you're safe. I'm not.
I mean, I did find some gems.
Then.
So, all right. Okay, back to the bands.
Yeah, we got back in time to see Triage. Triage might have been my favorite grindcore band of the entire fest that I saw.
Mine too, dude. That set whooped ass.
3 of the dudes in that band were from Kill the Client. And
really?
I was a big Kill the Client fan, but I guess they said the relationship in the band, in particular, the one member that wasn't in this lineup for Triage, had just become toxic. And they said, well, fuck it. They started this new band, and I got to talk to the frontman because I was hoping to get a shirt, but they didn't have any of their shirts there. But he said, like, yeah, I like this band even more than Kill the Client, so I think we're in a good spot. But they had a fucking ripping set. One of the best drummers I've seen in a grindcore band, too. Like, this dude had fucking just flash and style, smooth fucking fills and shit. The dude was great. But, yeah, the energy was awesome.
Rolls were something else, man. Ooh.
And they got the MDF furry into the pit. That was an important moment because when
we
were outside.
The MDF furry. I have a picture here. Jeff, pop up my screen real quick.
Yeah.
Jeff, pop up my screen real quick.
Okay. Yeah, pop on John's
pop on my screen real quick. I'll show you. There you go. That guy.
Oh, that dude. All right. Okay. I didn't realize that was him. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, we saw him during Father Befouled set. And I was like literally just looking around the crowd. It was like, what the fuck? And I was like, hey, there's a furry. And of course, John just got his phone out. Yep. He was inside, like on the stairs to like the higher level in the sound stage, rocking out. And then the singer spotted him and was like, listen, I love all of you guys. You guys have been great energy. I need one thing though. I need the furry in the pit. And dude obliged him. Got in there.
Oh shit!
I have a video of it.
That's crazy.
But yeah, killer energetic show. Like that was one of my favorite sets at the soundstage easily. Then after that, we hit up Hyrax. Hyrax was incredible. Like Caden, that dude is just a ball of energy, and he's like what, almost 60 or 60?
Yeah, he's older than me.
Dude,
I think he is 60, 61.
And just belting out those vocals, man.
Didn't he fucking crowd surf on a goddamn blow up?
Yeah.
A couple of times.
People were hoisting up, and he was just like, just fucking, and the fucking set was just like rapid fire, man. It was just vicious.
He's a legend. He's a fucking legend, man.
He is. We checked out a bit of Pathetic Corpse. Honestly, it was kind of let down by him just because I couldn't hear the guitars because their bass was up so goddamn high. Like, it drowned out almost everything. It was so fucking swampy. I was like, not feeling this one. And then I think we skipped Razor to get a good spot for Kronos because Kronos was one we weren't going to miss. and Cronus' set crushed.
Yep.
Like, dude, technical, blasty. It was like French suffocation. It was so goddamn good.
And
And
that drummer was a beast too. Holy shit!
and the best
When they
part,
started, wasn't the drummer like a teenager or like 12 years old? I remember reading like he was
I
super,
don't know about that.
stupidly young.
Dude's good. Dude is stupid
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were tight as shit. I mean, like, they're like one of the tightest sets I think we saw in terms of like death metal bands.
They're very like Cryptopsy sort of Florinier
Yeah.
sort of vibe.
Decapitated a little bit too. Yeah, just killer. And let's see, after Kronos, we just stayed put. 'cause
Sorry, with
Cynic-
Kronos. Yeah, the drummer was 13 when he started. With,
Holy
Jesus.
yeah, he was 13 if you look it up.
wow.
Born
Unbelievable.
81.
I think
He
I-
was born. It says born 81, and he joined Kronos at 94, so that would make him 13.
Damn, dude.
I was still watching cartoons and then eventually learning about weed.
Yeah.
You skipped one, Nick.
Yeah. Oh,
You
what do we?
skipped Mephetic Corpse.
No, I brought them up. They were too muddy. Remember, like the bass was up
yeah.
so damn high. But we stuck around just because we're like, I'm not leaving because Cynic's up next and they're gonna be amazing. And this was gonna be John's first time seeing Cynic. Had seen him twice before,
And it was awesome.
yeah.
And John got to meet
Paul Masvidal.
later.
Yeah, it was. I was mind blown. I wasn't ready.
Maybe a little bit of pre-cum. I'm just saying.
I think there was a little bit of a Woody going on there.
Oh, dude, it was instant.
Yeah. Tiny chub. Yep.
But dude, they had an amazing set. It was strange seeing the setup though, with Max just doing vocals,
just singing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wait, where's his guitar? Who's this other guy?
I was kind of surprised because when I talked to Paul out in San Francisco at the Emperor gig the weekend before, I'm like, hey, are you guys gonna do like a 3-way guitar thing? He's like, fuck, I didn't even think about that. He's like, I have to check with him and see if he wants to bring his. It didn't happen, sadly, but they hadn't even thought about that. And I'm like, bro, you gotta do like fucking Veil of Maya with 3 guitars or something, man.
Oh,
it didn't happen, but anyway, yeah.
New drummer, solid.
New drummer is the drummer for Gorguts. Michelle
Yeah.
Langer, super cool guy, super awesome dude.
Yeah.
Really, really fucking little known story here. I know I'm fucking doing my doing my rock star flex thing here, but Paul and I are buddies, and he told me that Michelle had 1 rehearsal with the band live. That was it. To play
That's real.
What's that?
That's fucking ridiculous.
1
Jeez.
rehearsal. And he was only contacted a week before the gig saying, "Can you do it?"
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Dude's a machine.
Well, when you're good.
Trying to cop Sean Reinert stuff, not easy
Dude,
for anybody.
No.
Yeah.
But 1 week and 1 rehearsal, it's kind of crazy.
So we of course we made it for Psy. Psy was one of my favorite performances of the entire fest. It was like kabuki theater and fucking like black metal combined.
Yeah.
I love, and again, we saw him walking around. We saw Dr. Mechanical walking around with her kids earlier, and full disclosure, I've had a crush on Dr. Mechanical for years. But yeah, like it was like, what's going on there? Because the kids were all painted up too. I was like, all right. But yeah, their whole stage show was wild and vibrant and over the top. Mirai he's such a musical oddity. I fucking love him. Their set was all over the place.
He's a great flautist. Let's just put it out there. He's like the Ian Anderson of black metal.
And then Mechanical comes out with the fucking saxophone, and like she's doing like saxophone harmonies with guitars, and there's like I tried explaining what Psy was to someone. I think actually earlier today I was like, listen, Psy is Psy.
Kind of impossible.
Yeah, I was like, listen, do you like black metal, thrash metal, death metal, acid rock from the 60s, kabuki theater, maybe a bit of grindcore, progressive metal? I don't know. It all kind of comes at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but it's awesome. And
It's
one
very
of my favorite.
Very Mr. Bungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
But it's a
They're
different
fun.
combination of things.
But
the way
honestly,
that
kind of cooler. But honestly, for me, a little bit cooler. Honestly, I like Bungle, but I
they
really
have
like.
the theatrical thing.
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. They're better with melody, I think. Like
Yes.
they're not as like so bonkers and trying to just like weird you out all the time. Like they know how to do it with like melody and just really creative songwriting. Like again, the band's just nuts. But after that, we went to go see Cripple Bastards. We caught part of their set and then realized our feet were hurting. My foot was on fire.
Literally.
Yeah. I'm gonna fucking brand your hoof the next time you see it, and you're gonna walk around the fucking fest.
Okay.
But
I hear you, tough guy.
we decided to sit down right by the power plant so we could at least hear all of Paradise Lost set.
Yep.
They sounded amazing. Dude, Nick Holmes was fucking crooning so
Fucking
beautifully.
insane, so good.
Dude, I mean, Draconian Times is an amazing album.
Ugh.
Have you heard the new single? Holy shit.
I have. It's really
New
good.
single bangs.
Yep.
But yeah, that was our break, but we still got our music in. We skipped Triptychon because I wanted to see the Triptychon set for Celtic Frost anyway. So I was like, all right, if we have to make a decision here, let's skip this one and get in there for fucking Wormed. And fuck me, Wormed was nuts.
Hold on a sec. I thought you went into Dragged.
Oh no, Wormed was up first.
Yeah, Wormed
Oh,
was.
I'm sorry.
No,
All right,
it's,
you're right.
yeah, I just it's because I camped for drag, so I missed out on a lot. So there was still a lot.
You're
of
right,
things I
you're
couldn't
right.
see.
We should have
Right.
camped for Drag. We
You,
were
Wormed
pinned
was
against the fucking
nuts.
wall.
That's my bad. I was thinking of Wormrock. Go ahead. Never mind.
But yeah, Wormed was insane. Like crazy again. Like probably the drum performance of MDF for me. Just watching this dude, like the bizarre time signatures. It was like Cripsopsy on fucking bath salts. It was nuts.
And the stop on a dime transitions, dude. I mean, these guys were on it. If they didn't have a click in their ears, I'd be man.
Yeah,
They probably did.
They were insanely heavy, insanely technical. Again, like it just. I mean, if you're a fucking like longtime fan of Worm, you know exactly what they sound like. They sounded exactly like they do on their albums, if not a little bit better. Then we made it over for Dragged in the Sunlight. And again, we should have camped out. Wyatt had the right idea because we were pinned against the fucking ramp on the side.
No.
And on the back of the ramp at that.
Yeah.
Like it was
like we were standing unevenly. Like I was trying to like lean. So like, all right, this hurts less. It didn't.
But Nick, in all fairness, given your athletic prowess, I mean,
oh yeah, well there's that, and carrying around this tremendous penis that I have. But
is that what they say about it? Is that what they say?
Yes, they say it's absolutely huge.
I doubt that, but go ahead.
No, boy, you haven't seen it anyway.
Thank fucking God, too.
Well, Jeff was busy hobnobbing and saying, "Oh no, I'm gonna go catch Dragged in the Sunlight." Like, yeah, right. Okay.
I now look back on that moment, and you did say to me, "Dude, we're going in for Dragged. You really should come see this." And I'm like, whatever. Yeah, I'll be in.
I got this gin tonic in my hand.
I was being a little bit of a star fucker that night, hanging out with my boys in Horrendous and
Dude,
Paul Masvidal and people that I know. Yeah,
it was pure suffocating darkness.
Yeah.
My God, that candelabra they had out front,
insane.
Was like 8 feet fucking wide or some shit. They had skulls across all the speakers. And I liked how they did like the lighting very minimally. Like that was a really cool effect. Like it would come in on certain accents and be like a lightning strike, like right in front of you.
The strobes, and then with
strobes,
that effect they had that looked like sunlight coming down. That was really cool.
But my God, the sound, like their set was punishing.
Here's the thing. I get to rectify that Friday night.
Oh, okay.
Well, I get to see him in Philly.
They were playing in Detroit tonight, but I had my niece's recital, and she's
available. That was tonight?
Go.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was tonight at the Sanctuary. But yeah, that was honestly one of my favorite sets of the entire fest. I was pissed when they dropped off in 2024. Like, fuck. but this was it kind of coming full circle. What, dude? Like, it's one of the heaviest things you will ever fucking experience. I think.
I'm stoked. I can't wait.
Yeah,
did you catch General? Did you catch General or no?
We did.
We left like probably around the last song of Drag's set. Like, all right,
fun.
we can catch a little bit of General. We caught like 3 or 4 songs.
Yeah.
We didn't get to catch General Surgery last time we were there, so like we got to catch him once. It's General Surgery, and yeah, they.
But we caught Hemorrhage. I mean,
That's pretty much the same thing. Yeah,
pretty much the same stage.
Spanish.
Show.
All right, Than, how about you? What you got?
Well, I saw the better part of 16 sets on Saturday.
Damn,
Jesus Christ!
you were not fucking around, my friend.
No, man, I'm going for volume, dude. Come on,
Going
give me a
hard.
break.
Going hard. Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. I saw Father Befouled, Head of the Baptist, Witch Trap from Medellin, Colombia, which was cool because I got to go to Colombia for the first time in February with my band, which was fun. Witch Trap, I'd been looking forward to just because South American bands, it's always kind of like, they always have 1 or 2 South American bands on the lineup, and it's always interesting to see. And Witch Trap was cool, and a bunch of the dudes from the band ended up standing in front of us at some point later that day, and everybody was coming up to hang out with them and stuff. So it was cool. Triage had no expectations for them, did not even plan on seeing them when they started, but I wandered into Soundstage for that, and they were a big surprise for me. Really badass, but people have talked about them a lot. One of my favorite things about MDF in general is there is always, at some point, I want to say like halfway through the day or a third of the way through the day on Saturday, there's always like a kick-ass, fucking incredible, energizing thrash set that just like wakes everybody out of their like sun-baked stupor.
Yeah.
I remember one year was Solstice, and it absolutely blew me away. This year, I've seen Hyrax before, but it was Hyrax this year. A lot has been said about Caton, and I will say more because the dude is just a fucking legend. He's the hardest working guy in thrash. He runs their Instagram accounts and like replied to stuff I posted on, just incredible. And they're not my favorite band to listen to in terms of like albums, but to see them live, holy shit, like never miss Hyrax live. Like that is the rule of a thrash fan. If you have the opportunity to see Hyrax, doesn't matter if you've seen him 5 times, go see him again because they're killer.
Yeah.
People said a lot about Kronos. I was in a weird case with that because they were almost simultaneously with Ars Menda, and I was a huge like Black Twilight Circle, Rhinoceros, and like back 15 years ago, and I've never seen any of those bands because they don't really play live if you're not in like Southern California or whatever. And it was cool to see them. It was definitely like very much like a performance art sort of thing.
I couldn't tell if it was or like that guy just wasn't into it, because when he's doing the sound check, it just seemed like he was like, whatever. Like, I don't know if like he was about to get drunk or he was here.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it was weird.
I think it must have been a combination of the two things. Because I don't know, that scene, it seemed too baked into what their stage show is, like the way he was like writhing around on the floor and stuff, for it to be just 100% he's just drunk, and the band seemed to be pretty okay with him
laying off
climbing
the
up onto
screaming.
the second level, and like sort of they just kept doing their thing. And I think it would have been a little weirder if he was just flat out drunk. So I don't know. It was a cool experience. And if it is indeed their last time to ever perform in the city of Baltimore or whatever, I'm happy to have been there. And if it meant missing a few Kronos songs, so be it. It's MDF. You got to make these choices.
Wait. I have a question. Yeah. So what was going on when you make that statement? Because Wyatt said it kind of too. Like, was he profane to What was going on that you say if it their last performance ever? You just don't think the
it's not safe
He was the
for
rafter
him,
climber,
for
right?
anyone to be doing what he was doing.
Well,
he was
yeah, I
climbing
know.
up on the balcony. Like if he had
Yeah, I
fallen,
saw that shit.
he would have
Yeah.
broken something. Like there's
But if he'd
no
have
way
fallen, he
would.
might have injured a lot of people. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And they probably have to sign waivers.
Of course.
To perform, they have to say that they're not going to do certain things, and
Right.
I can't imagine that the type of things that he was doing wouldn't be the kind of things that are on a waiver like that.
So he went over and above the stupidity level.
He went over and above everybody on the floor, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Literally.
It was very like in the Gigi Allen realm of like.
Okay.
I mean, he wasn't throwing his shit everywhere, but
Okay, I was going to say
thank goodness for
right?
that. Yeah, thank goodness for that. Yeah.
But it was that kind of vibe, and
Okay.
they were definitely like the one band I saw at the entire festival that like somebody did that kind of thing. So I was really happy to have been there for that. I saw a little bit of Orange Goblin set. I'd never seen them before, and they sounded, the rollicking stoner doom band that they are, and I was happy to finally got to see them. They're not a band that of that scene. I haven't listened to them nearly as much as I've listened to say Sleep, but and they're a little bit more of a songy sort of band than Sleep is. But
their early stuff's pretty doomy.
Yeah. Cynic, obviously, we've talked a lot about Cynic. I love Cynic. I mean, that's my bread and butter. I'm a '90s prog death metal guy. And I to get to see them perform Focus all the way through. I've seen them once before doing a more mixed set, but I mean, Focus is a pivotal album for me. It was great. It was killer. I love Paul Masvidal, and it was great to see him doing the thing that he's doing these days, which is like, every bit as solid and awesome as he's ever been, but he's a different person now than he was in the mid '90s. So it's cool to see him being him and totally shredding and putting a good band together. Psy, we've talked a lot about Psy. I loved getting to see him. I did come away with one of these babies, which I'm really
I got one.
Very nice.
Nice.
Oh no, I didn't get that one. I got the other one. Yeah.
That's
right.
the cover to the demo collection they put out.
Stuff if possible. Got that. Saw Paradise Lost too. I'm not the most massive Paradise Lost fan. I've never seen them before. They've been a huge band ever since I've been listening to metal, and cool to get to see them perform that album. I think honestly, I like a lot of their newer stuff better because Nick is kind of mixing up the vocal styles and there's more variety. I was listening to their most recent album today as well as their new single, and I'm like, I love Draconian Times, but this is what I want to hear them do. But they sounded awesome doing Draconian Times, so I'm super, super stoked about that. Triptychon I love Triptychon, huge Tom G. Warrior fan. Seen them a few times at MDF at this point. But I got to say, definitely my band of the day, and definitely one of my top 5 sets of the festival was Gates of Ishtar. And I have this shirt that I got there.
For you.
Also,
Yep.
Nice.
And shout out to our buddy Tyler, Alaskan Berg Wanderer, who I know is a huge Gates of Ishtar fan. We were thinking about you, buddy, when we were watching them. They were tight, so tight. You could hear all the 2 guitar stuff very clearly. Just an awesome set. Their frontman super charismatic. Really, really great set to watch. They're not a Gothenburg band. They're from kind of the opposite corner of Sweden, but they have a lot in common with those melodic death metal bands from the 90s that were their contemporaries. And they were just awesome. They blew me away, honestly. Like, I'd listened to a little bit of their stuff going into this. You know, I've never, much as I've listened to, you know, Dark Tranquility and At the Gates, but at this point, after seeing them live, like, they will always be in that playlist for me, for sure. I was super impressed with their musicianship and their, you know, how well rehearsed they were going into this. And I'm going to be doing new stuff potentially. So I'm really excited about that.
So pretty much a mellow. Are they pretty much mellow death?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Which they might have been like.
I mean, they're one of the few mellow death bands that actually aged well. Because
I was going to say they probably are one of the few mellow death bands that even. Was there any other mellow death at the fest? I can't think of anybody.
Yeah, all the
really.
other Swedish death was more HM2 stock stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
They aged well because they stopped playing when all the other bands were doing questionable things and kept playing. So, yeah, Gates of Ishtar. Then I pivoted over to Soundstage, saw 324 and General Surgery. And General Surgery was also, I'd never seen them before. An absolute delightful way to end the day, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And I kind of thought their frontman was like a Mikael Åkerfeldt, but with bloody clothes and no guitar.
That's accurate.
That's pretty nice.
He was awesome.
Jimmy, how about you? Do you need the list up or no? You're muted, dude. Do you need? You're still muted.
Still muted.
No.
Nope. No sound.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh no.
You try like rehooking up the mic.
Check your spinning wheel down there, the little settings wheel. Double check your input on audio. You were fine. You must have muted. You double check. I didn't mute you on my end. No, you're not muted on my end. Nothing. Maybe pop back out and pop back in. Want to try that? I'll go quick. You pop back in and we'll wrap Saturday and then do Sunday. But you were fine earlier. Nope.
Negative.
Pop back out and come back in. I'll cover for you. Okay, so for me, and you know, I'm the most important guy here. Just saying. Anyway, it's a joke for fuck's sake, people. It's
not wearing my boots.
Joke. By the way, check out my killer shirt.
That's a good shirt.
That's a good shirt. All right, real quick while Jimmy's doing his thing there. So because I'm an old man and my legs were fucking driving me insane, and I also ran out to Timonium, tacos, you know, whatever. We went through that shit. I did not get over there, and god damn it, you know, Than, you kind of made me feel really bad. Like, I'm just gonna say, you didn't make me cry, but I was kind of on the verge of
my number one.
I missed Hyrax, and I'm kind of feeling pretty bad about it. But I missed all these bands all the way up through Razor. Gotta admit, I'm not a Razor fan, man. I think every one of their albums sounds exactly the same. So I didn't. Oh, shut the fuck. But I wanted to see Kronos, and they were fucking killer, man. They were awesome. Kind of Gorgutsian at times, maybe not quite as angular and dissonant, but pretty damn close. Very killer band. And I stayed there because, you know, this band here, Cynic, means a ton to me. Did I have to mention I know Paul? Anyways.
Wait, wasn't this when you ran into that dude when you were getting a drink?
Yeah, so we get there and we're standing over there hanging out, and there's a whole bunch of us YouTubers and people coming up to us going, oh yeah, you know, and I'm introducing, I think we had Damien from Horrendous had grabbed me, and I was introducing him to all you guys, you know, that he didn't know. And I turned, I'd had one gin and tonic by then. One fucking drink. Just one fucking drink. That's all. And I went to turn to run to go
Well, no,
grab
you,
another one.
you were walking backwards like, I'm going to go get another drink. You know, you
Yeah.
wanna do
I was
a little
walking.
bit of a sachet
I was
backwards.
sashaying backwards, and if you know my condition, that's not an easy thing to do.
I mean,
But
you were executing it at a pretty high level.
I was definitely executing at eye
with
level.
the spin around.
And I spun and turned and went to charge at the fucking bar, which, by the way, Celeste, if you're watching, your boy here, I'm just saying. Anyway, that was pretty creepy.
Yes, it was.
I went to turn to go to get a drink, and this dude was approaching, not to talk to me, but to talk to Nick and John, of course. And I turn and I fucking slam right into him. Beer goes everywhere. I mean, like, I actually crushed his fucking beer can in his
You
head.
did.
Yep.
You
It
did.
went all over me, all over my shorts. I'm like, great, man. You know what it didn't do? It did not deter me from that gin and tonic. That's what it did.
No, you
I
can't
wish
let
I would have got it
that
on
gin and
film.
tonic.
I wish you would have too. Not really. But anyway,
Man.
so Cronus, fantastic, really cool band, which I have to admit I didn't know a whole lot about, so I'm kind of glad that I got to catch that. Cynic, dude, man, come on, man, just goddamn fucking awesome band. I thought it was very, just like when they went out with Atheist 2 years ago, they did what do you call it? The fuck, I'm blanking on the word. What's that thing when you do something in the middle of something, please, Dan?
Interlude.
Interlude. They show Sean and Sean, and they made sort of a key point to talk about that. Again, Michelle Belanger, amazing on drums. We didn't know it at the time because we found out about it a few days later when it was made, public knowledge that Matt Lynch had been let go. And again, one rehearsal and 1 week to prepare. So Michelle, if you're watching, dude, absolutely amazing. The best part of it for me though was having Max back, man. Max he can do that Tony Teagarden, Chuck Schuldiner thing so goddamn well, and it sounded amazing. So amazing that at the end I went over to where the band were leaving the stage, because I had to do a little star fuckery. And I was talking to Max and talking to Paul, and I suddenly remembered, Cy. Hang on, Jimmy, coming. All right, Jimmy's back. Jimmy, you want to give us a heat check?
Check.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, there he is.
All right, I'll wrap up and let you wrap up Saturday then. So Cynic, fucking mega. Well, I mean, they're a fucking, to me, they're a pivotal band. They're one of the very first death metal albums I picked up was Focus back in 2000, 2001. Yeah, I'm a little late to the scene, bros, because, I'm fucking really old and was listening to metal when you guys were in your fucking diapers, yo. But anyway, Cynic, amazing. I ran over to get to see Cy, and unfortunately, I did not get a great spot for Cy. It was okay. It wasn't bad. But, man, like you guys already talked about, there's nothing to say. The only thing nobody mentioned, Gene fucking Simmons on lead guitar, bros. That's all I got to say. Gene Simmons on lead guitar. It was amazing. He had the thigh-high boots with the dragon things. It was amazing. Fucking amazing. They were, to me, Cy was one of the 2 or 3 things I was looking forward to the most. They did not disappoint.
No.
As Nick said, it's kind of thrash, punk, black and thrash, black metal, progressive metal. I will tell you, the latest album, Shiki. Now they've redone. What's the latest album that's coming out?
Hangman's Hymn.
Thank you. They've redone that, and I
Yep.
like it. Jimmy, do you have? Somebody's got. There's a little bit of an echo there. We all right? I think we're all right. Shiki, the latest Psy album. It's a goddamn fucking masterpiece.
Oh yeah.
End of story.
Mike Heller's drum performance on there is fucking.
The whole thing is just fucking masterful. Nothing was going to keep me from seeing Paradise Lost. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I love that band. They're one of the critical bands for me. The Peaceville 3 means a lot to me. It's where I always hang my hat for the most part, coming into that Death Doom stuff. And I will say this, and I don't know who all was there. I don't think Jimmy made it over. Than, you said you were there. I gotta say, I think that during Paradise Lost, the singing of the crowd was the best that it was on any other set that I heard. Everybody was singing those songs, from Hallowed
Agreed.
Land to you name it, man. It was just fucking, every song was, incredible. And I love Greg McIntosh's guitar tone. He looks super healthy. Nick sounded fucking amazing, man. One of the greatest frontmans in death metal for me. Death Doom, Nick Holmes, end of story. And they were amazing. And then I hightailed it over for Triptychon. Got there as they were starting Goetia. Wyatt already said it. Than said it. Everybody said it. Tom G, man. Enough said.
He's the man.
Dude's a fucking legend, man. He is a legend. And he's kind of funny when he's on stage. He kind of goes, oh, I see there is someone from Switzerland. Yeah. It's like, dude, somebody could just held up a Swiss fucking flag. You don't know they're from Switzerland. But whatever, dude. It's all right.
All you have to do is go, ugh, and I'm happy.
And the only thing that had me a little bit weirded was, I love V Centura, man. He's fucking cool as a cucumber. Vanja, I think, was it Vanja what's her last name?
I don't remember her last name. I remember
Stange or something like that.
Very attractive.
She's super cool on stage. Kind of like Becky from Merciful Fate. Like, great to see women playing in a death metal band like that. Super cool. And the one thing I could not determine until much later on was whether Hannes was on drums, but it was Hannes. So, and finally, sorry, go ahead. Say again.
To tell with the corpse paint.
Yeah, he had the corpse paint on, and his hair's longer. So, and last but not least, general surgery, because your boy here kind of was a douche and misdragged into sunlight, and I missed Gates. I swear I walked in for Gates with Jimmy, but I don't know. Jimmy, you were in there for Gates, right? Or
yeah.
No? Didn't I come in for that and then leave? Like, I couldn't.
Oh, you did.
Maybe I did catch a little bit. But the bottom line was, we were drinking tequila shots outside.
I wasn't drinking that.
Oh, no, I was drinking.
Is it we now?
Shots. Well, the horrendous guys were drinking tequila. We were drinking tequila and whiskey. I'm just saying. And, I'm kind of a star fucker. But anyway, moving on. And yes, I mean, now it really sounds like I'm an alcoholic. But it was too much fun out there. I did make a mistake. Wyatt, please absolve me of my guilt. I missed Sunlight, but I'm going to see them Friday night. It's all good. And general surgery, man, fucking fun. Like Carcass with a little bit more grind in it, like early Carcass, and blood and guts and hemorrhage. Like, it was fucking fun. And again, I will make it very clear, I will never be a grind guy Monday through Friday in my car or at home. But man, I got to tell you, when you end the sets, when you end these nights at MDF with those great grindcore bands, nothing beats that shit. So, all right, Jimmy, how about you, bud?
Yeah, man. You can hear me now?
Yeah, we're all good.
All right, cool. I'm going to wrap real quick here. I have to get up at the Ass Crocodile tomorrow. So,
sorry,
just really quickly, man, that triage set was probably my grindcore set of the whole thing. I mean, absolutely amazing. This day was like really about the grindcore bands for me, but
yeah,
Triage, man. I mean, that's a band to keep an eye on. I'm not even really a big grindcore guy, but like I really enjoyed their set. There was a lot of fun, great drummer, just amazing. Everything this day was so much fun. There was a lot I missed too. I really wanted to see Primitive Warfare. Missed them completely. I really wanted to see Imperial Crystalline Entombment, but I wasn't going to miss Cynic. And the Cynic set was great, as everybody said. One of my favorite bands. The side set, there it is.
Hey, real quick interjection. So no one saw Imperial Crystalline.
Nope.
That's weird.
I would have liked to, but I wasn't going to miss Cynic.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like Halder, I've seen a couple times. I really love that band, but Cripple Bastards, wow. I mean, they were like early Dillinger meets grindcore. That's what they were. Absolutely amazing. Really fun, just really intense. And Gates of Vishtar, really enjoyed that. It was cool, like a different kind of. They don't really have melodeath kind of stuff, and most melodeath doesn't really fit the Deathfest. But Gates of Ishtar was awesome. I'm kicking myself a little bit for missing Dragged in the Sunlight, because I just for me, I just don't really resonate with the band. I've tried, and it doesn't really do anything for me. So but at the same time, I wish I would have seen them. Maybe my mind would have been changed, but I wasn't going to miss General Surgery because they don't come out here to the West ever. So, and that was a party. The next day was absolutely amazing. There was so much good stuff.
Tear into Sunday for us.
Yeah, I mean, Severus. And I'll never forget, dude. We're every morning, just like, okay, no drinking today. No drinking today. And then fucking we're sitting there.
Hold on 1 second before you carry on.
We're sitting there for Severus, and he's like, all right, I'm going to get a cocktail. Boom, right into the fucking guy, dude.
Yep.
That was all right. That was Severus that happened.
Hold on.
I thought it was Kronos.
Hold on, I got it. That was Kronos. I have to correct things here.
Was it Kronos or was it Severus?
Yeah, it was
I can't
Kronos
remember.
on Saturday.
It might have been Severus because we were
we were
up close for Severus too. That might have been it
had to
too.
be close because we were right by the bar.
Hold it. I am not going to be patronized this way. I'm not going to be fucking told this is what happened. I only said I wasn't drinking on Sunday. I never said it for Saturday. I never said it for Friday or Thursday or Wednesday.
Said every goddamn morning, motherfucker.
I never fucking did. You are lying. I said it for
every
Sunday.
morning. You wake up, you're like, oh, I'm all right.
Man,
no
I probably shouldn't drink today. No, you shouldn't.
Because we would talk to you on the phone before you went to bed, and you're like, I'm not working. I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking at all.
You guys are full of fucking shit because I have those text messages, all right?
No, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened, everybody.
100% what happened.
I said on Sunday I wasn't gonna, and I showed up for Incantation, and Than had a beer, and I'm like, all right, give me that fucking thing. So go ahead, Jimmy, go ahead.
And as soon as the Severus set was, wow. I mean, that's a band that
that guy.
I mean, I really, really dig that band.
That front guy is amazing.
Yeah, really killer. Just, I mean, they're kind of like one of those modern, death metal bands that's doing it right. They've got the modern production, but they've still got the atmosphere and the feeling to it. With Rick playing guitar, totally Rick, unbelievably Rick. But yeah, that was so funny. He's just like, I'm gonna get another cocktail. Boom. Right in the guy, and then the guy hangs out with us for the next 20 minutes or whatever. The poor guy, man.
Jimmy,
I was thinking
I watched
this
happen in real time. It was amazing.
We got to buy this guy a beer for Christ's sakes, But
hang on,
man, the Gutalax set was killer.
Oh, dude, it was so much fun.
Unleashed for me because I've never seen them and I've been a huge fan for a long time. But ultimately, Campfire and the Campfire set was wow. I mean,
yeah, it was surprisingly better than
Enslaved Light in a way. But Campfire and Cult of Fire.
Oh
wow.
God.
I mean,
the
Cult of Fire set was the way to go out, and I left during the last song just to go catch 2 songs of Worm Rot.
Just so you all know, Rick was not with us, but he was
there. He is.
Us.
Yeah,
there he is, right there.
Yeah,
Rick Contreras, everybody, Dreadful Minutes on lead guitar. He was there.
The Severus minutes.
But I was really bummed to have to miss most of Worm Rot for Cult of Fire. But
yeah,
man, that Cult of Fire set was.
Dude, I'm so glad you pulled me in for that shit.
Absolutely amazing.
Amazing.
Yep.
The
I
pictures
bought all their
saw,
CDs. Really just that's the kind of stuff I really love. So you guys, man, it was an amazing time. And,
Hey, what else did you grab swag wise? Anything you
It
want to show
was.
off quick?
I bought like a couple of shirts, but I don't have them here.
You don't have them,
Size
yeah,
shirt,
okay.
Cult of
Okay.
Fire shirt, but I tried to go pretty, minimal because I already spent so much goddamn money to get over there to the East Coast. But
We
yeah,
got
you guys,
man.
it
We
was
got you, boo. We got you.
absolutely amazing time. You guys were so much fun. Wyatt, I'm sorry I didn't get to see you, during the time, but like we're all there in spirit and wow. I mean, absolutely amazing. I
I
couldn't.
think if I could, just a minute. I honestly think that the bands, the music, this shit drives us, right? It's part of our lives, right?
it's
a
a
huge
fad,
part of our
I
lives.
think I'm in.
But I think the most important element of this for me, I know, no, I don't think, I know. For me, the most important element of this, and we can get all weepy right now, is just the hangs, man. It's like the camaraderie of my metal brothers, my fucking my people, my tribe. This is what it's what when I looked over at Jimmy after Shape of Despair. And Jimmy, I'm going to dime you out. Since you were diming me out as an alcoholic here, which is not true.
Yeah. Alcoholics go to meetings.
I didn't say you were alcoholic.
I
was just
know,
saying
I
you
know,
said you weren't going to drink that morning.
That's true. That's true. But when I looked over at you as Shape of Despair, and you were not almost in tears. You were in tears because
of course I was.
Dan
Because
was there and he saw it, and James was there.
Well, that
looked
band
at
means
you,
a
and
lot to me. That's why.
I had to look away. I'm like, I looked at you. I'm like, oh, you know. I had to look away because I knew if I didn't, I'd probably break down and start crying, man. And that is something very special, man. That is something that is so unique to what we do. You don't get that at a fucking Britney Spears show or a fucking Miley Cyrus show. Maybe you do. I don't know. Whatever. Taylor Swift. I'm not shitting on those bands, but goddamn, if I go to a Taylor Swift show ever and start crying, just fucking please kill me. All right. I'm just saying.
At that point, you have to do Grindcore Island.
I will do Grindcore Island, but yeah, man, it's that fucking hang, that thing, and it's not even an alpha thing. It's just
that was like, I mean, dude, leading up to it, like fucking Noonan and I were just like, dude, I can't wait to fucking hang out with Jeff and Jimmy.
Yep.
Mostly Jimmy.
Wait, did you hear that? Did you hear that? I heard that. It said I can't wait to hang out with Jeff and Jimmy, mostly Jimmy.
Mostly Jimmy. But no, like we were just hyped for that because I mean, like, dude, that's kind of the cool thing, like just run into people you don't usually get to see unless it's on this, and dude, talk about all the sets you saw, like, and just shooting the shit. Like, I thrive on conversation.
Yeah,
and
me too.
Yeah, we're chatty, but we're fun.
And Wyatt's gonna be like, God damn, I can't wait to get away from these boomer Gen X motherfuckers.
Can't wait to ignore these fuckers next year.
All right, well, Jimmy, listen, thank you so much for being here, brother. You know I love you deeply, man, like a brother.
All right,
We're doing it.
Thank
dude,
you for.
It was so much fun, dude. You guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an absolute blast.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's still 2025, right? It ain't over, bitch. Decibel Fest 2025.
Hey man, why don't you guys all come out to here to Denver for?
We're I'm already working that shit, bro. I'm already getting a conglomerate together. It's happening. We're doing it. As long as I can walk and breathe on my own, I'm coming out. You know what I'm dealing with, so it's gonna.
It's right around the same time I go see Acid Bath in Chicago.
Oh, quit your whining, Jesus Christ, fucking Jesus! All right.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, Jimmy, I'm sure we have like many more like good stories. Like we were like, going to get meals and, I don't know.
Actually, does anybody remember on Friday where we went? It was next to Cooper's. What was the name of that place?
I have a picture. I don't know where the hell it was though.
Well, it's Fells Point, but I can't remember.
Right, I know that, but I mean, I don't
know.
Oh,
the Irish
tavern,
the outdoor thing that we
it was like the I don't. It was something in fucking Gaelic. It was like impossible to fucking pronounce.
Yeah, we had Than and I had killer shepherd's pie, as I recall. Right,
yeah, the
Than?
French dip I had was banging.
Yeah.
I did fish
The
and
French
chips.
dip was killer. Yeah.
And I mean, look, like when you're there, if you head over Fells, there's, I mean, and Fogo de Chao, you guys were raving about that.
Oh
But
my
I mean,
God,
but I mean,
it was so good.
I mean, look, dude, there's so many options. The only thing we didn't get to experience was the Blue Moon Cafe or whatever it's called. It's so hard to get in there because everybody's
We
there.
did that in 2019. It's super narrow and small.
Yeah, it's small.
It's
Yeah.
teeny tiny in there,
But
fuck
man,
is that
dude,
food good.
that omelet I got, like it was like as big as a fucking hubcap.
All right, let's get Jimmy out of here.
Amazing.
and
You guys
wrap
rule,
up
man.
Dave.
All right, Jimmy,
Love you
take care of
guys,
yourself,
man.
buddy.
Great
Always
times,
good seeing you,
man.
Jimmy.
Cheers, guys.
All right,
You
bro.
rule.
Peace out.
See you, bro.
All right, so Wednesday, Than, I'll let you go next, and you can get us
thanks.
going on Sunday.
We're talking about Wednesday
Sunday,
now?
bro.
What's going on?
Sunday, the
Like
other
that.
Wednesday.
Sunday, rallying our strength to fucking get
Sunday,
through this.
Sunday.
16 band day on Sunday.
God damn,
The-
dude. How many
Dude,
bands?
how much did you see altogether?
how much did you
Wait,
see?
hold on. Yeah, like I saw like a little over 20, and I thought that was a
I
lot.
thought I saw
Fucking
38. Like you must have
Wow.
crushed us.
We saw 42.
58,
Dan
I
always
think,
got
was
that.
my final.
58?
58.
And
Holy
that was
fuck.
Jesus.
that was not counting bands that I just happened onto for 2 or 3 songs. That was all but
That's
like
insane.
maybe a couple of songs of a set. Yeah.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
I was moving. I was
yeah, you,
moving my feet, trying to see as much as I could. So Sunday, I saw Shed the Skin, Altar of Gore, Cenotaph. I got to see,
Yeah.
which is cool, that MDF Cenotaph shirt, which I don't have it
Did you?
with me to show off, but it's killer. And Cenotaph was awesome to get to see, playing a full album set of that first album. Super killer. Saccage from Quebec, I saw them. And Crisian. It's been a few years since I saw them last, and I remember from the last time I saw them that, holy crap, seeing 3 brothers from Brazil play a set
Yeah.
of just absolutely killer death metal. Those dudes are so tight. And playing Conquerors of Armageddon, that album is a damn near perfect death metal album.
did they do the whole album?
I think they played it in a weird order. Don't quote me on that.
All right.
But yeah, I think they played it. Yeah. But yeah,
Cool.
that was killer. Morgue Breath I saw, and then Incantation. Incantation I've seen a bunch of times, like I'm sure probably all of us have at this point. But they were playing
Except
in the
me.
Onward to Golgotha set.
Except me. Yeah, that was my first time seeing Incant.
Yeah,
No
I've seen
way.
Incantation like 10
Wow.
times.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, they were.
I know.
They honestly, like, I saw them, I want to say last year, the year before, when they were touring with Suffocation down in Albuquerque. And,
I saw that show in
it's just-
Detroit.
I could tell that they like put a little extra into this festival set, really important album set, playing Onward to Golgotha. And it sounded freaking perfect.
Dude,
They
they're amazing.
So damn good, man. And
Almost
I
sounded like
hated
Craig
that-
Pillard.
What's that, Wyatt?
No, he sounded
altered
nearly like
his-
Craig Pillard.
his
Oh
vocal
yeah, he
approach.
did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super cool, and I was bummed because I really wanted to see Severus, and I left earlier than I wanted to for that because they sounded so damn
But-
good.
Well, you know what's amazing about Incant? Like when you meet John and you talk to him, you're like, how in the fuck is that guy? It's like talking to Chris Reifert. You talk to
Yeah.
Chris Reifert and you're like, how does that guy transform into that guy?
How does that voice come out of that guy?
Exactly.
It gets me every time.
And Incant the same way. You're like, John is like the coolest, like, he's just like,
Like, hey man.
hey man, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it? And then it's like, you're like, it just doesn't compute. You know what I mean?
He's got his technique down, man. That's
For
all
sure.
it is. It's a technique.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was great. And the only saving grace with that was that I feel like I heard like 2 extra songs as I was making my way across the street over to see Sybaris, who were awesome. Yeah, they kicked ass. They've been talked about quite a bit, so I will not say anymore. And then bouncing back to see and not issues with sound checking stuff, with technical difficulties.
Man.
And
Nile
Man,
had issues with the whole
dude.
set with sound. It was bad.
they're a tough band live. Just the nature of their music makes it tough.
Yeah, this is my band that just really left me sort of wanting. I just they had fucking 40 minutes of dicking around trying to get Carl's, and I feel bad for Carl because we talked to him later and we ran into him. He's like, yeah, they had an EVH3 head and it was fucking up with my pedal board and blah blah blah. And I'm like, bro, like they cut their set short by 20 minutes.
Easy. Yeah. And there's also
And when they
something
did the set,
it always happens with a festival sort of set.
probably, yeah.
And George Kalias brings in this enormous drum kit.
Exactly.
That's gonna take up more space in the mix
and that
than
takes
they're
up,
able to really deal with in that
I was just going to say that took up all of the sound. It overwhelmed everything.
Yeah.
It was all drum.
They're just not prepared to deal with that.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things. It was bound to disappoint, honestly.
Yep.
Then I saw Dark Funeral after that, and Dark Funeral, I don't know. I think by and large, I appreciate the place that they have in black metal. I like a lot of their early stuff, and I like some of their newer stuff too. But I think, by and large, it's not my brand of black metal.
It's just It's just blasting all the.
Yeah,
fucking
it's just
time.
constant
That's
blast
all
beats.
they do.
Yeah, I cannot get into that band at all.
They're a black metal band that writes like noise grind albums.
Yeah.
They just do nothing but speed. That's
I
all
agree.
they do.
Agree. I'm glad Wyatt, the great Wyatt X him, says that because I thought they fucking sucked.
No, it's like Marduk without the meat. It's just I don't know. Just constant blasting and nothing
particular
else.
Costuming vibe and stuff they have is just a little like it puts a barrier between me and them in a live setting that is not what I'm after. I think.
Weren't they playing in the day too? Weren't they playing in the day?
Yeah, and that's
that's
another big thing for black metal bands with that aesthetic. They just kind of come off sort of corny.
Yep.
I mean, for lack of a better way to put it,
Let
they
me
just
guess,
don't have the same effect. What's that, Nick?
Well, let me guess. Dark Funeral.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Black Curse, on the other hand, was.
Oh my god!
Right.
Was one
oh my god!
Dude, what was up with the front man, like, kind of like wandering around, strumming his. Dude, he was like fucking black metal Stevie Wonder up there.
Yes. For me, the most savage set of the entire fest was Black Curse. Bar none. For me. But I missed Drag, so.
It was terrifyingly heavy.
Yeah, I was definitely thinking Joe Cocker.
Yes, Joe Cocker. What would you
the
do
Joe Cocker of black metal.
Yes. Yeah. Pretty much. It was awesome. It was fucking 10 pounds of awesome. So go ahead. We keep interrupting you, Than. I'm sorry.
It's all good, man. It's a collaborative effort here. And when I see like nearly every band of the day, and am one of the first people to talk, it's inevitable that people are going to want to talk about them. Black Curse was incredible. I'm a huge being a resident of the great state of New Mexico. I'm one state away from that amazing scene in Denver, and I am very much obsessed with the musicians in that scene. And this band is definitely a super group of bands in that scene, having Zach from Chemis on drums, et cetera, Primitive Man.
You got Steve. You got Steve on bass from Ulthar, which I think he replaced the dude that was there before. But yeah, I mean, just fucking savage isn't even the word for it. It's literally like having fucking brain surgery without anesthetic. You're like awake for fucking like a full frontal lobotomy or something like that.
It was a musical.
And they do that thing with where they basically have no lights. They're
doing
had a couple of little like shop lights shining.
Yeah, that was it.
See what they're doing, but that's it. So when there were people like crowd surfing and stuff, the security guys would have to like spot them.
Yeah,
and, like, shine
they did.
Flashlight. And I was up in the second level with James watching this stuff, and it was really cool to kind of see this maneuvering happening for them to be able to keep an eye on the crowd surfers and keep them safe and everything. But it made a really cool kind of eerie effect on the performance, having these lights occasionally flash on, but it largely be in darkness in the same way that Spectral Voice performs with no lights.
Right.
It's really cool to see.
I think the only defining line there is that Spectral Voice is generally operating in the funeral doom thing where it's just plotting until they get fast for a little bit. But fucking Black Curse is all out. It's an all out assault the whole time. And the fact of the matter is, like, that drummer, like, what the fuck? He had to have been on a click. There's no way he could have kept time otherwise, because in the dark like that, there's no way. It was insane.
Yeah, you're probably right. I couldn't see if he had, earphones in or whatever.
Earphones, yeah.
It was cool to get to hear him play blast beats like that, because I'm a huge Chemist fan. I've heard him play that style so much, and he's just all around solid technically. That dude rules, and he brews great beers because he's the guy at True Brewing too.
Oh, that's true. Right.
He's the brewmaster there. Yeah.
Nice.
So that was a definite highlight of the whole festival for me, finally getting to see them. The connection between them and Spectral Voice, for those of you that don't know, is Eli Wendler is the vocalist in both bands.
Right. Drummer for Spectral Voice, guitar for...
drumming. Yeah, for sure. Yep. So I caught a little bit of Unleashed. I'd seen them before at MDF, so that was not a huge necessity for me to see. It was more important for me to see Black Curse. And then, obviously, one of the highlights of this festival going in would be seeing Triptychon play a Celtic Frost set.
Yeah.
And I had my expectations based on looking at previous set lists that of them doing this sort of Celtic Frost thing. And I was expecting mainly Morbid Tales and maybe a little bit of later stuff, but they surprised and delighted me by playing stuff off of Monotheist, an album
yes.
really dig and was
dude,
super into when it came out. And it was killer to hear him do that stuff. I know Jeff is like way into their performance of the single from that album.
Damn.
Dying into Human Flesh.
Dude, I completely roached my voice just screaming that song, man.
They should have played Analoyum. That's my favorite track on that album.
Yes.
It's so good. And the guitar... the Tom G. Warrior guitar tone is so gnarly, and it is so great. It's so great on Monotheist too. Like that may be my favorite Tom G. Warrior guitar record for Celtic Frost.
For sure.
That's my favorite Celtic Frost
from the production techniques at the time, and it just had that sort of gnarly, disgusting tone. And to hear them do that live, with those guys, with V Santora and Hannes Grossman, I love that Bavaria scene, Dark Fortress, and all of those bands that are in that circle. That was huge. That was huge for me. Campfire I didn't have huge expectations for, but I loved that set. I absolutely loved it. I thought it came off great live. And then, I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this because, Cult of Fire and then Wormrot. I hated having to leave Cult of Fire to see Wormrot, but I was not.
Yeah, same here.
I was not going to miss that because that last album, Hiss, was my favorite metal album, period, in 2022 or whenever it came out. I absolutely
Yeah.
obsessed with that album. I've never gotten to see Warm Rot live, and
Yeah.
to see them close out MDF in that way was just like, I can't imagine a better ending. I cannot imagine a better
It was
ending.
like taking a giant syringe, sticking it deep into a vein in your arm, and sucking every bit of life force out of you at that point. Like, I mean, from a perspective of, did it get us all up at the end? Yes, but it was so draining. By the time we walked out, we were kind of wandering around trying to collect our, say goodbyes and everything. We were all like, "Holy fuck, dude! Thank God this is over."
Yeah,
Like,
because how
thank
do you
God.
Yeah.
last bit of energy that you have for a
Yeah.
set like that of these
Yeah.
guys just like, and I knew that there was because there's been some lineup changes in that band in recent years, like since the last album, and there was a little bit of worry about like the drummer being able to play some of that stuff on the last album, and dude, no doubt, dude,
Yeah.
absolutely had every bit of that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was incredible. It was absolutely incredible, and the soundstage crowd did what the soundstage crowd does at that point. It
Yep.
was
Zero doubt in my mind that any pathogens that were in the air ended up in my body by the end of that set. There's no question at all. I was fucking dying by the end of that set. I
You
pretty
should have
much
crowd
knew.
surfed from one of the fucking trash cans just to make sure.
What's that?
You should have crowd surfed from one of the fucking trash cans just to make
Well,
sure.
I mean, look, I'm getting a little older in my older age here. Just saying. So. All
You're
right,
true.
Wyatt, what you got for that set for the Sunday night?
Well, just to start out, it's like almost 2 a.m. So after I'm done, I'm probably gonna call it a night. But
That's cool, bro.
I'll tell you what the
I mean,
set
you're a
was.
youngster, and we know you gotta
and-
get the beauty sleep, so it's okay. It's okay.
And then just show you the merch after that I bought.
Yeah. Yep. hit
But
it up.
all right, so Sunday, just gonna look it up real quick again. Oh my god. Sunday, if it can show up. There we go. So Sunday was more of just like relaxing at that point for me, because every Sunday for a Maryland Deathfest is just like, gotta catch my breath here. Add to the fact that what I usually do after, or at least on Sunday, is right when the fest is done, I just drive immediately home. I chug Red Bull for like the whole ride and just because I can't stand traffic, and I can't stand being in New York. So like that will I'll just melt down if that happens. So I have to like dodge the traffic. But obviously, just looking at the marketplace, had to catch Triptychon playing Celtic Frost. Even though the first time I saw Triptychon in 2016, like it was weird. Like in 2016 with Triptychon, it was a third of it was Triptychon, a third of it was Hellhammer, and then a third of it was Celtic Frost. So it was cool to just see them do all Celtic Frost. And I mean, when the intro came in for Dying God coming into human flesh, I was
Oh
set.
my god, dude!
I was set. That was like absolutely worth it just to hear that song alone.
Yes, agreed.
Caught Incantation a little bit, because obviously Onward to Golgotha is always going to be their best album. Then the dumbest band of the whole festival, I know Haggis was the second dumbest, but the dumbest for me was Gudalax. And I had to see
nobody
that.
mentioned them.
Yeah, I had to fucking see that. I had to know. And it was just so crazy seeing people coming in togas, people with toilet seats on their fucking heads, people throwing all this toilet paper everywhere, the inflatable poop. It was just like absolutely just chaos. And I had to see it to be sure. And again, it wasn't like the best performed, but just visually and party wise, it was the funnest, because it was just so fucking dumb. And I loved it. And then what else did I see? Obviously Cult of Fire was the highlight of that, because it's one of the only black metal bands that if they were to say we're performing a ritual at a show, they like live up to that. So that was just incredibly visually, it was like a fever dream. Plus, I mean, all their albums are just magnificent. So they lived up to it. As for soundstage, I'm really bummed I didn't see Martyrdom, because that's like probably my favorite cross band.
We missed them too.
Their album, The List, I think is just fucking incredible, and I'd love to hear them just play one song off of that live, but I had to miss them. Sadly, I didn't see anything on Soundstage. I mean, Warm Rot was a bum to miss, but I did see them before, back in 2018, and they're awesome. They've always been great, and it was kind of like the reason why. Plus, add to the fact, I mean, they were going to play until like 2 a.m, and I was like, I just want to get home. I really just want to get home right now. But I missed a lot of good stuff on Soundstage, but it was just more of like being with friends that you see once a year. That was kind of like the selling point for me.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, for the merch, I'm just gonna go by it fairly quickly. I was on a mission to find a Samael shirt, and I did. I mean,
shit!
I've been just listening to nothing but Ceremony of Opposites, so I was like, I need to find a Samael shirt, and I bought the first one that I saw. Then I had to buy this greatest melodic death metal band ever.
Oh, dude, everyone was walking around with those shirts.
Wait, who is it?
Dude, the Anatomy of the Beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, best melodic death metal band. If you disagree, it's because you don't know of them. Then had to get this Crematory. Like, to me, every time I think of Swedish death metal, for some reason this band always pops up in my mind. To me, they embody it perfectly, even though all they did was like demos and one EP. But who was it? It was the owner of Necroharmonic. For some reason, he enjoys my channel somehow, and he gave me like a massive discount on this. I think he charged me $10 for this.
Sweet.
So you had to get that.
Membership has its.
So if anyone's still watching this, please support Necroharmonic. Dude's awesome. Had to buy a Haggis shirt. It was like, I don't know. I think this is like their only normal one, so I just wanted like a normal shirt, nothing like too crazy. So I had to get a Haggis shirt. Again, their merch was the cheapest. Their vinyl was $15 fucking bucks.
Wow.
Their shirts were $20. They easily had the cheapest merch.
I love that shit.
And then, because I was just so hyped for Dripping, I got a Dripping long sleeve. I usually don't. I usually don't care for like this kind of stuff.
Oh, that looks killer, man.
But I mean, the logo on the side. I think the name of their album or whatever on the side. Dripping, again, is a humongous standout for Brutal Death. I can't emphasize that enough. I did get technically one record at the fest, but I got 2 in Maryland. The first one I got at a local record shop, Nico, the Marble Index.
Nice.
It's not metal, obviously, but it is just some of the most creative, bizarre, like,
artistic rock music.
Yeah, like, fuck,
what year is that? 73, 75?
It says 1968.
Wow, holy shit.
Is it
okay?
But like, it's just like, I don't know, it's labeled under like Baroque electro noise. I don't know how to describe it, but everything Nico ever did is just fucking wild and just really innovative for its time. Like, to me, late 60s and 70s had the weirdest music, and I love it. And
is that the album where Nico is singing and it's like just organ accompaniment for a lot of it?
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know what it reminds me of, the organ stuff? It reminds me of oh my
Jarbo?
God, why am I blanking on that dude's name? Lou Reed, the Heavy Metal Machine or something like that.
Metal Machine music.
Yeah, Metal Machine music. It's like that sound, but her singing over it. Like, that's what it reminds me of.
That's a badass album. I have that on CD. I love it.
And the only other record I got, and I cannot believe I found this at Hell's Headbangers out of all places, because I wouldn't expect them
Shout out to J-Dog!
I wouldn't expect them to carry like stuff like this.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
The moon lay hidden beneath a cloud. Beneath the cloud.
I've heard of that album. What's that like?
So this is a bootleg, and this is like the most extravagant bootleg I've ever seen. Spot gloss, gatefold, 180 gram vinyl, a poster with it. Like, this is a fucking bootleg. And what this is, it's the dude from, I believe it's pronounced, oh my God, what's the name of that? It's not similar to that, to Dernier Volonté. Bloodharsh, I think, is the name of it. Or God, it's.
Yeah, you're gonna get us on that one.
But the guy's name, I think this got bootlegged because the guy behind it, his name is Albin Julius, I think. He died 2 years ago, and I think that's why now like we're getting bootlegs of the Moonlight Hidden Beneath a Cloud. But it's like very synthy medieval neo-folk is what this is. And I just couldn't believe this was at the Hell's Headbanger store. And I didn't even look at the price. I just snagged it up and I was like, all right, this is probably going to be the only record I buy, because everything else obviously extreme metal that either I have that I don't care for, or I could just get at another time because they're always pressing it. This was like the one standout record I found. So
all right, here's a question. Here's a question, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Did you give J Dog a big hug?
No. I stayed the fuck away from him as much as I could.
Tell us how you really feel. I'm just saying. Yeah, man. So, overall, like you said, this is your 6th in a row?
2015, 16, 17, 22, 24. Yes, and then to this year, so that's...
So 7.
No, that's 6, because 4 my own, and then the past 2 with my wife, so that makes 6.
Man. So, and, yeah, man, I mean, it was cool running into you. It was cool talking to you. I think we talked about doing some good type of a, 70s collab, if I'm not too drunk to remember that.
Yeah.
Which I could be, who knows. And after today, you're like, man, I don't want to get anywhere near that motherfucker. But yeah, it was cool running into you and hanging out a little bit, and I appreciate you joining us tonight.
No, I had a lot of fun talking to all you guys and hearing you guys. I apologize to anyone who's about to talk that I'm not going to be able to hear you guys, but it's 2 a.m. and I'm really tired. I need to get some sleep.
I feel it. I worked all day.
He's a young 30 years old. He needs to get his beauty sleep. Come on, guys, let's go. Yeah, we'll probably wrap up here in a minute. We got a couple of things to go through, but dude, thanks for joining us, brother.
Yeah, man.
Don't be scared. Yeah. Come around. Don't be weird. Answer my DM.
No, be weird. That's what.
Yeah. I'll be weird. Okay.
Yeah. I'll try my best. I'll try my best too.
Hey, and I gotta hand it to you, because without you, I wouldn't have run into Lathe of Heaven, and I fucking love that band. So which is cool, which is weird, because you weren't alive in the '80s, and I was, and those guys weren't alive in the '80s. But they embody that spirit of that 82 to...
Yeah, I mean, they embody Killing Joke so hard. He sounds just
very
like him.
Killing Joke, very Killing Joke, like Nighttime. What's the one after Nighttime, goddammit? My favorite album.
Oh, the one with just the suns. Thousands.
Yeah, goddammit.
Shit.
It's got fucking, oh my god!
I know the album, and I know it's.
It's right there. I can't think of the name of it. My favorite album by them, and I can't.
Brighter Than a Thousand Suns.
Thank you, Brighter Than a Thousand Suns. That is one of my all-time favorite albums of all time. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, they embody that spirit, man. And those guys were cool. And in fact, when I saw them in Baltimore, the singer Gage was wearing a Repulsion shirt. He's like, dude. Yeah, man, we got to talk about my metal band. He's got a metal band, apparently. So who knew?
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
the way he yells and sings, it's definitely he's been listening to some kind of metal. The
way
he sings.
Mm-hmm. So good, man. Right? Like anybody that doesn't know Lathe of Heaven, what's the name of the fucking album?
Lathe of Heaven. God, I have it over there, but I can't think of it right now.
Shit, I can't think of it.
I'll just get it really quick.
But. Yeah, go ahead. But one of the songs on there is it's literally they lifted the riff from I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight.
It's just self-titled.
Oh, it is?
Okay, yeah, it's just a self-titled.
But man, that album fucking rules. So everybody should go out and check out Lathe of Heaven. Everybody,
like Killing Joke. Then
I'm sure everybody here knows of Wyatt's channel, Wyatt X him. Go give him some more subs, because he needs them really bad, apparently.
Yeah.
And dude, thanks for joining us, bro.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah, dude. Possibly see you in 26.
We'll catch you later, man. Okay, so James, you're up, and then we'll tie this up here. Than, can you hang a few minutes yet?
Of course.
Okay.
For
cool,
you
cool.
guys, anything.
I mean,
We
you're
haven't
in
gone either.
goddamn Philadelphia now, bro. Come on. PA
All right.
chapter of badasses in the house. All right, sorry.
All right, so Sunday, other people have talked about pretty much all the bands I saw. I started the day with Saccage from Canada.
They were sick.
Great, really good. A lot of crust influence in their music that I liked a lot. Had a very sort of punk rock vibe to them. Liked them a lot. Christian, classic, wonderful. Morgue Breath was excellent. Caught Incantation for the gazillionth time. I'll see them a gazillion more. They were fucking great. The one band that I saw that other people have not said anything about is the black metal band Goat Torment from Belgium.
Of course.
Because that's what you do.
That's what you do when you're at Deathfest.
Duh.
I'm only
catch a goat. You got to catch a goat at least once.
Yeah. I did not catch Were Goat, which came after Goat Torment. I was a little disappointed about that, but Goat Torment actually was really good. It was kind of, it's kind of, standard We Love Satan black metal stuff, and that's fine. It was cool for that moment at that point of the day, like it really worked. So Goat Torment was fun, no goats were harmed during the set.
Boo. I mean, yay.
Then I saw Dark Funeral. That was fun just to be able to see that with Fan again. We saw them a long time ago. The first black metal concert I ever went to was in 2007 in Fort Worth, and Fan and I went to that together. Dark Funeral, playing with Enslaved.
Oh,
yeah.
And it was like the first time I'd ever seen anything like that. So that was very memorable. And then being able to see that again, the two of us seeing that again together, even though it's not my favorite band at all, it was fun to do. And Black Curse, this is the Black Curse shirt.
Sweet.
I love those guys. That was a real highlight of the whole fest for me was Black Curse.
Oh, amazing.
Wonderful Celtic Frost stuff. It was just classic, wonderful. It means so much to me personally. It was great to hear that stuff live. Kampfar was unbelievable. Also got the Kampfar goat.
No, not a goat.
More goat.
More goats.
there's always room for more goat.
Yeah.
Wherefore art thou goats?
So I got the Kampfar shirt. Kampfar was excellent. That was a really kind of emotional set for me, like watching them. It was powerful and sort of touching in a way, the way that they sort of were playing it really, really was special. And then went over across the street to see Wormrot. I caught like one part of one song of Cult of Fire. It was very, very crowded in there. It was hard to sort of get a good angle. I just wanted to see what the stage show was, like what the set looked like, essentially. And then I scooted over to Soundstage because I didn't want to miss a note of Wormrot. I love that band. I've seen them before, but they were great, and that was that.
All right. Yes. Goats are. So what I took from all of that, James, was you were one goat shy of a triple.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't get the goat hat trick.
You didn't get the goat hat trick. God damn.
Next year.
Next year, exactly.
The goal.
We'll get Arch Goat. We'll get Goat Moon. Goat Whore.
Goat Whore, yeah. Get Goat Whore.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll leave it open for John and Nick to kind of run through their deal, and then I'll run through my deal. If you're Than, did you show any merch?
Just the stuff I'm wearing, and that's all I have because I'm not at home.
Okay.
I got a cool Cult of Fire patch because they had so many incredible patches.
That's right. You got you got a bunch of patches.
I got
a couple.
I got a negative plane patch as well. That's all I got though. I didn't get that much.
You were kind of light on the merch.
Yeah.
I actually went lighter on the
Light
merch
the
this year
loafers,
too.
light on
Yep,
the
I was
merch.
light on the merch too. I thought I bought 5 shirts, but I could only find 4. So I don't know.
You know, this is a weird thing that I figured out like today when I was kind of reviewing, you know, because I'm an alcoholic and was drunk out of my mind the entire time.
Totally.
I couldn't
Probably
I
had your
remember
different
anything.
True
times,
story.
too.
It's a true story. I couldn't remember anything. But suddenly it came back to me today that I never even got into the merch aisle until Sunday before Triptychon when I bought all the shit that I bought. Like I never was even over there one fucking minute from from Friday, Saturday until very late on Sunday. So I kind of did a lot of damage in a very short amount of time because I bought 9 total shirts and one LP, which was from a band, which I'll show in a minute. But that's kind of weird, isn't it?
You like disappeared for a little bit and came back with a shitload of merch. And like, holy shit, you got a whole bunch of shit. Like we didn't get the merch until like the actual merch tent by the marketplace until maybe Saturday, maybe it was Sunday.
Yeah, I missed out on a lot of stuff there, man. I missed out on Asphyx. I missed out on Benediction. The only thing I got was Psy, which I'll
I
show
got a side
you.
shirt.
Yeah,
I got my obituary shorts.
Did you? Okay.
They're so comfy.
Didn't even see obituary shirts.
No shorts.
No, I know. I didn't see any obituary shirts.
They were gone.
They probably were. Cynic, there was a little bit of Cynic stuff left. I already had most of that stuff, so but it was kind of weird. Like, man, where was the Cult of Fire shit? In that main tent?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Marketplace.
Yeah, that stuff was all gone by the time I got there. Gone.
Yeah, that's where all the exclusive was.
Yeah, it was just very weird because some of the bands had stuff and some didn't. You know, unlike on the Doom night, like weirdly Mournful Congregation had shirts, but they were like odd, weird sizes and patches only. And you know, Dusk actually had shirts. This album, which I said I picked up from Shadow Kingdom, but I didn't want to carry vinyl around till that final night because I got this actually, so I'll show that quick. Finally picked this up on vinyl. I have the other stuff, but it was weird, man. It was very haphazard. Evoken had like one shirt that sold out quick. Fucking Shape of Despair, I don't think had anything there as I recall that I saw.
Nope.
Dusk ran out of their shirts really quick. Luckily, they're doing a PayPal pre-order on like a print run that you throw your size in, and I got in on that. But it was just kind of, I don't know, it was very haphazard. That's, you know, to my knowledge. I didn't see any Unto Other stuff. Did you guys?
I didn't. I saw the Evoken shirt for a second. It was a killer long sleeve, and
it was gone.
Buy it. And then like, oh yeah, no, it's gone. This is the only one we got left, and it's a small. Like, well, fuck.
Gone super fast. What's the singer of Evoken? What's the singer's name for Evoken? John?
I don't remember.
Not sure.
I talked to him at before Benediction or during or after Benediction. I got to get in touch with him. He said he'd be really interested in coming on the show, but it was just very strange, very haphazard. So, all right, Nick and John, what do you got real quick running through the...
Well, this was the only day we didn't get there at the start. We legit got up and dragged our asses down to the lobby to get breakfast.
Yep.
And we're like, all right, we're going to sleep for like an hour after this. We're going to get down there. No, we absolutely missed all of Shed the Skin and Altar Gore. But we did get there in time to see Cenotaph, and Cenotaph was good.
Oh, yeah.
Their sound was really good too, I remember.
Dude, hefty. Like, honestly, I mean, my one gripe about Cenotaph is that album with its absurdly long title is not the best produced. Like, it's just super muddy sounding.
Agreed.
But hearing it live, it sounded fucking
But
great.
now Corchado was not with him, right? Of course.
I don't think so, unless he grew out all his hair. I don't think so.
I thought.
Then we went in. We saw Sakaj. Sakaj was amazing. Fucking dug the fuck out of him.
I agree.
You know,
I agree.
crusty, grindy, lots of D beats, lots of fucking snarling guitars, great energy. Another like fucking perfect soundstage, man. We decided to skip both Christian and More Breath to go do more shopping. I've seen Christian 6 times.
Yeah, I've seen Christian quite a bunch too. I wasn't really overly concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's like, one of their best albums. I do love that album, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? I want to see what else is out there. I might have picked up another shirt. I don't know. I don't remember. But we weren't missing Incantation, which, yeah, I've seen him a dozen times. I saw him earlier this year doing all of Mortal Throne of Nazarene.
Yeah.
And yeah, now I got to see him do Onward to Goth. I was like, well, fuck. All
right.
It was, I mean, their set, honestly, that is one of the best sets at MDF. They fucking crushed.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Incan doesn't miss.
Man, amazing sound. They're that fan. I know you know that guitar tone is just
godly.
Dude,
sick. God.
Yeah, dude, Incan crushes live. I have never left an Incan show going, It's never happened.
Right.
It's always been, holy shit, that was like the heaviest fucking thing ever.
For sure.
And John McKenty's vocals are so fucking. I love how he just did like those big, just over the top, gurgly. It sounds so fucking evil. I love it.
And I agree, Jeff. Every time I've talked to John McKenty and then seen him on stage, I don't know how that voice comes out of that man.
No,
yeah,
I don't get it.
Super nice dude. John fucking rules.
Speaking of that guy, look at that shit. Look at that shit. Now, I ask you,
Doppelganger.
who's the goddamn handsomest motherfucker in that picture right there? And don't say John or Nick, because that's not true.
It's John McKenty.
Yeah, John McEntee, right? Exactly. My blood brother through Gandalf.
No, he's got way more like Gandalf energy.
Really?
Yeah, yours is too trimmed up.
Trimmed up.
He's got more white in it too.
That's true. You might be right.
Sorry. You're losing your wizard duel here.
God damn it.
Yeah, did we all purposely get like similar fucking color schemed shirts for this one too?
Oh wow. I just noticed that.
Was yours red and black?
Wait, imagine that. We were all wearing black. What the fuck, man?
Well, red and black.
Red and black, okay.
Jeff was probably wearing his Rush shirt.
He's probably wearing his Rush shirt.
In fact, he was.
Like a fucking poser.
Was I? Yeah. No,
Yep.
wait. I don't know what I was wearing there. I am here. Look, there it is. Rush shirt. Yeah.
Yep.
Here's a couple of fucking ugly bitches right there.
Especially the one in the front there with the frumpy kind of just, I don't know, like
I wanted to be edgy and look fucking cool. I don't know.
Like a sad, nearsighted wizard.
You son of a bitch, you.
Anyway.
This was the guy. Keep going. I'm just gonna throw some pics up. This is the last day between Jimmy and I and Than as we ate a fucking monster lunch, dude. Was that lunch like the bomb of the bombs?
Was that a Roman Coke?
Huh?
It was killer.
Dude, that fucking buffalo shrimp, I would kill.
Oh yeah.
That. Oh my god, I would kill that again. So, yeah, this is after we'd left the motel and we went over and we grabbed the lunch and then we went over to Soundgarden and kind of tripped out. Than, did you buy anything at Soundgarden? I don't think you did you?
I didn't, and honestly, like it was my first time to ever go there. All these years of going to see shows in Baltimore, I've never been over there. It's a great shop. It's a great shop, and I was close on it.
James, you've been there a lot, I'm assuming, right?
Oh yeah, I've been there a ton.
Yeah.
I actually tend to go to a different record store in Baltimore.
Oh yeah.
There's a smaller record store
you tell, sir.
Soundgarden called Celebrated Summer.
Okay. Yeah, they just sell vinyl, right?
Yeah, it's just vinyl.
Okay.
And there's a lot of metal in there, but there's also a lot of punk. And I tend to lean toward punk and grindcore and that kind of stuff most of the time when I'm buying vinyl, and that's what they specialize in. So Celebrated Summer is, if you're into that kind of thing, is the place to go.
Gotta
Yeah,
go
you're-
there, man.
If you're a vinyl hound, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
Soundgarden in Baltimore, Fells Point. You got to go there. Otherwise, though, man, it's great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we caught all of Severus, amazing set,
Yep.
one of the heaviest bands.
Yep.
Like they were so goddamn loud, and
Yep.
dude, the sound was brilliant.
That's one of the CDs I bought at Soundgarden.
Yep.
Severus.
Speaking of those guys, here you go. There they are.
Are they?
Are they? Oh, there they are.
That's
Yep.
Simmons.
Yeah, dude, they crushed.
Yeah, they were
God.
great.
The
Front
front
man,
is
so
awesome.
good. Yeah, he was awesome.
And he's a
Dude.
whole lot taller in person than he looks like on stage.
Oh yeah.
I met him.
Then we went to go catch Nile, and with all the technical difficulties, it was kind of a letdown. I mean, I've
It
seen
really
Nile
was.
twice.
I've seen Niall
I've
three
seen him
times,
twice. What?
twice. I don't know.
Twice or
Hold
three?
on. We saw him at Summer Slaughter
Yeah, and then the tour with Incan.
and the tour with Incan.
no,
Maybe only twice.
Yeah, maybe, but they were great those times. It was just, I guess, when we ran into
Carl.
and he said it was like electrical issues and such. It sucks. It did kind of hamper the enjoyment of that set. It was amazing watching George Callias because it's George Callias.
Because, right, God amongst men.
Yeah. Then after that, we went to go see Good Alex. Did not disappoint. Good Alex, stupid levels of fucking fun. The toilet paper that was hanging from the lighting rig, dude. There he is.
Yep.
That was awesome
sweet.
running into Carl. But yeah, there was a piece of toilet paper that was hanging from that fucking lighting rig for probably a little while.
By the way, Nick, I might just like to point something out to you. I am leaning down and buckling my knees a little bit. I am taller than Carl Sanders. Just saying. Just saying. That's
Yeah,
all.
but he's Carl Sanders.
Well, he
Right.
is Carl Sanders.
Yeah, he's Carl Sanders.
Do we call him Colonel Sanders or just Carl Sanders?
I mean, I feel like he's kind of the general of the band, though.
He's General Sanders.
Mhm.
Hold on here. Yeah, Good Alex was amazing. Just stupid fun. 2 steps and snorts.
Had a good time.
We were going to go check out Coke Bust, but we kind of took a break here. We took a break for Dark Funeral, and Coke Bust sat down. Then we went to go see Black Curse.
Which ruled.
Holy
Fucking
fuck.
nightmarishly dark. Holy shit.
Yes.
Like, listen, I was deeply bothered by him just kind of like swaying back and forth and
Yeah.
hitting little notes every now and
I'm
then.
waiting for him to fall over, man. Seriously.
Dude, he looked,
He was like
Terrifying.
convulsing. It was like he was convulsing.
he was into it. Then we caught Triptychon doing Celtic Frost, which was one of my highlights of the day. Got there in time to hear him like do Into Crypto Rays. Like, fuck yes, let's fucking go. I love that song so goddamn much. And Procreation of the Wicked.
Of the wicked.
And I was a little surprised them pulling a track off of Into the Pandemonium. I'm still not like the biggest fan of that, but you know, I like the fact that Tom played down some of the sexual moaning. There wasn't a lot of
Yeah.
which just
True.
takes me out of that. But killer set. I mean, their sound was so good. I fucking love Tom G's Guitar Town. Like, there's so much heft and sizzle to it.
Yeah.
I like the description. Heft and
the-
sizzle. I like that description.
Yes.
Heft and sizzle. Instead of Campfire, we went to go see Caustic Wound. And I got this fucking shirt.
Yeah.
Caustic Wound was sick. Holy shit. Just gross, gnarly, swampy death grind. Like
Mhm.
cavernous death metal turned into like death grind. Some mutant hybrid. And it's all like all the dudes from Mortifera just pretty much doing
Right.
death grind.
I didn't know that. If I'd known that, I probably would have gone and checked that out.
I mean,
Oh,
it's still
yeah.
grindy, it's still fast, but I mean, you get like moments where they slow that thing down, kind of get that like autopsy-ish sort of vibe. gross fucking vocals. They were awesome. I mean, I still need to get the copy of the new album, but I should. They didn't have it there, which was kind of surprising. And yeah, then after that is when we ran into you. We went up to the roof.
It was a good time, man.
Speaking of going up to the roof, I had this queued up, no lie.
Jeff sat in some pee. Like it was like a solid day's worth of piss up there.
Oh, dude, that was like a fucking river of piss.
Yeah.
It was unreal. I sit down and I put my legs down and I'm like, how the fuck is my sock soaking wet? Then I realized, motherfucker, I see where the river of piss is running down from up higher on the level, and I'm like, that is goddamn piss.
There was a dude, like, while you were talking, he just walked right over the edge, fucking dropped trow, and just pissed off the fucking edge of the fucking set.
Well, whoever that guy is, if you see this, go fuck yourself, okay? That's what I have to say to that.
I don't know if he contributed to that piss, but there was definitely one that pissed on the same pole at the end that all ran down.
Yeah.
And the collective piss pooling that you chose to lay your fucking poor unfortunate sock
that
in.
actually, we went up to find Matt and Jamie, and Matt and Jamie Ferrandis and Nick from the Silver, the singer of the Silver with Matt. And that right there, you can see Nick is next to me. Jamie's right there. You can see him. Matt is working some chick like always.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm 37, all right?
He's 35. He can do what he's going to do, you know? And then Garrett's the guy, the bald guy there, who almost had quite the experience that our fellow John had meeting Paul Masvidal. He was literally like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It was kind of funny.
But after that, we went down and we caught worm rot.
Yep.
And we were waiting on you for a little bit, but we decided we were too tired and we were dying. So we went back to the hotel room and crashed. And then got up for a flight.
What time? You had to get up early, didn't you?
Our flight left at 10.
Oh, well, okay. Not like ass cracked on.
10, almost 11.
We had time to get up for breakfast.
Yep.
And get all our shit together, and then go off to the airport. I got to hobble around the airport on my fucking. By then, my foot was swollen, and where like the top of the blister was, it was just opening. It was bad. It sucked.
I got to watch him drain it. Ugh.
Yeah, I told him there was enough to fill a shot glass.
Wow, really? Did you Did you take that shot?
No, he wouldn't take the shot because he was just being a pussy.
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking drink blister juice. Lame.
Do John and Nick have anything to show?
I did all the laundry and it's still sitting down there in the laundry, but I'm sure. Right. But yeah, I do want to show off again.
I got a corpus
hang on, we'll show you. Hang on.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Yep. Got a corpus off a long sleeve, which actually I wasn't planning on buying. But that one night that it was super cold outside and I was wearing a t-shirt and I was like, I got to get something on. So, corpus awful. And then I bought a Mastodon shirt because the only other Mastodon shirt I have doesn't fit.
Damn.
So, killer.
Yep.
That's a great design.
Yeah, I love it. I bought a Flesh Order shirt.
Flesh Order was sick.
Yeah, dude.
Shit, look at that thing, man. That's evil. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Good to see those guys. I'm glad we get to hang out with those dudes.
Dude, they shouted us out on stage. That was amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, and they shouted out Thralls of Metal. Nick and I specifically, I was like, what the fuck? That was pretty badass. And then
look at you.
I've wanted this shirt for so long.
Still with Kardashians? Never mind.
Yep, it was time. And I thought I bought a fifth shirt, but I can't remember. And I looked through my closet and I can't seem to find it. So I thought I bought 5 shirts. I have no idea. And then at Soundgarden, I bought Phobocosm's last CD.
Oh, you're backward.
Sweet.
Yep, that's a great album. And then I finally found
Bluthaus Nord, yeah.
Bluthaus Disharmonium, and then Sybaris. So
That's still the
didn't have
most
that one?
illegible logo.
You didn't have Maze Envy?
yeah,
You didn't have it?
no, I didn't.
I do.
I do now.
Had that for a while. Than, did you say you pulled everything that you wanted to show?
Yeah, I pulled everything that I have with me.
Okay.
Right
Oh,
now.
right. And Phil, yeah. And James, I think you showed everything, right?
I did, yeah.
All right, real quick, I'll run through these very fast. I was a pussy. I didn't get over there till late. Hold on. Oops. There we go. Sorry. I just want to run. All right. So I didn't get over there until Incantation, but I was not going to miss them. And I, without question, it's not a lie, I did say I was not drinking on Sunday. I made a very definitive proclamation. I lied.
Yes.
No disagreement.
Moving on. No, I got the Incantation, and Than had a bucket of like MDF beers, like 4, and he offered that beer, and I was like, well, yeah, okay, sure. Mainly because just my leg pain was so intense by then, I wasn't sure I could get through the fest without a little bit of help. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I kind of regret missing Cenotaph and Christian. I wanted to see him, but I just knew I wasn't up for it. I wasn't up for it. Next up, we head over to Sybaris. They were fucking killer, as everybody stated. Unfortunately, James, I missed Goat Torment. I know. Oh, God, every fucking time I missed the Goat bands.
You got no goats.
No goats. No goats here. Nile, we've already talked about it. I love that band. I love most of their albums. In Their Darkened Shrines was one of the first death metal albums I ever bought in my life. Still have that. They just were a disappointment. They just the long lead up time to finally get starting, and then they got started, and when Carl would cut in with a solo, it was like a hatchet was coming into your fucking brain. And then on top of that, the samples, the choirs and stuff, they just didn't. They sounded piped in. And
Yeah.
I was just not into them, man, at all, which sucked. Next up, what do we got here? I did not see anyone from Nile until Black Curse. I don't know what the fuck I was doing in here. Maybe I was like doing like an 8-ball of Coke somewhere. I'm not sure.
You miss Gudalax?
I missed Gudalax. Wear Goat. Dark. I missed Goat Funeral, Dark Funeral, and Goat Coke Bus. I missed all those bands, and I can't remember what I was doing. That might have been that. Okay, I know what I was doing. That was about the time that I went in and started to shop and like eyeball stuff. So I went into Black Curse. I know what happened. I went into Black Curse. I went to see Black Curse, and you got to see this. I waited after the show because their credit card thing, they had to wait till Steve came out with the app on his phone. They couldn't just do it at the table. But I waited all day for this picture. That's Eli. And he looks super excited to take a picture next to me, right?
That's about how I feel when I take a picture next to you.
I know. It seems to be the general consensus there. So I'm not sure what was up with that. I don't know whether I should take offense to it or not give a fuck. But he's always talked to me, so I'm not going to give a fuck. But yeah, insane. Black Curse was fucking revelatory. They just were unrelenting, skull-crushing insanity. I really wanted to see Unleashed, but it was during Black Curse, and I didn't want to miss that. Triptychon, man. I am a dying god coming into human flesh. That song is everything about metal that I love. That song literally encompasses everything about metal that I love. That was everything for the fest. That was my highlight of the entire fest, was hearing that song. To hear Tom do it, to hear him do Martin Eric Ain's parts and then his own parts. I don't know, man. Like, that was the shit right there. That was it. The rest of the Celtic Frost was amazing. Set was amazing too. And then man, I don't know what the fuck I was doing here. Campfire, Caustic Wound. I'm going to be honest with you. By this time, man, guys, I was pretty tapped out. I was hurting. Physically, mentally, spiritually, I was drained beyond belief. But I pulled it together to go see Cult of Fire because Jimmy's like, you got to see Cult of Fire, man. You got to come over and see Cult of Fire.
I kind of wish we had, but I didn't want to. Yeah, if it wasn't the same time as Wormrot, we would have been there.
Especially seeing all those pictures from that show.
Dude,
man,
the pictures are fucking wild.
Right. Speaking of which, it was just insane to see that guy in that headdress. You're just like, how? Like, what the fuck? Like this right here. This is insane. I mean, what the fuck is going on?
Dude.
That's it.
The guy's sitting there playing guitar in the lotus position for an hour. Let me tell you, I play guitar. Sitting in the lotus position playing guitar, not a comfortable thing to do, generally speaking. Especially if you've got angular guitars as opposed to like a Les Paul has a rounded body. I didn't take notice of what they were playing, but I think one guy was playing an Ibanez and another guy was playing I don't remember, but not super
They were both
comfortable.
double cutaway.
Huh?
They were both double cutaway. There was a good
guitar
in. I think so, yeah.
Let me see something here real fast.
This makes me want to watch Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. Here's another one. Look at this. Amazing, man. And just they were mind blowing, man. Like, I will say this: my only negative about that band was all the keyboards and stuff were synced. It was definitely not live for the keyboards and stuff, but still, man, like fucking unbelievable, man.
I bet these guys are awesome to trick or treat with.
Yeah, like here's the crowd. Look at those snakes, the lotus snakes.
Oh my
damn!
God.
We missed the fuck out. Damn it!
But it was at the same time as Wormrot. I mean,
I know.
Well, okay.
I would have fucking had a field day with this.
So speaking of Wormrot, that was the tie-in end of everything for me and for Than and for Jimmy. We all reconnected there, and James, you were there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought, were you standing with us or were you off to another spot?
No, I was there.
Really?
I think
Oh,
so. Yeah.
Jesus
100%.
Christ, I'm an alcoholic. I don't remember you.
You said it.
Those tequila shots, the gin and tonic.
Those fucking tequila shots earlier in the day. I know we hung out after the show. I don't remember you being in there during the show. I got there.
We met up with you guys at the fountain.
Okay.
Yes,
we did run into Nick and John, said our goodbyes, had some tongue kisses. It was kind of gross.
That didn't happen.
Oh, it did. It did. Don't lie. Quit lying.
No, I wasn't there.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I was dead.
All right, real quick. I'm going to do these fast. I bought one album. I showed you the Black Curse album, which I did not have this, so pick that up.
And that's the one. I like that one a little bit more than the new one.
I like
this one's savage.
I like them both. All right, so the first night, I only bought one thing. I bought Satan Coming Down Tonight.
I didn't even see
that set was so awesome.
It was killer. I'll let you guys talk about that in a minute when we wrap up here. You guys want to hang on. Dates on the back. Cool. All right, and then I went kind of crazy over at the shops, but they were ready to pack up, so they were making deals left and right. Got an Amorphous, landed 1,000 Lakes, 10,000 Lakes. Got the Sodom.
Nice.
In the sign of evil.
Well,
And there we go. And look at fucking angel ripper, man.
Short hair.
Got the bowl cut extraordinaire. Bowl cuts. All right. Yes, I have a Halloween shirt. Sorry. And it's killer. Long sleeve. Marty would be proud of me. Halloween on the sides. I've been, no joke, man. This is one of my favorite bands of all time, and I've never found a shirt I like by them, but I finally found a shirt. Christian woman, mostly for the back. I love the back.
Yeah.
Super cool. And two more. We got a black curse. I got a different black curse than you, James. I got this one.
Oh yeah, that was nice. Yeah, like that
Dug
design.
that shirt a lot. And last but not least, the band I kind of shit on. No offense, Carl. I grabbed an official Nile. The Underworld has come from
Salt.
Yeah, and cool back on that. So
that album's fucking.
And
sick.
that was pretty much it. I think that's kind of. Hang on a sec here. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna do this one. Just give me one moment here. Do that. Where? Oh shit! Hold on. All right, here we go. No, I want to remove that. What the?
Nope, saw that one. Nope, saw that one.
Well, I got a bunch of others that we'll get rid of here, but this will. Oh, there's Rick.
Rick.
We miss you, Rick. Guys, we did it. It was a lot longer than 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So, like, did we ever really think this was going to be done in 2 hours? I mean,
Dude, anytime you bring up a time like this is only going to be so and so, like tack on an hour.
Did I overly talk? I don't think I was too bad, but yeah, man, like what a time, man. This is, again, it's about the hangs, it's about the bromances at the fucking that revolve around the metal. It's about the food. We had great food.
Oh my
Anybody
God.
want to shout any food out? I think we talked about Abbey Burger and Taco
Abbey Burger
Town,
Bistro.
Insect Infestation, Fogo de Chao.
There's
Dude,
a great
we're going
brunch
back.
place
Hold on.
called Miss Shirley's near there. Fantastic.
Next time, Miss Shirley's for sure. I think I was trying to think, Dan, we were all pretty much doing the lunch dinner thing together. So
Yeah.
unless we diverted for something like, like for me, the easiest thing to do like during the fest was just go hit Taco World or Taco Town. But
Yep.
but I mean, otherwise, like beforehand, such good stuff. Oh, by the way, that is a certified Adam Czar's Tribulation guitar pick that he handed to me.
I need.
And I will say that might have been the funnest time for me, was getting on that Tribulation Unto Others bus. That was some good stuff. I have some footage, but I can never share it, unfortunately. I literally cannot share it. But those guys, if the Tribulation guys ever see this, you guys fucking rule. That was awesome. Unto Others. Gonna get Gabe on. Anybody got anything they want to pimp that's coming up? Dan, you got a concert?
Yeah, I got some shows in Philly with the chamber choir here. Yeah. Probably not the kind of thing listeners of this thing are super interested in, but yeah.
When though? Because I might come down, dude.
Yeah, I got one Saturday the 14th. Is that a thing? Saturday the 14th, I got a show.
Okay.
In Philly.
At where?
In Chestnut Hill at a church.
Oh, at a church. Okay. You know what it is on Saturday, this Saturday coming up? It is, get ready, here comes the political advertisement. It is the No Kings protest on Saturday, and I think we all know what that's all about there, so just saying. Yeah, man, Friday night, Dragged into Sunlight. Dan, I'm gonna when we get done there, I'm going to send you the info on it. And
Yeah, send me the info. I'll see
yeah.
how it works with the schedule.
James, on Sunday, Pie Shop. You familiar?
Yeah, I've been there a bunch of times.
So Savage Master and Knight, NITE, are playing there.
Ooh.
On
Very good.
Sunday, the
Yeah,
15th?
Yep.
Yeah, I actually already have tickets to see John Anderson
Ah,
at the
well,
Warner Theater.
Yes.
you got to go to that, man. I was going to
Yeah.
say I got a freebie. I'm on the guest
I
list.
appreciate it, man. But yeah, gonna check out John Anderson.
I would do that
fucking
too.
Rocking out at 80 years old.
Yeah.
Still sounds fantastic. Can't wait.
He
Down
does
by
sound
the end,
remarkably good.
close to the river, Jesus will bless you by. I get up, I get down. Anyways, I missed him here, which sucks, but I would go to that over going to Night with me. Monday night, Night and Savage Master at Milk Boys. So there you go. I'll send you that.
Oh,
stuff.
okay. Nice.
John and Nick, any big things you want to share?
I mean, there's been some shows that have been popping up. The Melvins are playing here in September at a small
Oh, that's
club.
right.
You
Yep.
might have to get tickets for that. Cannibal Corpse just announced another fucking tour.
I want to go see
Vader.
that Nile and Cryptopsy show.
Yeah, Nile and Cryptopsy, Vader, Malevolent Creation.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there's just, as soon as we got back, like, all right, no shows for, oh shit, look at all these shows popping up.
Right.
Yeah, but June is much quieter than May was because like people don't know. Well, you guys know, Nick, you know, and John, you probably know, but
Yeah.
May for me was pretty much an active pursuit of suicide for me. It was I was trying to kill myself, and it came fairly close to fruition this last week here. James, I know you got sick, right? You said you had a pretty wicked cold. Anybody else get sick from NBS?
Nope. Just standard exhaustion, giant blister on my fucking hoof.
Man, dude,
Yep,
I was sure I had COVID by Tuesday, and I hit up Jimmy and Than. I'm like, guys, dude, I'm really sorry, but you might want to stay away from people, although you probably have already gotten around people. But I was sure I had COVID, but 4 different tests, 3 different manufacturers said no. I did pretty good tonight. I didn't cough hardly at all. I think it's almost out of my lungs, but it was in my head and in my lungs so fucking bad until yesterday that I was like, man, I think I have like pneumonia or bronchitis or something. So thank you, Maryland Deathfest, for the Scourge, the Plague. It was awesome. But given the choice, would I do it again? You bet your motherfucking ass I'll be there again.
Oh yeah, we're going next year.
Yeah, we all going next year?
100%.
I'm going next year.
We don't not go anymore. We made that mistake for years prior.
Dude, I'm already hyped for a fucking grave set. And fucking, dude, Death Angel doing Act 3? You fucking kidding? Done.
Yeah.
Destruction. And those are all, there's going to be a lot, quite frankly, a lot more bands and a lot bigger bands probably coming.
Oh, dude, I mean, we had headliners getting announced late in the year for last year.
Yeah.
Or this year. Whatever.
Yeah. So the only big thing coming up for me, I got Steven Wilson 3 times in October. I'm stoked to see him in Philly and DC. And James, I don't know if you know this. You remember the old 930 Club? You know that well, I'm sure.
Sure.
Godspeed You Black Emperor is playing there, but it is sold out. But I'm hunting for tickets. If I get an extra, man, I'm going to hit you up.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Because I haven't seen them in a lot of years, and they are always an amazing band to see live.
Yeah.
Between the visuals and just the sound thing. So, I guess I'm going to probably end it here just so Than and James can get out of here. I mean, Nick and John, if you want to hang in a little bit, that's cool. But if you wanted to give your rundowns on Wednesday and Thursday, you can. But otherwise, anybody got anything they want to dump out there quick?
I'm good. It's been great hanging
with you guys again.
Jeff was drunk the entire fest. Shameful. He embarrassed us all. Pretty sure his dick came out a couple of times, dude.
Oh, yeah. I was definitely hanging the dick out. Yeah. I mean, that was every fest I go to, the first thing I say to myself is, how many times can I almost get arrested? Because, you know, that's what I want to do. You know, I mean,
Of course.
Well,
let's
yeah.
be honest, Nick, when, you know, I know they call you Nick the Dick, but it's kind of, you know, and I
Sometimes we just call him
Well,
Dick.
I mean, you know, no one's ever said, you know, when I've whipped it out, like, hey, it's like a dick but smaller. Now, I definitely heard someone say that.
Oh no, you didn't. No,
No, no, I
you're
didn't.
you're actually
Definitely
fucking making that all up completely. But
It
and
may
you
not
know
be
what?
very big around, but it sure is short.
Here's the thing: we're gonna end for Than and James on this note.
Dude, good
Than,
hang, guys.
Than
Good to
was
see you
with
guys.
me. Than was with me every night at the end
Oh,
of
I'm
the
so
night.
sorry, man.
Not like with me, but at the end of the
I
night.
feel like you get like 1,000-yard stare for hanging out with Jeff for that long. You really
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
For life,
Hang on.
yes.
Yeah.
Hang on. Than, was I really fucked up the whole time? Be honest. Be honest.
I will not say that you were fucked up the whole time, but I will say that in my recollection, you did vow to not drink at the beginning of every single day.
Oh, that's
Right.
bullshit.
Correct.
That's fucking
Correct.
bullshit, you know.
I fucking knew it.
Bullshit.
I
Yep.
fucking knew it.
Yep.
That's absolute bullshit. All right,
Oh.
Than,
Every day.
I just like to close this stream on this. Than, I used to love you, but I gotta kill you. That's what it. Guys,
I'd like to see you try, man. I'd like to see you
brother,
try.
I will see if I'm still walking, if I'm still breathing on my own. I will see you in December out in Denver. There's no question. James, I
Absolutely.
will see you soon at a show because
Yeah.
we know we can always hang at a DC or Baltimore show. So thank you, boys, for being with us. I really appreciate it. John
Y'all
and
are the
Nick,
best.
you want to hang out for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, we can hang out for a few minutes. I'm going to grab a smoke.
All right.
Good hangs, guys.
Later,
Yeah,
guys.
Good to see the both of you. We will see you, I'm sure, on streams.
Oh, yeah.
Even next year at MDF.
Yeah. See you soon.
It's happening.
All right, later, guys. All right, James, I'll kick you out of here. There we go. All right. So, yeah, just the three of us real fast. We're nearing the end, the finish line. I didn't know if you guys wanted to go over your Wednesday and Thursday nights.
I mean, the entire Prefest kicked ass.
Yeah.
I don't have issue with anybody that was on the Prefest, dude. It was awesome to see Tribulation, especially playing a lot of that new material.
They should have played Hour of the Wolf. That's my only complaint. I really would have loved them to squeeze that song in there.
Yep.
But yeah, Cruciamentum.
Cruciamentum destroyed. Oh, that was so good.
Chain of the Bottom of the Ocean. Absolutely fucking amazing.
On
Yeah.
Others was
On Others was so energetic and fun. Yeah, I had a blast the entire Prefest. And then, God, Thursday, let's see. Did we start off with Human Artifact? Yeah, we did.
I don't remember.
I know. Yeah, we started off with Human Artifacts at the soundstage. I thought they were pretty solid. Bloodspore.
Bloodspore was sick.
Bloodspore was fucking sick.
Dude,
Jeff, you
Dusk.
probably dug them.
Dusk was my biggest takeaway from the whole
That was
fest.
my favorite set. We
Oh,
didn't go over our favorites because we kind of got mutated, but
Dude, that Dusk set was so fucking sick.
unbelievable, man.
I
Okay,
loved
so when we can come back to this. For me, my top bands were Dusk #1, Shape of Despair and Black Curse #2, a co, Tribulation #3, Triptychon Celtic Frost #4, Psy #5. Would have been better at night. Only problem I had with Psy was I wish it would have been at night. It should have been at night.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, due to how crowded it was, I don't know if our vantage point would have allowed us to fully see what was happening. Like,
we had kind of a dusk.
Possibly.
Yeah, I guess so.
Possibly. Connor, you got to go, dude. Or else come down to Decibel Fest in Denver. #6 for me, Paradise Lost, Obituary on the same thing. Cynic right there. Could have gone either way. Incantation, Benediction, and Krallis for me. Surprises were Kronos, Shape of Despair, Mournful Congregation. We kind of got away from that whole list of questions, but I think it still was great.
Dragon.
Nick, if you want to grab a smoke, go ahead real quick.
Yep. I'll be right back.
John and I will hold the fort down. I'll kind of go through the questions quick here. And by the way, anybody that was in the chat, I want to apologize to you. There's a dude out there named Pumping Vinyl that loves to fucking play games. I don't know what his deal is. Don't care. He's got this issue with wanting to, fucking piss all over my channel. He's a troll, and I can't see him on my side. Neither can my guests. They can't really see it. I don't really know what his problem is. He's, thirsty for fucking attention, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
I mean, they're out there, man. We get trolls.
It's just
we get trolls all the time too, man. I don't fucking.
It's kind of a stupid fucking bullshit. But if you want to engage with him, do your thing. I don't care. I don't really care. He's blocked on my side. I cannot see anything he's talking about, and that's just how it's going to stay. I should have wrenched someone to kind of get rid of him, but I don't know. I didn't really bother with it. So
hire a moderator.
Yeah, it's he constantly comes into my streams these days and talks about how I'm not sick for real. John, you've been around me. You know my shit's not fake. I'm not faking it.
Jeff's legit.
And it's but you're stealing from everybody on disability. Look, man, I paid into disability. I'm 59 years old. I paid into disability for since I was 13. I
got my first job at 13. I've been paying into disability for 32, almost 33 years. So.
Believe you me, I would if I could have it my way, I would prefer not to have to be collecting from disability. But
for sure,
the bottom line is either kill myself or try to survive with the help of the money that I put in there many years ago. So,
and you've been surviving, and we're happy about that.
I'm surviving, and there were days, damn well by seeing me how some days I was pretty hardcore going, and other days I was struggling, man. Where I was like, man, I'm just kind of done, and that's not, that's just the reality of it. So Nile was, it was a bummer, man. It's just a lot of tech issues, and Carl was frustrated with it, and it was just kind of a bummer, man.
They didn't have enough power on stage to run all of Nile's equipment, to run George Colias's fucking 40-piece drum kit.
Yeah, the sound was just not good, man. It was just unfortunate, but yeah, what do you got? I didn't see Campfire, which I would have. But I just was, by that time, I was not into going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I've been doing it for, the last 4 days. I was pretty shot. I didn't even, Dark Funeral, I didn't even hear. So
yeah,
I'm just not a big fan of that band at all. Let's see, what do we got here? Metal Kev. Yeah, go back and watch it, dude.
It was cool. It was a good album.
Truly Degenerate Behavior. You must be talking about John.
Yeah, that's fair.
How do you pick out all of the bands when there's so much going on? How do you pick the bands to watch? Well, I mean, that's kind of a basic thing. Like the bands that you've heard of, that you know of, you tend to gravitate to them. And or there are people that are kind of like, hey, man, I want to check out bands I don't know much about and go hit the other bands kind of as, like, oh, okay, I know these guys. I know they're going to be solid. So, for me, I checked a few bands out that I wasn't super aware of, but I didn't spend a lot of time like totally digging down into them. If I knew the band, like for example, Cynic, Paradise Lost, Triptychon, these are bands I've known for years and years and years and years and years. I know they're going to be great. I know they're going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I occasionally throw in a band here and there, like, for example, Cult of Fire. I didn't know anything about them.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of them. And Jimmy's like, you got to check this band out. I'm like, all right, well then if you say it's good, it's probably good. So I rely on my friends that are really good big metalheads to give me an idea. And again, we do kind of plan it out before before the whole fest.
Yep. Yeah, the joys of having the set times up a few days before we leave helps out. But yeah, I'm the same way. If I've heard the band but I've never seen them, or if I've heard of the band but I've never seen them live, I will check them out. If it's a band I've never heard of, chances are I will check them out because I want to see. That's how I found Dusk. Dude, that set whooped so much ass. Oh man. I mean, really, we just kind of fucking walk around.
Marty was here earlier. He probably fell asleep. Yeah, I got some great shirts, man. I'm very happy with what I got. Although I will say this, I have about pushing 500 black shirts, band shirts.
Oh, I have at least.
You
that.
too?
I've run out of room. I've literally.
You too?
Yeah,
I have 2 closets.
I don't know where to go with them, to be honest. Yes, Metal Kev, it's a great fucking time, dude. It's
Do it.
the best of times. Like there's nothing like it. There's just nothing like it, man. It's amazing.
And especially this year. I don't know what it was about this year, but I had an absolute fucking blast this year. Like, not that I don't have blast other years, but something about this year was just fucking sweet.
Honestly, I hate giving Jeff credit. But I think part of it, though, is, again, the added camaraderie. Like,
Yeah.
it's like going to summer camp and knowing you're going to run into like the same people. You're like, oh,
Well,
we're
I
gonna do
mean,
all this
like
fun
think
shit.
of it this way: if just you and John were going, you'd still have a great time.
Oh yeah,
And you'd run into a couple of Thralls fans and whatnot. But
we ran into like about 100.
what's that?
Oh, at least.
We ran into about 100.
Oh, at least.
Well, I didn't have that much. Maybe
It was probably more than that. We ran into a fuck
It
ton.
was constant. It was awesome. I mean, I love our fans. Our fans are fucking great.
Yep. Yep.
But no, like it's the camaraderie. It really is.
But here's the thing: what I was going to get at was, while you guys were fucking stroking your own dicks right there, which you were. Let's be
They're
honest.
giant penises.
Yeah, it got the micro penis.
No,
stroke
macro
out.
penis.
Ah,
All
dude,
the penis.
it's the micro penis. But here's the thing: like, what is cool about it is we get to meet up with guys. We've done it at Decibel Fest. We've done it now twice at MDF. And we run into people that no matter how much we bust each other's balls, which we do a lot, we're good. I would say we're very good friends. Well, at
I
least
would too.
I would think you guys want to be friends with me because I'm so beautiful. But I mean,
That's
not
low on the list of reasons. Very low. God, I can't look at my list of reasons. No,
we have
that's
a blast, man. We meet up for lunch, dinner, or record shopping, or just in between sets. We don't hang out with each other exclusively. In fact, I was staying with Jimmy and Than, and there was a lot of time where I was just on my own, meandering, like finding this spot and that spot and talking to this person and that person that I knew. You know, lots of people that you guys don't know that I know that are like buds.
Yeah.
And it's like it's the metal social hour for a lot of us. And
It is.
and we just have a blast with it. I mean, you guys were hanging out with the horrendous guys with me and Paul.
And dude, that was super fucking cool. I was not expecting that. That was really, really cool.
awesome.
Yep.
I mean, let's be honest. If it wasn't for the fact that I know those guys really well, you'd have been like, hey, man, like your band, like your, that's what you would have done. You wouldn't have been like, hey, let's hang out and drink fucking shots. And
Again, I barely know what they look like.
right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So, and again, this isn't me fucking stroking my own dick. It's just that when we meet these guys that I know, or vice versa, it's like, oh, hey, man, what's up? Because we're all in this weird little tribe that is linked by the music, by the culture. I mean, we're all wearing black shirts, like or occasionally maybe a white shirt. We're all wearing battle vests or not, and we're all just fucking digging the vibes. And again, I have to say that this fest was so chill. Everybody was cool.
It was.
Nobody was a douchebag at all to me. I didn't have one time where I was like, all right. I mean, okay, hold on. I did have one time, and we didn't get to this. Okay, hang on. I forgot. During Wormrot, I was back down in front of the fucking the desk, the mixing desk.
Okay.
And somebody comes up and fucking hammers me from behind, and I'm like, God damn, dude! Like, what the fuck? And I kind of do one of those. I'm like, and then I get hammered again, and I'm like, what the fuck is your deal? And you know who it was? See if this reminds you of anybody. The multicolored hair chick over at Soundstage. Green and pink and...
Oh, the one that was working the door?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
She came out and fucking hammered me twice in the back, in the ribs, and I thought it was just some fucking, mosh pit weirdo young kid or what. I'm like, what the fuck? And she goes, get out of my fucking way now! And I'm like, what? I knew who she was because, unfortunately, she and I have had moments. We had a moment last September during the fucking Boris set. She made me throw out a fucking Sharpie because she said it was a dangerous weapon that could harm someone. And I'm like, what the fuck? Really? Okay, whatever, dude. Sure, fine.
You're going to shiv a band.
Yeah, I'm going to shiv a band with a Sharpie. And then earlier in the day, when I went in there, she had gotten mouthy with me. Whoever you are at the soundstage, you're not part of you are part of the soundstage. And I will see you again if you're still working there. Fuck you, cunt, because you're a bitch. And you fucking, all you had to do was tap me on the shoulder and say, move out of the way. The deal was they were trying to get a wheelchair back to one of the bathrooms. Somebody had collapsed in the ladies' room, I think.
Oh.
Ew, gross, right? Gross. But all she had to do was go, hey, please move up. Instead, she fucking karate chopped me in the back twice. And I turned around looking for, like, I was like, bro, dude. And I looked at this dude. He's like, not me, man. Pointed at her, and that's when that shit started. So whoever you are at the soundstage, you are a fucking cunt. Simple as that. Fuck you. Other than that, that was the very end of the fest. Other than that, it was awesome, man.
Yeah, I didn't have any issues. Everyone was super cool.
Yeah.
I mean, all right, the foot thing sucked, but healing up. And yeah,
I would not have got to meet Paul Masvidal without you. I appreciate that.
Hey, like
that was fucking amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool, man. I mean, and these are guys that, just to reiterate, I was in San Francisco just a week before that. And, I was hanging out with my friend Craig LaCicero. Did I mention I've heard the first 3 tracks off the new album?
Yeah, I've heard you bring that up.
Yeah.
It's fucking savage, man.
I bet it is.
Believe you.
Quite frankly, I kind of hope it comes out in 26, which is sounding like it's going to, because if it does, very easily could be the best album of the year. Very easily. Dan Mongrain's brought something special to the thing. Norman Skinner sound.
It's chewy. Like, of course he did.
Right. But no, dude, like, these songs are something different for Forbidden to me. They're something different. They're almost progressive technical thrash now. They're super progressive, which they always kind of were, but now even more than ever. So, God, amazing, man.
I was already looking forward to it. But
Flower of Life, 9+ minutes long.
Damn.
Do it. You can't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, Metal Cat, thank you, Brand. Appreciate that. We really do appreciate guys like you. We do this for ourselves first and foremost, just so people should understand. Like, we do this because there's a desire on all our parts to share our opinions on great music.
Because we're fans.
Yeah,
we're all fucking fanboys.
Always fanboys, first and foremost fanboys. But it's very cool to meet you guys that watch us and go, "Oh, you guys are awesome." We're just a bunch of fucking goofs. That's all.
Every fan that came up, and fans from all over the place. There was a gentleman from Brazil that came up and talked to us, and it was it was just awesome. Just like, thank you, like the videos are awesome. Love what you do. It's like, dude, it's crazy. I'm never going to be used to that. Like,
it's such a weird thing, because we're normal dudes, man. We're two dudes that live in Ohio. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's humbling. It's humbling.
It is.
But just to be straightforward, we're not like rock stars, man. We don't play that game. We're not. None of us, to my knowledge, have ever exuded any kind of holier than thou. My shit doesn't stink attitude.
You'll never ever get that out of me ever.
Yeah, we're just music fans. So, going back to William, William Tyler is. I don't know, dude. He's sad, is what he is. He's also a trumper, which doesn't play well on my sphere. So, fuck that guy. What else we got here? Why would someone want to disrespect? Not cool. Yeah, he just does that shit all the time. He's just a fuckwad. I get down. I mean, I don't think a lot of these bands are gonna play Saskatoon, but who knows?
You never know.
Smoke some weed waiting on us. Hey, John loves you, man.
Actually, that sounds good. Not the weed.
It does keep us young, man. I mean, I think that, for me, music in general, but metal in particular, has kept me plowing ahead.
It's the lifeblood.
On my fake journey of faking out the government so I can get free healthcare and free money, even though I'm almost 60 and could actually early retire at 62.
You're doing good on that long con. I gotta tell you.
I am Don the Con, did you say? Oh, you said long con. Sorry. Guys, do you want to run through Wednesday and Thursday quick?
Actually, dude, I'm tired, man.
Ready to bail?
Yeah, I worked a very long day today, and I have another very long day tomorrow.
I need food. I didn't get a chance to eat today.
I haven't etten. I think I ate at like
I didn't eat at all.
4:30 or something. So
I had pretzels. That was it. All right, so everybody, we'll wrap up here. Let me just check something real fast.
Yeah, everybody, if you're watching, Maryland Deathfest is awesome. You should go.
If you've hesitated on this, like we hesitated for years. We looked at the lineups and like, man, that looks pretty fucking cool. Should we go? No, we're just gonna sit here and be stupid.
Right.
Here's the thing.
And we did that until 2019. It was like, you know what? Fuck it, let's just go.
But here's the thing, and I think we need to make it clear. If you're out of town, and even if you're close to town, because I'm only an hour away, but if you're out of town, you are going to spend money. It's just you're going to spend money between the tickets, the hotel, the food, the beer. Even if you don't drink, even if you don't drink, you're still going to spend $4 or $5 for a bottle of water or a Coke. Okay,
yeah.
I'm saying, you're going to probably get lunches off site at any of the really cool restaurants that there are many and they're awesome.
Tons of great food.
Yeah, if you're going to, and we shouted out Duda's and
Abbey
Burger and fucking Cooper's.
Yeah.
And the one right next to it, the Irish place. I'll have to find it.
I can't remember what the fuck that place was called, but
can't either. Fogo de Chao, IHOP. We didn't hit IHOP this time.
It was like Slates or
Slaja, that's it. Yeah.
Slaja.
Yep. It was some weird Gaelic thing.
It was Scottish. That's right. Yeah. Gaelic, right. You're gonna spend money. So prepare. Put away. You can do it on $1,000 fairly easily, I think. Well, if you're shacking up with other people.
Yeah, if you're shacking up with other people.
You could do it on $1,000 if you already have flights and hotel taken care of.
That's the other thing I forgot was flights. I didn't have to worry about flying anywhere, so that was not a big deal. I'm very fortunate because I live literally 1 hour drive from my door to.
When I went in 2022, I took $3,000 with me, and that wasn't counting the flight and it wasn't counting the hotel. And I mean that was a great week for me. So you don't have to take $3,000, but you're
Might
going to
help.
benefit from probably taking $1,000.
I think you can very easily, even if you're flying in and you have other people you're rooming with, you could do it for about $1,500. And that's if you're you're going light on merch and booze. Booze and merch, man. You're gonna spend money.
I mean, if it's your first time there, like when the Mall of Metal opens up, I mean, you might go hog wild.
You might.
I did.
And you know what? You seriously might have no choice because there's something about it that you just get into this. Oh my God, I gotta have that. Oh my God, I mean, I saw 35, 40 shirts I wanted to buy, and I had to be
Easily.
like, all right, I got to paint it in. I bought 9 shirts and 1 LP. So let's say 9 times 20. What's that? 180?
Yeah.
9 times 20, yeah, 100. Yeah,
I think
180.
it's close to about 2 bills on shirts, because some of them were 35. So
Some were 40.
Maybe 225 on shirts, 25 on albums. So I think I spent 25 on merch. My part of the rooming was about 250, 300. You guys were splitting a room, so I don't know what you spent. And then you got flights if you're flying in from out of town. If you're fortunate like me and you live close by, that's kind of a bonus. But
our flights were pretty cheap, though.
Yeah.
Did you do Frontier?
We did Frontier on the way back and Delta on the way there.
Yeah, Frontier sucks, man. They're awful.
Oh, no, it's not bad. Spirit's the fucking.
Oh, really? Worse?
The broke
Spirit's a fucking
dog of
like,
the airways.
Dude, it's like sitting on a fucking metal chair in a mailbox.
Sucks, dude.
That's kind of like that's kind of like Frontier. I mean,
Frontier isn't that bad. Frontier's, I mean, it's definitely. I mean, Delta was better, easily.
Yeah, yes. I had United on the way out to San Francisco, and they had the screens and the music and the chairs.
We've flown Southwest before. Southwest was decent.
Yeah. Oh, are they really? Okay.
Yep.
Anything to wrap up with, guys?
Go to Maryland Deathfest,
yes.
And next year I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
We'll all be there.
Smoke a lot of weed.
Yeah.
Yep. Smoke a lot of
Hail
weed.
a lot of Satan.
Hail Satan all day long.
All of Satan.
See some goat bands.
Yep.
You got to do goat bands.
Buy Jeff a gin and tonic.
I saw. Yeah. Listen. By the way, that's a great point. You just brought up something real quick. So the beers, the 12-ounce beers, were fucking $10 at almost all the venues, right?
There were 16.
They were pints. I think they were pints.
No, not in.
They might have been 24-ounce. I don't remember getting a fucking.
They were bigger cans. Like they weren't like the 12-ounce itty bitties.
I think they were pints.
I don't.
But still, $10, $11 if you wanted the Maryland Deathfest ale, the beer they brewed, which was good.
Which was decent. Reminded me a lot of Yingling.
But I actually went over to Leinenkugels and but they were out of like a ton of beers, like dumbasses. But actually, I'm going to be honest with you. You want to get a really nice buzz, do the gin and tonics for $7. I'm telling you, they overpour on the shots.
They did. I watched them pour. I watched somebody pour a shot of Crown, and I mean, he was pouring for a fucking good minute.
Yeah, and that was the bang for your buck. It's $7 for the mixed drinks. It was awesome, man. It was fucking killer, and that's a nice, cool buzz you can ride out like all night long. So, just to dispel the rumor that I was some kind of fucking lush.
I mean, it was just he had a drink in his hand every day.
He had a drink in his hand.
Bullshit.
You know.
Yeah.
But we did actually go. Did you guys have any of the fucking tequila up on the roof?
No.
I did.
I know. Saw you do it.
Wait, you guys did the shots down there with the horrendous guys, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shots, yeah.
Yes, we did a shot with them.
We did those.
I got a free shot from one of the bartenders too.
You know what's kind of a bummer about the whole fest? My only bummer of the whole fest, really, seriously, other than going over to look at the merch earlier when I kind of had time, the biggest bummer of the fest for me, I didn't get any of the fucking brick oven pizza.
We didn't. Oh no! Wait,
we did.
We did.
Did you?
Yep.
We did.
Yep, we did.
You actually sat down and ate?
Yeah, we sat down in the restaurant and ate.
You fucking guys, man.
Well, you were off star fucking with your gin and tonic in hand.
I was doing that.
You're like fucking Julian from fucking Trailer Park Boys. Like, Greg's still there, huh?
I was Julian from Emily was a
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Funny.
Worst case Ontario, you know. You would have found us later.
Hey man, it
Oh
was
my
awesome
God.
hanging with you guys. We had a great time.
Oh, dude, it was a
Yeah,
blast.
we did.
Thanks for making it tonight, John. We got you in. It was
Yep.
close, but it worked out in the end. And Nick, thanks for being here. Even though I fucking can't stand you.
I know.
Sure.
Yeah. So coming up, you guys got anything major? You always got reviews.
I mean, more reviews. We're eventually going to get at the gates rolling here.
Yeah, at the gates we're gonna do. We got the
Wait,
Thrall's
you
greatest
got a
hits.
album out?
No. We got a ranking.
Oh, deep ranking. Okay.
Yeah, and then we got our greatest hits thing that we did with Death. We're going back
Doing
for our old
Sepultura.
rankings, and we're doing Sepultura.
Yep.
Should be fun.
Well, okay. I'm trying to think. Gonna have the Dusk guys on.
Sweet.
Despair, they're coming on, but I don't have any dates. Dennis and I are about ready to throw that up. Dennis and I are going to be doing Forgotten Gems of Metal Gems of the 80s and 90s. We are doing just 2 bands. We usually do like 6 or 7 bands and a couple of albums each. We're doing 2 bands. We're doing Lizzie Borden from Love You to Pieces. Or no, wait, is that what it's called? Yeah, Love You to Pieces.
Was that the one where he's coming out of the TV?
No, that's Visual Live.
Okay.
It's the one with the girl in the garter bell in the front. I think it's Love You to Pieces. Up through Master of Disguise, I think. And then we're doing Anthem, and we're doing the first 5 or 6 albums from Japanese, traditional metal, if there is such a thing in Japan. They're kind of like Judas Priest. They're doing the first 5 albums. So
I've heard songs. I've never actually listened to an entire album. Lizzie Borden's all right. Honestly, I don't mind Lizzie Borden.
I love Lizzie. Man.
All right, older Lizzie Borden. I'll be more specific.
That first album is fucking amazing. It's so good. And they got like Menace to Society's great. Visual Eye, it gets a little more poppy, but it's still great.
The song that's in that fucking movie Black Roses. I Am For Real. What is the name? It's like one of their big singles.
I think that's later.
Yeah, I can't remember what album. I know they're good. They're good. Their earlier stuff's good. I don't like what they do now though.
So we're doing that, and then they haven't done a whole lot. They put out like 2 albums in the last 20 years. And then I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, trying to get Steve from Crypt Sermon into the fold so we can do the Sabotage catalog. We're gonna do myself, Matt from Horrendous, and Nick from the Silver, which you guys all met. We hung out.
Yeah.
That's the plan, is to get those guys in. I haven't done a lot of deep dives in it's quite a while. So I kind of want to get back to doing a few of those, but
you know what you should do?
What's that?
Grindcore Island. I'm just saying.
I agree.
I think it may happen. We'll just see.
It might.
It could.
You must have really enjoyed that Terrorizer album, huh?
I do. It's right there. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I've been telling you, Grindcore is awesome for how long now? It's been years.
Pig Destroyer too.
Oh, Pig Destroyer fucking whoops ass.
Yep.
Yeah. So we may. And last thing, because you guys weren't on, did you see that J-Dog finally interviewed John from Dying Fetus?
John Gallagher. Oh.
Yeah. And the handsomest guy at MDF makes a cameo appearance. I just glide across the back. I didn't even know he was doing that interview.
I didn't even know John Gallagher. I mean, that's his hometown.
He was at the fest and he approached.
So was Trey Williams. Trey Williams was there.
And Ross Dolan from Immolation.
I saw Ross.
Yep.
I saw Ross. Yeah.
I ran into Adam Jarvis from Pig Destroyer and Misery Index. I ran into him
shit.
coming out of something. But yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how many, like, these guys, they live it. They're in it. They're lifers, you know what I mean? And that's awesome. So
I mean, so are we.
All right,
So-
guys. I think I might throw one of these on.
Oh,
Look at that, eh?
I think I'm gonna throw in some pizza rolls and
I am gonna definitely eat something too because I haven't eaten much. But thanks
Yep.
everybody for being here tonight.
thank you for having us.
Nick and John, love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Love you too, buddy.
We shall see you
Hills.
all later.
later, man.
I'll kick you out, bro. See ya. All right, that's it. That was the retrospective. Unfortunately, Nick from Sea of Tranquility never made it. But maybe we'll hook up with him in the future for something. Appreciate everybody that pops in, except you, William. I don't appreciate you, and you know why. Because you're kind of a fucking pussy. And you know what I'm saying. And yeah, I hate Donald Trump. Ooh. Since he's a rapist and a fucking piece of shit. There you go. Anyways, guys, everybody have a good night. All right.